Chapter 301 Blue Dolphin 301. Really? Mu Yang, how about we be Xiaobing's parents? Xiaobing, Mom and Dad will get you food right away. Pointing at Xiaobing's little head, Shui Binger looked at Mu Yang meaningfully. Although she asked, she didn't give him a chance to refuse. Seeing Shui Binger's meaningful look, Mu Yang was stunned, and then he suddenly realized. Got it, this is his fiancée urging him to get married. Yes, the young girl back then is now a woman in her early 20s. If she were an ordinary family on the mainland, she would probably have more than one child, let alone a wedding. Binger, let's go back and hold the wedding after the God exam is over. Stepping forward and holding Shui Binger's white jade hand, Mu Yang said with deep affection in his eyes. Although they are still very young, they have known each other for 9 years and have been in a relationship for 8 years. Now it has entered the 9th year, and it is time for the relationship to bear fruit. Ending the long-term relationship, using a grand wedding as an explanation to her and to myself is also reasonable. Looking at Mu Yang, who was full of affection in front of her, Shui Binger's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and then nodded heavily, yes. Proposal ceremony? This link is not necessary. Not long after the Soul Master competition ended, Mu Ziu, the male parent, went to the female family to propose marriage, and the two have long been engaged. Mu Yang felt that his fiancée, whose face was flushed, was the most charming. He reached out and held her in his arms. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment and began to kiss passionately. But after a while, their passion was disturbed by external forces. Chirp, chirp. Holding in Shui Binger's arms, Xiaobing, who was sandwiched between the two, was squeezed and struggled in dissatisfaction and chirped. Sensing Xiaobing's struggle in her arms, Shui Binger pushed Mu Yang away and said to ease the embarrassment, Mu Yang, if our future baby is a girl like Xiaobing, would you not like it? Yes, that's right. The 100,000-year-old Bingluan is a female, and the little Bingluan who was reborn after Nirvana is also a girl. The idea of favoring boys over girls is a common phenomenon in Douluo continent. Of course not. You know, a daughter is a father's little cotton-padded jacket. Mu Yang said righteously. Well, the premise is that the little cotton-padded jacket is not leaky and has not become a black-hearted cotton. After hunting a 10,000-year-old ice bear and making a large amount of frozen fresh meat as Xiaobing's food, Mu Yang and his partner left the Great Snow Mountain. Senior Shang said that there are 200,000-year-old soul beasts in the secret realm, and the other one lives in the sea. How about we go and see the situation? In midair, Shui Binger said to Mu Yang. 100,000-year-old soul beast represents 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone, which cannot be missed. After all, Mu Yang has twin martial souls, and the gap of 100,000-year soul ring is not small, unless the compatibility of this 100,000-year soul beast with Mu Yang's 2 martial souls is too low, it is not suitable to attach it. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang nodded, okay, the secret realm has limited space, and the ocean is not big. As long as there are 100,000-year-old soul beasts, you will know where they are after a walk. More than 2 hours later, above the sea, looking at the blue figure below that is 3 feet long and occasionally breaks through the sea surface to have fun, Mu Yang and his partner looked at each other in surprise. If I remember correctly, in the Marine Soul Beast Atlas, its scientific name is the Azure Dolphin? Isn't the upper limit of the age of this kind of sea soul beast generally less than 50,000 years? How can it cultivate into a 100,000-year-old beast king? Touching his chin, Mu Yang said with surprise. In terms of martial soul and blood inheritance, soul masters and soul beasts are very different. For the same kind of martial soul, the gap between the strong and the weak is very obvious. Even if a few exceptions are excluded, the upper and lower limits are very large. But soul beasts are different. Soul beasts of the same race, excluding special opportunities, have a relatively uniform upper and lower limits of cultivation, and the difference between high and low will not be too large. For example, the Azure Dolphin, without the influence of external forces, this kind of sea soul beast can generally cultivate into a 10,000-year-old soul beast, but up to now, there has never been a record of an Azure Dolphin with an age of more than 50,000 years. And the cultivation limit of 10,000 to 50,000 years, if converted into the Soul Master system, is the 5th to 7th ring. There is no doubt that no Soul Master family in the mainland Soul Master world dares to guarantee that every member who awakens the family inheritance martial spirit must have a strength limit between 5 and 7 rings. Perhaps this azure dolphin has obtained a special opportunity? For example, the fairy herbs we took at the beginning. Glancing at the azure dolphin playing happily on the sea below, Shui Bing'er said uncertainly. Mu Yang shook his head. Forget it, there is no point in exploring this. I just don't know if Senior Shang will allow me to take the soul beast in the secret realm out. If possible, this azure dolphin is very suitable for you. As dolphins, although Shui Yuer's Yingya dolphin martial spirit is not exactly the same as this 100,000-year-old azure dolphin, the degree of fit is absolutely very high, second only to the 100% fit God-given soul ring. Regardless of whether it is the 7th or 8th soul ring, the soul skill effect formed at that time will definitely not be bad. Since a 100,000-year soul beast must master the power of domain, Shui Yuer may be able to copy Shui Bing'er's harvest. In addition to obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, she can also awaken the domain of martial soul talent. For ordinary soul masters, it is not too important to have domain power. After all, if one's own cultivation talent is not good, his future achievements will be limited. No matter how good the effect of domain power is, it cannot change the fact that he is a weak chicken. Moreover, most soul masters fail to master the domain, and there is no obvious disadvantage in the same level competition. But for a genius soul master like Shui Yuer, the power of domain is very important. Owning the power of the combat side of the domain, in addition to the huge gap between level 98 and level 99, the domain can at least increase the strength of the titled Douluo by 1 level. In addition, the power of domain is the real power of the mainland soul master world. The standard of a strong person, if he does not have a domain, will he be looked down upon? 3 days later, when Shui Bing'er, who had advanced to the 7th ring soul saint, had adapted to the skyrocketing strength, Mu Yang and the others found Shang and prepared for the second assessment. The assessment time limit for the second test is only 1 month, so there is no delay. On the way to the assessment site of the second test, the real hell road, thinking of the 100,000-year-old blue dolphin in the secret ocean, Mu Yang asked Shang, Senior, can I take the soul beast in the secret to the outside world? Hearing this, Shang smiled and said, Your Highness, are you interested in that little dolphin? All the resources in the secret are prepared for the assessors, and in principle they cannot be taken to the outside world. End of this chapter. 302 Chapter 302 In principle, no. 302. Little Dolphin. When Mu Yang heard Shang address the 100,000-year-old azure dolphin, his face froze. A body length of 3 feet and a year of 100,000 years, how could it be small? But on second thought, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Shang was at least a demigod. In front of such a strong man, a 100,000-year-old soul beast was really nothing. And Shang was not a human being. It was possible that he was an old monster older than a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Senior, do you have any special methods? Ignoring the question of the name Little Dolphin, Mu Yang asked. As we all know, the so-called not possible in principle means that it is feasible, but certain prerequisites need to be met. Shang explained, Your Highness must also know that the reason why Lord Shura God set up the Slaughter City as a place of inheritance is to select an excellent successor. Before completing the 5 tests, Your Highness is just one of the successors of Lord Shura God. But when you complete the 5th test, in the Slaughter City, you are the king of the Slaughter City. Of course, before becoming the king of Slaughter, you need to defeat the current king of Slaughter. Similarly, when you become the king of Slaughter, but fail to complete all the tests and become the new Lord Shura God, and a new God-level tester appears later, then you must compete with the later His Highness. That is to say, at the same time, there is only one king of the Slaughter City. When you become the king of Slaughter, you can have all the rights in the Slaughter City except the God test, and naturally you can take the soul beasts in the secret realm out. Hearing this, Mu Yang nodded. After completing the 5th test, he will be the new king of Slaughter, and the king of Slaughter has all the rights of the city of Slaughter except for the test matters. As the king of the city of Slaughter, he can naturally freely arrange all the resources of the city of Slaughter. However, completing the 5th test will make him the king of Slaughter. Mu Yang understood that the content of the 5th test of Shuram must be to defeat the king of Slaughter. For now, Shui Bing'er and I can't beat Tang Chen in his prime, but Tang Chen who is half crippled should have no problem. And I am now a level 80 quasi-soul Douluo. After the subsequent advancement to the 8th ring, the upper limit of the strength of the martial soul fusion skill can be raised again. In addition, the strength can be improved more or less during the test. If you don't waste time, this is definitely a sure thing. Mu Yang secretly weighed the strength comparison between the enemy and us in his heart. He vaguely remembered that in the Battle of Jialan Pass in the original novel, the soul power levels of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were not very high. The former was a level 95 titled Douluo, and the latter was even below level 95. However, after the two joined forces, the nether white tiger they launched could burst out with god-level combat power, which shows the power of the martial soul fusion technique. With the martial soul fusion technique in hand, if you want to burst out with god-level combat power, Mu Yang estimated that there is no need to achieve the 9-ring titled Douluo. It is enough for him and Shui Binger to advance to the 8-ring soul Douluo. With the foundation of the two of them and the increase of the spirit gold battle armor, even if the level is just the beginning of the 8th ring, the strength in all aspects will not be weaker than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing in the Battle of Jialan Pass in the original novel. The nether white tiger of Dai Mubai and the others can have god-level combat power. After he and Shui Binger both advance to the 8th ring, the Ice Flame Phoenix and Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow will naturally have god-level combat power. At most, the durability is a little worse. Of course, even if he had god-level combat power by then, Mu Yang would not underestimate the world. No one in the mainland Soul Master world has broken through the 100th level at present, but this does not mean that there is no god-level combat power. For example, Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi are only half a step away from breaking through the 100th level. Their strength can be said to be at the top below the god level. With any attribute-enhancing soul skills, it is absolutely easy for their combat power to temporarily surge to the god level. And the amplification soul skills are a relatively common type of soul skills, and these two demigods cannot have them. Even if there is no amplification soul ring skill, the soul bone can make up for this deficiency. Not long after, Mu Yang and Shui Binger followed Shang to a peculiar building. This is a huge archway, with a dark red magic pillar with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a height of more than 30 meters on each side, which is more than 20 meters apart and covered with patterns. In the middle of the two dark red magic pillars is a huge dark purple relief with many hideous demon patterns carved on it. In the center of the relief are 3 big characters, Hell Road. Senior, are the reliefs carved on it the opponents we will encounter in the subsequent Hell Road? Pointing to the demon pattern carved on the relief, Mu Yang asked. Yes, Hell Road. The test on the road is the Abyss Demon from the Abyss Plane. Shang nodded. Senior, are the Abyss Demons very strong? At this time, Shui Binger couldn't help but ask curiously. Shui Binger noticed a detail. When he mentioned the Abyss Demon, Shang's face was very solemn. Shang nodded slightly and said, in the Abyss Plane, there are countless Abyss Demons whose strength is at the same level as the 9-ring titled Douluo, but this is nothing. The most feared thing is that there are Abyss Demon gods in the Abyss Plane. Of course, there is no channel connecting Douluo continent to the Abyss Plane, so you don't have to worry too much. Abyss Demons with titled Douluo strength are nothing, the most feared is the Abyss Demon god. Raised his eyebrows, Mu Yang thought. If nothing unexpected happens, the strength of this senior Shang will exceed his previous expectations. The strength is very likely not a demigod. It's not weaker than a demigod, but above a demigod. Otherwise, if he is as strong as a demigod, he dare not say that the countless titled Douluo are nothing. For example, Qian Daoliu, in front of him, a weak titled Douluo like Shilong is really nothing. If you really want to be ruthless, you can get it with one move. But if dozens or hundreds of Shilongs come side by side, Qian Daoliu will definitely run as fast as he can. Let alone, if one of them uses the 9th soul skill, Qian Daoliu will definitely not be able to withstand it. Senior, I wonder how your strength compares to the best of the Abyss Demons except the Demon God? Shui Binger couldn't help but ask curiously. Hee. Shang smiled, but didn't answer directly. I understand. This is because he didn't take the Abyss Demons below the Demon God seriously. Mu Yang secretly exclaimed in his heart. Yes, the Angel God and the Sea God are only the first level main gods, and the Shura God is one of the 5 supreme gods in the Douluo universe. Naturally, his strength is better than the Angel God and the Sea God, who are the first level main gods. According to this calculation, as both are servants of God, sacrifices of God, it is reasonable that Shang is 1 level stronger than Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi. Of course, Mu Yang doesn't think that Shang is a god with a godly position. After all, breaking through the 100th level does not mean having a godly position. End of this chapter. 303 Chapter 303 Abyss Demon. 303. A dark red stream of light surged out from Shang's hand and landed on the archway. The next moment, the dense magic patterns on the two dark red magic pillars suddenly lit up, and the white light surged. In a blink of an eye, a white light curtain formed in the archway. Then, Shang turned his head to look at Mu Yang and the others, and said, "Your Highness, Trialists, this is the passage to the road to hell. I wish you a smooth test." Without much hesitation, Mu Yang bowed to Shang and pulled Shui Bing'er into the light curtain. As soon as they entered the light curtain, Mu Yang and the others felt their vision spinning, and then they appeared in an unknown space. This was a world shrouded in grey fog. In front of them was a black road about 100 meters wide and slightly curved, and the sides of the road and the sky were all blocked by thick grey fog. The first time, for the sake of safety, the two of them flashed golden light and put on spiritual gold battle armor. Then, Mu Yang released his mental power, ready to explore whether there was any danger hidden in the grey fog. But to his surprise, his mental power could not penetrate into the grey fog at all. Mu Yang's expression immediately became solemn. "Bing'er, be alert, this grey fog is very strange, and it completely isolates my mental power from exploration." Shang said earlier that the opponent of the second test is the Abyss Demon. Combined with the grey fog that blocks the line of sight and mental power, Mu Yang has every reason to suspect that the Abyss Demon is hidden in this grey fog. As soon as the voice fell, before Shui Bing'er could reply, Mu Yang saw the grey fog on the left side of the avenue surging. A 3-meter-long, grey-black creature with hook-like spikes everywhere, like a lizard, jumped out of the black fog and attacked them at high speed. Humph! With a cold snort, Mu Yang raised his hand and pointed. The ice-blue soul power light flashed at his fingertips, and an ice flame arrow burst out. Bang! The ice flame arrow accurately hit the head of the grey-black creature. With a collision sound, the Abyss Demon was directly head-blown and died, and then the whole body turned into a ball of grey mist and dissipated. Seeing this, Shui Bing raised her eyebrows and said, "It feels that the aura is not as strong as that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. It seems that this Abyss Demon is just like that. However, the difficulty of the God test must not be too low. Since the strength of the Abyss Demon is so poor, it means that the number of Abyss Demons that will appear later should be very large." The next second, Shui Bing'er's words came true. The grey mist on both sides of the road surged violently, and more than 10 Abyss Demons that were no different from the previous grey-black lizards emerged from the grey mist. Secret technique, Extreme Ice Phoenix. Without the slightest hesitation, Shui Bing'er's icy blue soul power glowed, and the secret technique was activated. With the sound of a phoenix, a lifelike Extreme Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. Hoo! The Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, and a biting cold current spewed out. Wherever the cold current passed, more than a dozen Abyss Demons that attacked were instantly frozen, and then turned into grey mist and dissipated under the erosion of the cold air. But before Shui Bing'er could show her relief, more Abyss Demons emerged from the grey mist on both sides of the road, as if the brainless monsters in the game dungeon saw the players who came to challenge them. And most importantly, the newly emerged Abyss Demons are no longer limited to grey-black lizards, and Abyss Demons similar to mantises, snakes, rats, and scorpions appeared. Although most of them were less than 10,000 years old in terms of individual strength, there were also some that were comparable to 10,000-year soul beasts, and there were even many Abyss Demons with long-range attack methods. Ice Flame Field. There were many Abyss Demons attacking, and Mu Yang did not just stand by and watch. The surging blue light surged out, and the ice flame field bloomed. The illusory ice flames filled in the field continued to melt the lives of the Abyss Demons. The ice flame field with awakened field skills, illusory ice flame is indeed a soldier harvester. The Abyss Demons that entered the ice flame field range, as short as a few seconds, as long as more than 10 seconds, all turned into grey mist and died, as if they were harvesting wheat. The battle continued, and there were at least hundreds of Abyss Demons who died under the Extreme Ice Phoenix and the Ice Flame Field, but the Abyss Demons continued to pour out from the grey mist on both sides of the avenue, as if they could not be killed. Mu Yang could not help but frowned. Secret technique, Extreme Ice Dragon. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the ice-blue dragon soared into the air from behind Mu Yang and rushed towards the Abyss Demons that attacked from the front of the road. Then, Mu Yang turned to Shui Bing'er, who was controlling the Extreme Ice Phoenix to kill people, and said, "Bing'er, don't get entangled with these Abyss Demons." The strength of the Abyss Demons that appeared was at most comparable to ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, and most of them were less than 10,000 years old. Mu Yang naturally didn't take such strength seriously and killed as many as came. But he knew that the premise of killing as many as came was that the soul power in the body was sufficient. And if nothing unexpected happened, the second test, the real Hell Road, the level-breaking mechanism, was the same as the Hell Road after the 100 consecutive victories. It did not require killing all the opponents along the way, as long as they could get through. Understood. Shui Bing'er nodded, controlled the extreme ice phoenix to lead the rear, and then the wings of the battle armor behind her fluttered, and flew along the road at a low altitude with Mu Yang at a very fast speed. It's not that the two didn't want to fly high, but there was also grey fog in the sky, and the two knew that there was a high possibility of flying abyss demons in the future, and the high altitude was not an absolutely safe place. As expected, not long after the two flew forward, the grey fog above the road rolled, and a group of flying abyss demons with human faces and eagle bodies flew out. Following the appearance of land melee demons and long-range attack demons, flying demons also appeared. There were blockades in front, pursuers in the back, and the enemy also dispatched the air force. Just looking at the number, Mu Yang and the two seemed to be drowned by the demon tide. But the fact is not so. Not to mention the ice flame dragon that opened the way in front and the extreme ice phoenix behind, the ice flame field that bloomed from Mu Yang alone formed a natural moat to block the demon tide. Although the number of abyss demons was large, the quality was not very good, and they could not withstand the melting of the illusory ice flames filled in the ice flame field. It can be said that if there were not a few abyss demons with long-range attack means, the demon tide in front of them would not pose any threat to the two of them before Mu Yang's soul power was exhausted. After half a minute, Mu Yang and his companions who had been rushing all the way had to stop. The road ahead was covered by grey fog, and there was no way to go. No way. Looking at the grey fog in front of her, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but frown. Perhaps, we still have to kill the leader or king of the abyss demons to pass the level. Looking back at the demon tide that was blocked by the ice flame dragon and the extreme ice phoenix, Mu Yang thought. End of this chapter. 304 Chapter 304 The second test, completed. 304. Just then, a figure walked out of the grey fog in front of the road. This is an extremely burly humanoid abyss demon, more than 5 meters tall, with a pair of yak-like horns on its ferocious head, bat wings stretched out behind it, purple magic patterns all over its body, holding a huge steel fork in its hand, and dark purple coarse hair flying, exuding an evil and chaotic aura. From the aura alone, the strength is not that strong, just the level of a 90,000-year soul beast or a beginner in the 9th ring. After a careful look, Mu Yang evaluated the opponent's strength. However, this strength is not weak. You know, the soul power level of him and Shui Bing'er is only a 7-ring soul saint. The second test of the Shura God test has an enemy with the strength of the 9th ring, which is actually not low in difficulty. What's more, the opponent of the second test is not only the humanoid demon in front of him. Although the strength is weak, the abyss demon cannon fodder with a large number is also one of the tests. Of course, the difficulty of the test opponent with the strength of the beginner in the 9th ring is not too high. After all, there were 2 people participating in the assessment. Even if he and Shui Bing'er were replaced by a tester with the same soul power level, the 2 7-ring soul saints with the killing god domain would not necessarily be inferior to this humanoid abyss demon in terms of strength. Number at UN % and %UN number. The steel fork in his hand pointed directly at Mu Yang and the other 2, and the burly humanoid demon said something that Mu Yang could not understand. Mu Yang, what is it saying? Shui Bing'er was confused by the chattering bird language and asked Mu Yang. I don't understand, but it's definitely not a good thing. Without the intention of talking nonsense with this humanoid abyss demon, Mu Yang activated the soul bone skill of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, Tei in divine light. As the majestic spiritual power surged, Mu Yang's forehead was illuminated by a faint blue light. Then a brilliant white light burst out and hit the head of the humanoid abyss demon who was shouting in the distance. Bang! With a bang, the hideous head of the humanoid abyss demon shattered like a watermelon falling to the ground, and dark purple flesh and blood mixed with broken bones splashed everywhere, and then the huge headless demon corpse holding a steel fork fell to the ground. Under the powerful mental attack of the soul bone skill, Tei in divine light, this humanoid abyss demon with a weak title, whose strength was comparable to that of Shilong, was directly headshot by a single blow. Tisk, loser! Mu Yang curled his lips. Soon, the headless abyss demon that fell to the ground turned into a ball of grey mist and dissipated. At the same time when the humanoid abyss demon completely disappeared, Mu Yang noticed that the few abyss demons that survived the stranglehold of the ice flame dragon and the extreme ice phoenix behind the road seemed to be imprisoned by some great power, and then all turned into grey mist and disappeared. Then, at the end of the road, a white light suddenly appeared, and then the white light spread rapidly, turning into an elliptical white light curtain. As soon as the boss died, the monsters directly hit GG, and even the passage to leave the dungeon appeared. Looking at the many demon cannon fodders that turned into ashes after the death of the humanoid abyss demon, and the white light curtain that appeared, Mu Yang thought to himself with a strange expression. Look at this rhythm, why is it a bit like a disconnected game in the previous life that claimed to have 8 million warriors? Stepping into the white light curtain leaving the Hell Road, the sight changed, and Mu Yang and the others returned to the demon archway entering the Hell Road. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded in Mu Yang's mind. The second test of the 9 tests of Shura, the real road to hell, completed. Rewards: Shura affinity 10%, 1 God-given soul ring, all soul rings are aged 2000 years. After the majestic voice fell, Mu Yang's 2 martial souls emerged one after another, and the ages of the 9 soul rings of the 2 martial souls were all increased by 2000 years. Including the reward of increasing the age of all soul rings by 1000 years after completing the first test, the increase in the age of all Mu Yang soul rings has reached 3000 years. However, compared with the last time, this time, after all the soul rings were increased in age, there was no qualitative change again. After all, the initial age of the second soul ring of the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul was more than 1000 years. Even if it was increased for 3000 years, the age was only more than 4000 years, and the initial age of the first soul was even lower, and it was even further away from the age of 10,000 years. As for the other soul rings, it goes without saying. They are already 10,000 year soul rings. If they want to change again, perhaps it is only possible to complete all the god tests. This is based on the fact that Shura is generous. If it were someone as stingy as Rakshasa, it would be a no-brainer. As for Shura's affinity, after completing the second test, it increased by 10% again, which is twice the rate after completing the first test, and the total reached 15%. As for the reward of the God-given soul ring, it was not only Mu Yang who received the God-given soul ring, but also Shui Binger, who was the foil for the god test. Mu Yang saw 2 dark red lights falling from the sky, appearing in front of him and Shui Binger respectively, and then the dark red light dissipated, revealing a golden bead. The golden bead was very strange, as if it was carved from the most precious golden crystal, and there was no flaw in the whole body. The most peculiar thing was that in this golden bead, there was a layer of light golden mist that was constantly fluctuating, looking like a work of art. Yes, although Shura is not as generous as Poseidon, he is at least not as stingy as Rakshasa. I just don't know what the upper limit of the age of the God-given soul ring is. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself as he reached out to take the God-given soul ring that appeared in front of him. In the original work, the Shrek 7 devils who experienced the Sea Gods test received many God-given soul rings, but the God-given soul rings they condensed were only 100,000 years old at most. In other words, the upper limit of the God-given soul ring is guaranteed to be 100,000 years, but Mu Yang can't say for sure whether it is 200,000 years, 900,000 years, or even 1 million years. Binger, how much has the soul ring age increased? Has the soul power level also increased? Mu Yang turned his head to look at Shui Binger beside him, and suddenly found that her soul power level had increased from Soul Saint level 73 to Soul Saint level 74. Yet, the age of all soul rings has increased by 2000 years, and the soul power has also increased by 1 level. Shui Binger said happily. She is not Mu Yang, who can quickly improve the soul power level by adding a high year soul ring to the second martial soul. At present, the first level soul power of the 7th ring stage, even if she is extremely talented, it will take at least several months. Save several months of training time, plus increase the age of all soul rings by 2000 years, and the effort she made is just to kill some abyss demons that are not threatening. This is not too good. Sure enough, it was right to come to the killing city to train. End of this chapter. 305 Chapter 305 God-given soul ring. 305. The second test was fruitful. The Shura boss gave him the God-given soul ring he had always desired. Mu Yang couldn't wait to check the content of the third test. Consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and Mu Yang saw that the remaining 7 golden red light curtains in the sea of consciousness lit up again. The third test of Shura, the killing divine light, persist in the killing divine light for 12 hours at a time, time limit, 1 year. Killing God light. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. Looking at the content of this test, the killing God light should be the same as the sea God light on the sea God island in the original book. Somewhat similar, but I wonder if this killing divine light can help with soul power cultivation? Mu Yang, my third test is to persist in the killing divine light for 8 hours at a time, and the time limit is 1 year. What about you? After checking the content of the third test, Shui Binger asked. Mu Yang nodded, I also have the killing divine light, but I have to persist for 12 hours at a time. Your Highness, trial taker, congratulations on completing the second test. At this time, Shang, who was not far away, came forward to congratulate. You're welcome, Senior. Mu Yang smiled and waved his hand. Your Highness, let me explain the God-given soul ring to you. As the name implies, the God-given soul ring is a creation of God, a type of soul ring, and can only be obtained through God's gift. Unlike ordinary soul rings, the God-given soul ring can ignore the differences in martial souls, grant the soul master the soul skills that he needs most, and the age can also reach the maximum extent that he can bear. Fearing that Mu Yang and the others did not understand what the God-given soul ring was, Shang explained. Senior, if the bearing capacity is strong enough, can the age of the God-given soul ring be more than 100,000 years like the soul ring of soul beasts? Mu Yang could not help asking. Oh? Your Highness has ever encountered a soul beast that is more than 100,000 years old? Shang was surprised. As far as he knows, soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old on Douluo continent are very rare. Mu Yang shook his head, that's not the case, but from the perspective of cultivation level, a 100,000-year-old soul beast corresponds to a titled Douluo who has just entered the 9th ring, and the highest level of titled Douluo can reach level 99, so the oldest soul beast must be more than 100,000 years old. Nodding, Shang said, Your Highness guessed correctly, the highest age of a soul beast is naturally more than 100,000 years. As for the upper limit of the age of the God-given soul ring, to be honest, I don't know, but one thing is certain, the age of the God-given soul ring is more than 100,000 years. More than 800 years ago, a killing god who walked out of the slaughter city participated in the assessment of Lord Shura God. Although it was not the God level 9th test, the assessment level also reached the top level. After this trial our soul power level broke through level 90, the 9th soul ring attached was a God-given soul ring, and the age reached 200,000 years. I understand, the upper limit of the age of the God-given soul ring is at least 999,999 years. When Mu Yang heard that Shang had witnessed a 200,000-year-old God-given soul ring, he immediately understood. After all, compared to a 200,000-year-old soul ring, a 999,999-year-old soul ring did not undergo a qualitative change again. As for whether a God-given soul ring can reach 1,000,000 years? Although a 1,000,000-year soul ring is only 1 year older than a 999,999-year-old soul ring, the difference of 1 year is a qualitative change, and it belongs to a God-level soul ring. Mu Yang is not sure. Afterwards, knowing that the two were not going to start the third test immediately, Shang left after informing Mu Yang of the precautions for attaching a God-given soul ring. Mu Yang, I can't use this God-given soul ring now, so I'll give it to you. Shui Binger handed the God-given soul ring she had obtained to Mu Yang. At present, her soul power level is only 74th level soul saint, which is far from the 80th level that requires an additional soul ring to advance. Although Mu Yang also obtained a God-given soul ring, which enabled him to cultivate his Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul to the 8-ring soul Douluo realm, his second martial soul, Ice Flame Holy Shadow only had the first and second soul rings. If he could add another soul ring, his strength would definitely be greatly improved, and he would be able to complete the divine test better. Therefore, Shui Binger was ready to give the God-given soul ring that she could not use temporarily to Mu Yang. Binger, keep this God-given soul ring for yourself, and give it to me when you have more in the future. Mu Yang shook his head and rejected her kindness. God-given soul rings are good things. Excluding the factor of soul bones, they are much better than soul beast soul rings of the same year. At present, Shui Binger is a 7-ring soul saint, and she still needs the 8th and 9th soul rings. Unless she can get the 3rd God-given soul ring, Mu Yang will not want it. Seeing Mu Yang's verbal refusal, Shui Binger had no choice but to nod, okay, I'll keep it for now. In the Shura secret realm, the range of the Divine Mountain is an absolute safe zone, and Mu Yang did not look for another place. After releasing the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the God-given soul ring to advance. Similar to the time when the Soul Beast soul ring was attached, as soon as it was pulled by the martial soul, the God-given soul ring in Mu Yang's hand rose out of thin air and flew to his head. Boom! With a light sound, the golden bead shattered above Mu Yang's head. Suddenly, the thick golden mist spread to every corner of Mu Yang's body like pouring, covering his figure. Only the golden red sword mark imprinted on his forehead was shining, still so obvious. And at the moment when the golden bead shattered, 2 circles of light, one blue and one white, were released from Mu Yang at the same time. The 2 circles of halos only spread to a diameter of 1 meter under him and then stopped extending. The biting cold and cold murderous intent filled the air instantly, and Mu Yang directly released the Ice Flame domain and the Killing God domain. With the appearance of the 2 domains, the golden mist bathing Mu Yang became more dense, and expanded instantly, covering the entire range of the domain he released. And in this golden mist, you can vaguely see strands of golden silk threads, which began to squeeze around Mu Yang's body. At this moment, Mu Yang's face was very calm. After those golden silk threads appeared, a crystal-colored glow appeared all over his body, and the external soul bone, crystal scale armor materialized. Immediately afterwards, a faint soul halo emanated from Mu Yang's limbs and head. Through the stimulation of the soul power in his body, the 5 soul bones played a role at the same time. It can be said that Mu Yang released all his strength without reservation right from the start. The purpose of doing so is to allow the God-given soul ring to take shape at the fastest speed, while increasing the starting point of the test, shortening the overall test time, and reducing the pain that one needs to endure. As expected, after activating the 6 soul bones including the external soul bone, the golden mist surrounding Mu Yang's body quickly changed. Before, only a little golden mist turned into golden silk threads, but after activating the 6 soul bones, all the golden mist disappeared and turned into circles of golden silk, as if they were weaving, constantly shuttling around Mu Yang's body. End of this chapter. 306 Chapter 306 3 Golden Lines. 306. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. At this time, a layer of fine sweat beads oozed out of Mu Yang's forehead, and the dense golden threads around his body also changed again. The golden threads began to gather together and turned into circles of golden halos. There were 9 halos, which first expanded around Mu Yang's body, then quickly contracted, and hit Mu Yang heavily, constantly repeating. Every time the golden halo hit, Mu Yang's body would tremble, and even under this strong pressure, Mu Yang's skin began to ooze out traces of bright red blood. However, whenever Mu Yang's body was seriously damaged, his body would emit a blue-gold glow full of life. As the blue-gold light flashed, all the injuries on Mu Yang's body would be restored to their original state. If the blood stains on the surface of his skin had not been wiped off, it would be impossible to detect that his body had been injured before. This blue-gold light was nothing else but one of the 2 soul bone skills attached to the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Wildfire cannot be extinguished, spring breeze blows and regenerates. As time passed, Mu Yang's body was injured again and again, but each time it was restored under the treatment of the 100,000-year-old soul bone skills. After countless cycles of destruction and recovery, finally, the 9 golden halos that constantly impacted Mu Yang's body had completely turned blood red, and then returned to 1, turning into a huge blood red halo with golden lines that appeared around Mu Yang's body. Boom! A burst of explosions sounded, and Mu Yang's whole body shook, and his clothes were shattered. Fortunately, the external soul bone that appeared, crystal scale armor, avoided the embarrassment of Mu Yang's clothes exploding. Then, the surrounding heaven and earth energy swarmed in, forming a small cloud of energy above Mu Yang's head, and then funneled into the huge golden blood-colored halo. Because the age of the God-given soul ring condensed by Mu Yang was too high, the initial energy contained in it was slightly insufficient, and it was necessary to pry the energy of the outside world to supplement it. Otherwise, the God-given soul ring formed was in place in terms of age, but the energy contained in it and the soul skill effect formed were not worthy of the super high soul ring age. The sun and the moon cycled, alternating back and forth, and it was the 3rd day in a blink of an eye. In the open space in front of the Hell Road in the secret realm God Mountain, Mu Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground to absorb the God-given soul ring to advance, suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum. Boom! The rising powerful momentum awakened Shui Binger, who was meditating and practicing not far away, and immediately got up and ran to Mu Yang. Crackle crackle dash! A crisp and low explosion sounded from his body, and Mu Yang opened his eyes, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Mu Yang, your 8th soul ring is so strange, what is the meaning of these 3 golden lines? After taking a closer look, Shui Binger found that Mu Yang's body was better than ever before, and breathed a sigh of relief, and focused her attention on the 100,000-year-old 8th soul ring with 3 golden lines that bloomed from Mu Yang's body. Without waiting for Mu Yang to answer, Shang, who had arrived at some point, explained, a 100,000-year soul ring is red, while soul rings over 100,000 years old are red with golden lines. Each golden line in the soul ring represents 100,000 years. Your Highness's 100,000-year-old 8th soul ring has 3 golden lines, which means that this 8th soul ring is at least 300,000 years old. 300,000 years. Shui Binger widened her eyes upon hearing this. Apart from anything else, the age of this soul ring alone exceeds the combined age of the 9 soul rings of the 9-ring title Douluo with the best soul ring ratio. Mu Yang, what is your level? A soul ring of 300,000 years should be able to improve it a lot, right? Shui Binger couldn't help asking. Level 83 soul Douluo, and the accumulation of soul power at this level is more than half. Although after advancing to the 8th ring, due to the significant increase in soul power in the body, the level of soul power control inevitably decreased a lot, but Mu Yang could still accurately perceive his own soul power level. That is, the quality of his soul power is much higher than that of ordinary soul masters of the same level, and the soul power accumulation required for promotion needs to be greater. Otherwise, with a soul ring of 300,000 years, the increase in soul power level will definitely be more than 3.5 levels. Suddenly, Shui Binger couldn't help but say with excitement, 83 level more than half? Then if you add a divine soul ring to the second martial soul, the soul power level will be worse. Can it reach level 87 soon? If there is another God-given soul ring in the future, won't it be possible to break through the 9-ring titled Douluo? Most likely not. I can feel that if a God-given soul ring is added to the second martial soul now, the age will definitely not reach 300,000 years. Mu Yang shook his head. Why? Shui Binger asked puzzled. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Binger, have you forgotten the twin martial soul masters who appeared in the mainland soul master world in the past? How did they fall? You know, he already has 300,000-year soul rings and one 300,000-year soul ring. If you count the 10,000-year soul rings, the total age of all soul rings has exceeded 750,000 years. Such a high total age of soul rings has brought him tremendous pressure to bear. Although this pressure is not obvious at ordinary times, it is very fatal when adding high-year soul rings later. It is precisely because of this that the twin martial soul masters in the mainland soul master world in the past were basically blown up in the process of adding soul rings. It is true that he has many top-grade soul bones in his body and has practiced the unique skills of body forging, but the total age of his soul rings is also several times that of the same level soul masters. If he does not find a way to improve his physical fitness in the future, dances on the edge of the knife again, and pursues the ultimate soul ring, his body may collapse directly. It can be said that unless all subsequent high-year soul rings were obtained by the self-sacrifice of soul beasts, otherwise Mu Yang would not dare to continue playing like this in the short term. Of course, now that the soul power level has advanced to the 8th ring, the quality of soul power has undergone a qualitative change, and the critical value of practicing sun body refining has also skyrocketed. In the following period of time, as long as he practices diligently, his physical strength will be greatly improved. When he breaks through the 90th level of quasi-title Douluo in the future, if the attached soul ring is still a divine soul ring, the age will definitely exceed 300,000 years. What's more, among his 6 soul bone positions, the trunk soul bone position is still empty. After refining the trunk soul bone with the strongest effect on improving physical fitness, the physical strength can also be greatly improved. Even after deducing the special secret method of improving the age of soul bones, by increasing the age of soul bones, his physical strength can also skyrocket, and the future is promising. End of this chapter. 307 Chapter 307 Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng. 307. By the way, the 2 soul skills formed by such a high-year soul ring should be very strong, right? Shui Binger refocused her attention on Mu Yang's 8th soul skill. The 8th soul ring only formed a soul skill, but the soul skill effect is indeed very strong. As he spoke, Mu Yang's 8th soul ring shone, and he silently chanted the soul spell. As the soul power in his body dropped sharply, a gorgeous silver light appeared in his hand, and a 3-inch long silver ginseng suddenly condensed. Raising the silver soul ginseng in his hand, Mu Yang smiled and said, "Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng, after eating it, you will gain the ability of immortality within a quarter of an hour. The soul power in the body is not dry, and the eater cannot be killed. Even if the body is broken and the soul is annihilated, it can be restored to its original state. There is no doubt that this is a very effective life-saving soul skill." According to the feedback from the martial soul, after taking the Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng, unless the opponent's attack strength can reach the god level, any level of opponent will not be able to kill the eater who still has soul power in his body within a quarter of an hour. However, it is not entirely true to say that the Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng has no shortcomings. Energy is conserved. The premise of having the ability of immortality after eating is that the eater still has enough soul power in his body. If the soul power in the body is insufficient, even if the effect of the Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng is still there, it will not be able to recover from injuries or exempt from death. Immortal body? This effect is very strong, but except for the 7th soul ring, can't soul rings over 100,000 years form 2 soul skills? Why is there only 1 soul skill in yours? Shui Binger asked, somewhat puzzled. For example, the 100,000 year soft bone rabbit soul ring and the 100,000 year sky blue bull python soul ring each brought Mu Yang to 100,000 year soul skills. After the voice fell, Shang beside him explained, "This theory is wrong. Although under normal circumstances, a 100,000 year soul ring can form 2 soul skills, it is not absolute. In addition to the 7th soul skill, sometimes only 1 soul skill is formed. However, the rules of the world are fair. Apart from the factors of the strength of the martial soul, if a 100,000 year soul ring only forms 1 soul skill, then the effect must be very strong, which is not comparable to an ordinary 100,000 year soul skill. In addition, as far as I know, the situation where a soul ring of 100,000 years and above forms only 1 soul skill mostly appears on the God-given soul ring. This is not that the 100,000 year God-given soul ring is not as good as the soul ring of the soul beast of the same year. On the contrary, it is because the God-given soul ring and the soul master's martial soul are too compatible, forming a powerful soul skill, which makes the soul skill attached to the 100,000 year God-given soul ring usually only have 1. So that's why the 100,000 year God-given soul rings of the Shrek 7 Devils in the original novel seem to have only 1 soul skill. Hearing Shang's explanation, Mu Yang suddenly realized. As for Ning Rongrong and Oscar's resurrection light? Strictly speaking, this martial soul fusion skill was not formed by the 100,000 year God-given 9th soul ring of the 2, but appeared because of the inheritance of the god of food and the 9-colored goddess. The next day, Mu Yang and Shui Binger went to Shenshan Square. In front of the Shura statue on Shenshan Square is the test site for the 3rd test, the Killing Light. Your Highness, Trialer, this level tests your will. While testing your will, the Killing Light will strengthen your soul power, physique and mental strength. Of course, in your case, the Killing Light will strengthen your soul power, physique and mental strength. The Divine Light probably cannot have a great strengthening effect. Coming to the Shura statue, the examiner Shang said to Mu Yang and the others. 300,000 year soul rings and 1 300,000 year soul ring. This is enough to prove that Mu Yang's physique is strong and rare in the world. As for mental power, Shang can also vaguely perceive that Mu Yang's magnificent mental power has definitely reached the 9-ring level. It can be said that Mu Yang's biggest shortcoming among the 3 elements of the body is soul power. Although it is also far superior to the soul masters of the same level, it is obviously much worse when compared with physical strength and mental power. But the strength of the Killing Divine Light is precisely linked to the soul power level of the examinee. For other examinees, the Killing Divine Light can purify soul power, strengthen the physique, strengthen the mental power, and build a strong foundation, so that the examinees with poor foundations can close the gap with the genius, or make the genius stand out from the crowd and become the strongest genius in the world of soul masters. But Mu Yang is different. His foundation is very strong. In terms of physique and mental power, he is much stronger than the examinees of the same level who have passed the test of the Killing Divine Light. In this way, Mu Yang's benefits in this level of assessment are destined to be relatively limited, especially in terms of physique and mental power, where he can hardly get any benefits. Then, a dark red stream of light surged out from the hand of Shang and sank into the majestic Shura statue in front of him. The next moment, the Shura statue seemed to come alive, and a burst of red light flashed in its huge eyes, and the surging red light surged out, with the divine light. The statue was the center, and the area within 100 meters was shrouded in red killing light. As soon as the killing light appeared, Mu Yang, who was standing in front of the statue, felt a cold killing intent seeping into his body, and a pain came from his whole body, as if he had awakened the killing god domain after passing through the hell road. Although the pain was not strong, and could even be said to be very slight, it still made Mu Yang feel a little uncomfortable. However, this cold killing intent did not only bring pain. After all, the assessment was not just torture. Mu Yang could feel that under the effect of this cold killing intent, the soul power in his body, which was originally slightly empty due to the sudden increase in level, became a little purer. Although the degree of this purity was extremely small, Mu Yang still noticed it. As for physical strength and mental strength, what Shang said before was true. Because it was already strong enough, it did not improve. Time passed by, and gradually, the killing intent that penetrated into the body became colder and colder. While the efficiency of the killing divine light and purifying soul power became higher, the pain caused by the killing intent penetrating the body began to intensify. No wonder the test of this level is to persist for a certain period of time. Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself as he silently endured the pain that swept through his body caused by the killing intent penetrating his body. There is no doubt that the initial strength of the killing divine light is linked to the soul power level of the examinee, but as time goes by, the strength of the killing divine light will gradually increase. It may be easy to bear at the beginning, but as time goes by, when the strength of the killing divine light increases, the pain that needs to be endured must be not weak, which is why there is a one-time test of persistence time. Otherwise, if the strength of the killing divine light remains fixed, it will be difficult for examinees with poor foundations to improve in the assessment. And it is precisely because of this that Shang said before that this level tests willpower. Of course, after figuring out the assessment mechanism of the killing god light, Mu Yang felt a little regretful. This thing is not the same as the sea god light of the sea god assessment, and it can't play a role in accelerating cultivation. End of this chapter. 308 Chapter 308 The fourth test, the experience of the strong. 308. In a blink of an eye, nearly 8 hours have passed. In front of the Shura statue, Shui Bing'er suffered the pain of the killing intent penetrating her body and sweeping her body. She glanced at the hourglass timer placed not far away, and realized that her soul power still had a certain room for improvement under the tempering of the killing intent. She decisively gave up the assessment and withdrew from the coverage of the killing god light. With Taiyin refining god in hand, Shui Bing'er's mental power is not as good as Mu Yang of the same level, but it is also very good. And the strong mental power can significantly improve the will of the soul master. Although the pain caused by the killing intent penetrating the body is gradually increasing, it has not reached the point where Shui Bing'er cannot bear it. Taiyin refining spirit creates a strong mental force, and Taiyang refining body creates a strong physique, which makes Shui Bing'er's shortcomings in the three elements of the body the same as Mu Yang's, all of which are soul power. Although the physique and mental power cannot be improved, since there is still a certain room for improvement in the soul power in the body under the cover of the killing divine light, Shui Bing'er naturally will not think about completing the assessment immediately, at least until the killing divine light can no longer bring her any help. 2 hours later, Mu Yang also repeated Shui Bing'er's operation, trying his best to maximize the assessment benefits. Although the assessment started again, the intensity of the killing divine light in the same assessment time period is exactly the same as the last assessment, but as long as it can play the effect of purifying soul power, it doesn't matter if the purification efficiency is slow, just do it a few more times. However, after 3 days, Mu Yang and the others had to stop this kind of operation. Due to the time limit for completing the assessment, the maximum strength of the killing divine light cannot be increased indefinitely. In addition, the extreme ice meditation method and ice flame meditation method make the soul power of the two people at a disadvantage among the three elements of the body, but still because they were not comparable to ordinary soul masters of the same level, the killing divine light could no longer purify the soul power of the two in just 3 days. If they continued to waste time, not only would there be no benefit, but they would also have to endure the pain brought by the killing intent infiltrating their bodies. Naturally, Mu Yang and the others would not choose to suffer in vain, and they completed the test one after another. After persisting in the killing divine light for 8 hours at a time, a red stream of light surged out from the 8-pointed star mark at the center of Shui Binger's eyebrows, and turned into a red light curtain in front of her. Then the light curtain broke and turned into dots of red light and re-injected. The next moment, a majestic voice sounded from Shui Binger's mind. The third test of the top 8 tests, Killing Divine Light, completed. Reward, soul power level increased by 1 level, and all soul rings increased by 3,000 years. After the majestic voice fell, Shui Binger's aura immediately improved, and her soul power level increased from level 74 Soul Saint to level 75 Soul Saint. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix martial spirit automatically emerged, and 7 soul rings of purple, 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 black, 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 and red bloomed. Then, the 7 soul rings blooming on Shui Binger all emitted a faint red glow. The changes in the first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 7th soul rings were not very obvious, but the colors became darker to varying degrees, but the change in the 3rd soul ring was very obvious. The color of the 3rd soul ring began to deepen rapidly, from dark purple to purple with black, and finally completely transformed into a black 10,000-year soul ring. Due to the fact that she had taken a lot of whale glue and her physical fitness had greatly improved, Shui Binger's 3rd soul ring had an initial age of nearly 5,000 years. Completing the first test increased the age by 1,000 years, the second test increased the age by 2,000 years, and now the third test increased the age by another 3,000 years, a total of 6,000 years, making the 3rd soul ring, which was less than 5,000 years old, transformed into a black 10,000-year soul ring. At this point, Shui Binger's soul ring configuration has reached purple, purple, black, 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 red, which is unattainable for ordinary soul masters of the same level. A few hours later, Mu Yang, who had persisted in the killing light for 12 hours at a time, also passed the test successfully. The third test of Shura God test was completed, and Shura God's affinity increased by 10%, a total of 25%, soul power increased by 1 level, the level was promoted to 84th level Soul Douluo, and the age of all soul rings was increased by another 3,000 years. Mu Yang was very satisfied with the reward of soul power improvement. After all, he is now in 8-ring Soul Douluo and has long lost the bonus of fairy grass power. If he relies solely on his own talent and hard work, it would be very good to be able to increase 2 soul power levels in a year. The first level of soul power can save him about half a year of training time. The only pity is that the assessment reward does not have the God-given soul ring he wants most. Except for the 9th test, which would allow one to ascend to godhood after completion, even if each subsequent test would reward 1 God-given soul ring after completion, there would only be 5 at most, and the soul ring gap of his 2 martial souls was as many as 8. Obviously, because the twin martial souls needed double the number of soul rings, Mu Yang could not rely entirely on the God test in terms of soul rings, and he had to find a way to solve it himself. The third test of Shura ended, and Mu Yang's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness to check the content of the 4th test. The 4th test of Shura, the experience of the strong, defeat any titled Douluo with a soul power level of not less than level 95, or hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, time limit, 1 year. Seeing the content of the 4th test, Mu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There are 2 ways to complete this test, one is to defeat a titled Douluo with a level of 95 or above, and the other is to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. Undoubtedly, Mu Yang can only choose the first one, to go to the outside world to find a titled Douluo of level 95 to beat him up. After all, if the second option is chosen, 100,000-year soul beasts are rare on the continent, and it will take an unknown amount of time just to find the target, which is much more troublesome than finding a titled Douluo of level 95 or above. Although there is still a 100,000-year soul beast in the Shura secret realm, the requirement of the test is to hunt rather than defeat it. This 100,000-year blue dolphin is very suitable for my sister-in-law Shui Yuer, so Mu Yang will naturally not set his sights on it. Then, Mu Yang turned his head and looked at Shui Binger. My 4th test task is to assist you in completing the test. Shui Binger understood Mu Yang's meaning in seconds and said with a strange look on her face. The content of her 4th test has marked the task of Mu Yang's 4th test, defeating a titled Douluo of level 95 or above, or hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. Compared to hunting a 100,000-year soul beast, it is naturally easier to defeat a titled Douluo of level 95. Shui Binger automatically ignored the way to complete the test by hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. It seems that Lord Shura's eyesight is not very good. The assessment target is just a level 95 title Douluo. Shui Binger doesn't think Mu Yang really needs her help. With the Spirit Gold battle armor in hand, Shui Binger feels that she can defeat level 95 title Douluos like Zhu and Gui from the Spirit Hall, not to mention Mu Yang, who is of a higher level and stronger. End of this chapter. 309 Ask for a day off. I have something to ask for a day off today. End of this chapter. 310 Chapter 309 Farewell to Tang Fozu, Murderous Intent appears, Part 1. 310. Congratulations, Your Highness, on completing the third test. Shang stepped forward to congratulate. After some politeness, Mu Yang asked, Senior, for the next fourth test, Binger and I need to leave the secret realm and defeat a title Douluo of no less than level 95 to complete it. I wonder where the exit of the secret realm is. The entrance and exit of the Shura secret realm is in the hands of Shang. If you want to after completing the fourth test, Shang needs to open the space channel to send him and Shui Binger back to the outside world. I wonder when Your Highness plans to leave the secret realm? Shang asked with a smile. Looking up at the sky, Mu Yang said, Tomorrow, let's take a night's rest first. The alternation of day and night in the Shura secret realm is synchronized with the outside world. It is already evening now, and Mu Yang plans to leave the secret realm with Shui Binger tomorrow. After all, from the beginning to the end of the third test, the killing divine light, he and Shui Binger have never rested, and they also endured the pain caused by the killing intent infiltrating their bodies during the process. It is necessary to take a good night's rest and adjust their state. Shang nodded, Okay, Your Highness, you can come here again tomorrow morning, and I will open the channel to leave the secret realm at that time. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Mu Yang bowed his hands. That night, Shang appeared in the Shura temple outside the secret realm, and then the King of Killing received a warning. Before the fifth test, attack the examiner and you will die. If the King of Slaughter was Tang Chen who had not been parasitized, Shang would definitely not have issued this warning. After all, the world itself is not absolutely fair. One cannot force the challenged to be at the same level as the later challengers, otherwise it would be the greatest injustice to the challenged first. But although the current King of Slaughter is the previous examiner Tang Chen has been parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Strictly speaking, the King of Slaughter is not an examiner. And in the eyes of Shang, since the great Lord God King gave the oracle, Tang Chen, the former prince, is no longer the prince of his servant. In order to ensure that Mu Yang, who is valued by the great Lord God King, will not be killed by the King of Slaughter before the competitive assessment, this warning becomes a matter of course. Of course, Mu Yang does not know this. To be honest, it was only the King of Slaughter, not Tang Chen who had regained consciousness. With the Spirit Gold battle armor and the martial soul fusion skill in hand, Mu Yang was really not afraid at all. The foundation of Invincible on Land is solid. Even after completing the seventh test of the Shura God test, Tang Chen's strength is definitely stronger than when he was just named Invincible on Land. It can be said that before being attacked by the Black Hand of the Rakshasa God, Tang Chen, who had already completed the 7 tests at that time, if he fought against Jiandaoliu and Bo Sixi again, excluding the factors of the two gods mobilizing their divine power, it is possible that Tang Chen would not be invincible on land, but invincible in the world. After all, how can the strength not be improved after experiencing 7 divine tests? But Tang Chen is Tang Chen, and the King of Slaughter is the King of Slaughter. The two cannot be confused. Parasitism is not rebirth. The blood-red 9-headed Bat King only occupies Tang Chen's body, which does not mean that the King of Slaughter can use the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul. The reason why Tang Chen was named invincible on land was that the soul power of the 99th level Peerless Douluo was only the foundation. The most important factor was the domineering Clear Sky Hammer spirit and the various unique skills based on the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. How much strength can the blood-red 9-headed Bat King exert as invincible on land when the spirit cannot be used and the unique skills are not proficient? In addition, Tang Chen has been parasitized for many years and his body is seriously depleted. Whether the King of Slaughter can beat Tang Hao is still a question worth studying. The next morning, in the inner city of the Slaughter City. In the empty blood-colored hall, a white light suddenly lit up in front of the Shura statue, and then the white light spread and turned into a white light curtain. Then, a ripple appeared on the white light curtain, and 2 blue-haired figures walked out of it. Mu Yang, the assessment period is a full year, which is very generous. Should we go back to the academy first? Shui Binger asked Mu Yang. Nodding, Mu Yang said, just go back to the academy, but don't just go back to take a look. The goal of this test is to defeat a titled Douluo with a level of no less than 95. My uncle is a titled Douluo of level 95. We can complete the test by fighting him after we go back. As for the subsequent fifth test, if nothing unexpected happens, we will face the King of Slaughter. This guy is a bit dangerous. Let's come to the Slaughter City when we are ready. The goal of the test is to defeat a titled Douluo of level 95 or above. Then there is no need to find someone else, just find my uncle Huo Lai directly. Huo Lai, my eldest nephew, is really filial. And the ready that Mu Yang said does not mean that he has any secret weapon, but that he is ready to condense the soul core. Now that his soul power level has advanced to the 8th ring, it is time to condense the soul core. As for Shui Binger, although her level is much lower, only 7 rings, her mental power is far superior to her soul power, and because she is proficient in secret techniques, her soul power control level is good, and it should not be difficult to condense the first soul core. The difference in strength between soul masters with or without soul cores is still quite obvious. Not to mention more, at least it can greatly improve the endurance of martial soul fusion skills. On the other side, Tang San, who has entered the killing city not long ago but has already become famous, walked on the streets of the inner city and headed to the Hell Killing Field in the central area. Father said that you can leave the killing city after winning 100 consecutive games in the Hell Killing Field. As of yesterday, I have won 5 consecutive games, and the progress has reached 1/20th. It seems that this 100 consecutive wins is not difficult. While being alert to the sneak attacks of the fallen people passing by, Tang San thought to himself. Of course, Tang San also knew that he, a soul king who had just entered the 5th ring, the main reason why he could commit atrocities in the Slaughter City was that the Slaughter City restricted soul masters from using soul skills. Ordinary soul masters were restricted from using soul skills, and their strength could be said to be reduced by 80% to 90%. But he was different. It was okay to be restricted from using soul skills. He still had the secret skills of the Tang sect and the inherited unique skills of the Haoshan sect, especially the Chaos Cloak Hammer method and Haoshan 9 absolutes that he had practiced diligently in the past 2 years. The power he burst out was stronger than the soul skills of the Blue Silver Emperor. What's more, when facing a few tough guys, even if he was not a match for them with his unique skills, he still had powerful Tang sect hidden weapons in his storage soul guide. In the past, due to insufficient funds, the most powerful hidden weapon he made was only the Zudge Divine Crossbow. But since returning to the Haoshan sect, he is no longer the little jerk that no one loves, but the nephew of the sect master. Some precious materials and poisons for making high-level hidden weapons, not to mention that he could squander them at will, but it is not a problem for him to make 1 or 2 powerful hidden weapons. It can be said that the unique skills and hidden weapons are Tang San's greatest assets for survival in the Slaughter City. End of this chapter. 311 Chapter 310 Goodbye to Tang Fozu, Murderous Intent appears, Part 2. 311. Turning a corner, Tang San suddenly saw 2 blue-haired figures walking towards him in front of the street. At the first moment, Tang San recognized Mu Yang and the others. At the Soul Master competition, the Shrek team was defeated by the Blazing Academy team and the Tian Shui Academy team led by Mu Yang and the others, and it was a miserable defeat without any ability to fight back. Tang San was very impressed by Mu Yang and Shui Binger. Why are they also in the Slaughter City? Tang San couldn't help but think to himself. There is no doubt that in Tang San's eyes, Mu Yang and the others are like himself, different from those fallen ones, and they all came to the Slaughter City to train. Unfortunately, Tang San didn't know that the 2 people who appeared in the Slaughter City were not newcomers, but came to take the God test. Tang San saw Mu Yang and the others. Mu Yang and Shui Binger, who were not blind, naturally discovered Tang San. However, Shui Binger didn't care. She just thought that Tang San, who looked young and had little killing aura, was a practitioner who came to the Slaughter City to train like them at the beginning. She didn't know that the blue-haired figure in front was Tang San. But Mu Yang was different. Although Tang San's appearance was very different from what he saw at the beginning, he still immediately recognized that this was Tang San after the awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. After being stunned, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and he sent out his mental power to perceive the surrounding situation. As far as he knew, Tang Hao had paid attention to Tang San's training journey in the Slaughter City. This guy was probably hiding in the dark to protect his own son. After all, Tang Hao placed all his hopes for revenge on Tang San, who had full innate soul power and twin martial souls, and he must not let Tang San go wrong. As expected, Mu Yang sensed Tang Hao's breath hundreds of meters away. Do it. Or not. Do it. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang gritted his teeth and sent a voice message to Shui Binger, Binger, martial soul fusion skill. Hearing this, Shui Binger was stunned and looked surprised. However, after being surprised, Shui Binger immediately possessed the Ice Phoenix martial soul, and the spirit gold battle armor materialized, and a gorgeous ice blue glow appeared on her body. Although Shui Binger didn't understand why Mu Yang suddenly released the martial soul fusion skill, since Mu Yang arranged it this way, there must be a reason for it. Now is not the time to ask the reason. The next moment, Mu Yang, who was also possessed by the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul and manifested in the spirit gold battle armor, ignited a layer of illusory ice blue flames. Martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The brilliant ice blue light bloomed, and the 2 purple, 4 black and 3 red soul rings of the Ice Phoenix martial soul and the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul gathered together. Then the figures of the 2 disappeared, replaced by an ice blue figure with flying hair. With the Killing God domain, the special environment of the Slaughter City can no longer restrict the 2 from having soul rings when the martial soul is possessed. Of course, it is not only the Killing God domain that can lift this restriction, but also Mu Yang's Ice Flame domain. With the effect of the domain skill, Flawless Pure Flame ignoring the suppression and breaking effects of other domains, even without the Killing God domain, Mu Yang can release soul rings and soul skills in the Slaughter City. Looking at the martial soul fusion skills activated by Mu Yang and the others on the street ahead, Tang San was dumbfounded. What is going on? Shui Binger, who is not much different from him in age, is now a 7-ring soul saint, and also has a 100,000 year 7th soul ring? And Mu Yang, like him, is also a twin spirit master, and the second spirit has 2 100,000 year soul rings? Not only do they have 100,000 year soul rings, but they can also use spirit fusion skills? It's outrageous. Well, the question is, who are they targeting when they release their spirit fusion skills? They can't be showing off, right? Thinking like this, Tang San couldn't help but look back. From beginning to end, Tang San didn't think that the 2 were targeting him. After all, he was just a small 5-ring soul king, so why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Let alone Mu Yang and his companions who have greatly improved their strength now, even Mu Yang and Shui Binger at the Soul Master competition, he was not sure that he could deal with them. Moreover, after the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, his appearance and soul power have changed dramatically compared to before. In the eyes of the 2, he is a stranger. Wait, the Slaughterland does not restrict the use of soul skills, and after the martial soul is attached or manifested, it cannot be released. Release the spirit ring? Why can Mu Yang and Shui Binger have spirit rings when releasing their martial spirits? Killing God domain. Suddenly, Tang San's pupils shrank sharply, and he thought of the key point. If he remembered correctly, his father once said that the environment of the Killing City is special. Only after winning 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field, passing the Hell Road, and possessing the Killing God domain, can one use spirit skills in the Killing City where the use of spirit skills is restricted. In other words, Mu Yang and Shui Binger are already the second killing gods of the world? Restraining the shock in his heart, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the ice blue figure in front of him, Tang San swallowed hard, then moved to the side of the street, making way for the road, and retreated to the back without a trace. Looking at this rhythm, the battle is about to break out. Although it is not clear who the opponent of the 2 is, it must be a tough guy. With his small body, he should not join in the fun, so as not to become a big deal. However, as soon as Tang San made a move, he felt a strong spiritual force surging into his sea of consciousness. Facing the soul-stealing secret technique activated by Mu Yang, even though Tang San's spiritual power far exceeded that of the soul masters of the same level, he was powerless to resist. In an instant, Tang San's consciousness was controlled by Mu Yang. There is a saying that the living Buddha Tang may not be a good Buddha, but the dead Tang San is definitely a good Tang San. Feeling that he is now fully grown, Mu Yang is ready to launch the plan that failed to be successfully completed during the previous Soul Master competition. After all, he took away the 100,000 year old Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone, secretly planned a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and Xiao Wu exploded some time ago. He and Tang San have long been irreconcilable. If Tang San knew what he had done, Mu Yang could foresee that in terms of hatred alone, he was afraid that he would be above the Wuhan Hall. He is not Bibi Dong. Since the hatred has long been formed, it is natural to cut the Gordian knot as quickly as possible to avoid it becoming a disaster in the future. After thinking about it, Mu Yang did not destroy Tang San's soul immediately. He used his unique body movement skills, the immortal step, and appeared beside Tang San in a flash. Then the ice blue light bloomed, and the wings of ice flame stretched behind him. Mu Yang, who turned into the ice phoenix flame shadow, picked up Tang San and flew towards the exit of the slaughter city at a high speed. The hatred of killing his son is irreconcilable. If he kills Tang San directly at this moment, he will have a battle with Tang Hao. And Tang Hao is not a weakling. When Haoshan's true body is opened and the 9 rings are exploded, few people in the Soul Master world can be his opponent. If the battlefield is placed in the slaughter city, then the subsequent slaughter city will most likely be reduced to ruins. As the successor to the Shura god, Mu Yang has long regarded the slaughter city as his own private property. In order to reduce losses, it is better to place the battlefield outside. You are so brave, don't run away. When Mu Yang and the other two activated the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Tang Hao sensed the extremely powerful soul power that suddenly rose in the distance. Seeing that this unknown strong man dared to kidnap his son, he immediately shouted angrily. End of this chapter. 312 Chapter 311 Tang Foes Who Turned into Ashes, Part 1. 312. If the most heavily guarded place in the killing city is undoubtedly the exit. The biggest reason why the killing city can be said to have no exit is that the guards at the exit are very strict. Most of the masters of the law enforcement team take turns to station at the exit to prevent the crazy people who don't know how to live or die from breaking out of the killing city. Generally speaking, the 9 rings titled Douluo will not come to the killing city. The soul power level of the soul masters who enter the killing city is at most the 8th environment realm. In addition, the special environment of the killing city restricts ordinary soul masters from using soul skills. In addition to the captain of the 9 ring titled Douluo level, there are also 8 ring soul Douluo level masters in the law enforcement team, and all of them have been granted the authority to use soul skills by the King of Slaughter. In this way, the law enforcement team can easily deal with the madmen who cannot use soul skills. The masters of the law enforcement team guarding the exit all noticed the sudden rise of terrifying momentum in the city, and they all possessed their martial spirits and manifested their weapon spirits, waiting in full battle formation to prevent any madman from escaping the slaughter city in the chaos. As for the order in the city, with the great King of Slaughter, no matter how strong the unknown strongman is, he will inevitably be suppressed. But things were somewhat beyond the expectations of the law enforcement team. After the appearance of that terrifying aura, another powerful aura appeared in the city, and both of them seemed to be rushing towards the exit at a very fast speed. Captain, will you stop them? Aware of the terrifying aura approaching quickly from a distance, an elite of the law enforcement team at the 8th ring level asked his captain, Yan Mo, with a bitter face. Humph. As a member of the law enforcement team of the City of Slaughter, it is our mission to maintain the order of the City of Slaughter, so of course. No, it's the God of Slaughter, run. With a cold snort, Yan Mo, who claimed to be a loyal subordinate of the King of Slaughter, unceremoniously reprimanded the subordinate who asked this question. But just as he was organizing his men to bite the bullet and prepare to go ahead, he saw an ice-blue figure flying in the air from afar, with a circle of invisible domain filled with monstrous murderous intent blooming on his body. At the first moment, Yan Mo recognized that this was the domain of the God of Slaughter. Although Yan Mo had no impression of this God of Slaughter and didn't know where he came from, it didn't prevent him from recognizing the domain of the God of Slaughter and hurriedly calling his men to make way. Just kidding, I was ready to bite the bullet before, because once someone ran out of the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter, if he is held accountable, he, the captain of the law enforcement team, will be in big trouble. And the great King of Slaughter must have noticed the situation here. The law enforcement team only needs to work together to resist for a while, and the great King of Slaughter will arrive and capture the madman who broke into the exit. But since the newcomer has the domain of the God of Slaughter and is the God of Slaughter City, the situation is different. The domain of the God of Slaughter is a pass to enter and exit the Slaughter City freely, and the key point is that every God of Slaughter has a bad temper. In addition, the aura emanating from this unknown God of Slaughter is very strong, and the speed is so fast, it is obvious that there is an urgent matter. If you don't give way, you really think you have lived too long? Unfortunately, everyone is still a step late. Although the road was given way, before they ran far, except for the Captain Yan Mo who was a 9-ring titled Douluo who could barely resist, all the law enforcement team members guarding the exit were pressed to the ground by the terrifying soul pressure that spread rapidly. With a whistling sound, an ice blue figure quickly passed through the exit passage. As the ice phoenix flame shadow holding Tang San in his hand entered the exit passage, the pervasive terrifying soul pressure dissipated, and the law enforcement team members who were previously pressed to the ground got up from the ground with lingering fear. But before they could stand firm, another terrifying soul pressure quickly permeated, and the unlucky law enforcement team members were once again pressed to the ground. Although Tang Hao, whose ring had not yet exploded, had a less powerful aura than the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, for the law enforcement team members who were not really masters, there was no essential difference between the two, and they were both irresistible. After Tang Hao left, the many law enforcement team members who were pressed to the ground by the soul pressure got up from the ground with lingering fear on their faces. Although they lost face, and lost it twice in a row, they were not angry in their hearts, but were glad that their lives were still there. What is a killing god? If you look at the other person for a second longer, you may be killed. He doesn't reason with you, he only uses fists. He has killed countless people. He is called the god of killing. It's good enough to be able to save a life this time. It's no big deal to lose some face. Captain, do you think we have failed in our duty? The god of killing in front is holding a person in his hand. Counting the one who broke in from behind, 2 people have run out of the city of slaughter. Suddenly, a member of the law enforcement team said in a dilemma. Humph, you don't have any eyesight at all. Although the one behind didn't release the god of killing domain, he is also the god of killing in our city of slaughter, named Haoshan. Yan Mo snorted coldly and said unhappily. Is he Haoshan god of killing? The member of the law enforcement team said in surprise. Yes, it's him. Yan Mo nodded, and then continued, as for who the killing god in front is, I don't know, I didn't recognize him. In addition, this killing god also took someone out. Report this matter to the great king of slaughter truthfully. The other party is too strong, and we can't get involved. Captain is wise. Everyone complimented in unison. The ice blue figure quickly passed through the air and landed on a barren mountain more than 10 miles away from the entrance and exit of the slaughter city. Glancing at Tang San, who was controlled by him, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel happy. Tang Buddha, you are in my hands today, right? Tang family continent, or even Tang family god realm, must not appear. Mu Yang, who is this person? The person behind is Haoshan Douluo, right? Why is he chasing us? In the state of martial soul fusion, under the mental synchronization, Shui Binger's voice sounded from Mu Yang's heart. Tang San. Mu Yang gave the answer directly. You said he is Tang San. Are you sure? Shui Binger was a little bit unbelievable. It's not that she has never seen Tang San before, but the impression Tang San gave her was just a blue-silver grass spirit master with ordinary appearance but excellent talent and a few secret techniques. He is completely different from the person in front of her. If he is not Tang San, why would Tang Hao chase us? The big change in appearance is nothing more than the transformation and evolution of the martial soul. Don't forget, when my martial soul transformed and evolved, the color of my hair changed. After a pause, Mu Yang continued, Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit was inherited from his mother, the 100,000-year-old shape-shifting spirit beast blue-silver emperor, who has the blood of an emperor, and is not an ordinary blue-silver grass. Strictly speaking, this is not the evolution of his spirit, but the spirit that has somehow degenerated has awakened to its original true appearance. End of this chapter. 313 Chapter 312 Tang Fozu who turned into grey, Part 2. 313. Without any grudges, why did you catch Tang San? Shui Binger was a little puzzled. Binger, who told you that Tang San and I have no grudges? Mu Yang choked and said speechlessly. Oh, I remember, the shape-shifting spirit beast with the same name as Sister Huo Wu was killed by us, and Tang San and she seemed to be a couple. Shui Binger suddenly realized and thought of Xiao Wu who had turned into a spirit ring and spirit bone. Not only that, my 100,000-year-old right leg spirit bone was left behind by the blue-silver emperor after his death. In addition, during the spirit master competition, didn't Saroth of the Heaven Do Temple send people to attack us? I fought back the next day and controlled 2 cardinals to assassinate Tang San. Mu Yang showed his cards and stopped pretending to be a good guy. Shui Binger. Let's do it, Tang Hao will be here soon, we can't let him run away like the spirit hall did. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Binger said. To be fair, Tang Hao and his son did not provoke Mu Yang, but Mu Yang took the initiative to provoke Tang Hao and his son first. However, since the 2 sides have irreconcilable contradictions and are destined to become enemies, it is better to eliminate them as soon as possible, and not give the enemy any breathing space. There is no way, who makes her Mu Yang's fiancé? It is impossible for her to support Tang Hao and his son and oppose Mu Yang, right? This place is not far from the entrance and exit of the killing city. Sensing that Tang Hao, who is much slower, will arrive soon, Mu Yang nodded slightly, and his mind turned. The real illusion secret technique was activated, and the majestic mental power surged out, pulling Tang San's consciousness into the illusion. Mu Yang did not intend to kill Tang San by destroying his body, but adopted the method of annihilating his soul. After all, Tang San has a criminal record. If the former method is used to kill him, Tang San, whose soul has not been completely annihilated, will be reborn again and develop again in another world. Wouldn't that be a nuisance to himself? Although this situation is basically impossible to happen, Mu Yang will still not give Tang San any chance and directly eliminate the future trouble. In the real illusion, there are constant attacks on Tang San. Originally, these attacks were just illusions, but Mu Yang consumed his mental power as a price. Under the transformation of the real illusion secret technique, all these false attacks on Tang San were transformed into real mental attacks. Soon, under the continuous mental attacks, Tang San's soul was completely annihilated, and he collapsed to the ground, losing his breath. Tang San, dead. There was no blood rain from the sky, nor was there a collapse of the sky and the earth. Tang San, the son of destiny, died, and there was no strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. It can be seen that for the whole world, Tang San may be very important, but not crucial. Without Tang San, the sun will still rise as usual. Perhaps, when the second time traveler appears, the son of destiny is no longer Tang San. An ice-blue flame emitting a biting cold air appeared on the fingertips. The ice phoenix flame shadow flicked his finger and the ice flame fell on Tang San's body. Friends who often kill people know that it is easy to kill people but difficult to dispose of the body, but Mu Yang does not have this problem. He just lights the ice flame. In the end, what is left is at most a little white ash. Xiao San. No. Looking at the body lying on the ground in the distance, the hysterical grief sounded, and Tang Hao, who was a step late, finally arrived. Tang Hao, who always arrived at the critical moment in the past, was a step late this time and could only watch the ice flame fall on Tang San, who had lost his breath. The ice-blue flame spread rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it filled Tang San's entire body. After a while, Tang San's body, bathed in the ice flame, was burned to ashes, leaving only a little white ash to prove that he had existed. While the ice-blue flame burned Tang San's body, it also burned Tang Hao's hope of revenge on the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is powerful, with many spirit masters under its command, as well as many titled Douluo strongmen, and even the sky invincible Qian Daoliu sitting in charge. Tang Hao knew very well that he could not compete with the Spirit Hall with his own strength and the power of the Haoshan sect. Therefore, Tang Hao placed all his hopes for revenge on his good son Tang San, who had innate full spirit power and twin spirits. But now that his good son Tang San was burned to ashes by a handful of ice flames, Tang Hao completely lost hope of revenge. And not only was there no hope of revenge, but there was also a new hatred. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable, and that is not just talk. Although Tang Hao had a premonition in his early years that his eldest son Tang San was probably not his son, to be precise, his body was, but his soul was not necessarily. After all, whose child could be born with all kinds of exquisite secrets without being taught? Undoubtedly, Tang Hao was the most decadent during the period between the death of his wife Blue Silver Emperor and the awakening of Tang San's martial spirit. His wife was forced to death, his enemies were powerful, and there was no hope of revenge. His only son was very likely to be an unknown old monster, which was a big blow. It was also because of this that Tang San was very unpopular with Tang Hao when he was young. But Tang Hao's idea changed after Tang San awakened his martial spirit. Although his son was very likely not his own, since Tang San awakened the Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit and the Blue Silver Emperor martial spirit that had not yet fully awakened, Tang San it meant that he inherited the blood of himself and his wife. Tang San has the blood of himself and his wife, so even if his origin is complicated, the son he will have in the future will definitely be his grandson. If a soul master cannot become a god, he will turn into earth sooner or later. In this case, whether the son is his own or not is not so important. Anyway, it is enough for the grandson and his descendants to inherit his Tang family bloodline. After thinking this through, Tang Hao's attitude towards Tang San took a 180-degree turn. Hope was rekindled in despair, and the decadent Haoshan Douluo ushered in a new life. But the hope that was ignited in the past has now turned into nothingness under this ice-blue flame. How can Tang Hao not be angry? At this moment, the Yangtze River cannot extinguish the anger in Tang Hao's heart, and the vast sea cannot dilute the hatred in his heart. Die. 7th Soul Skill, Haoshan True Body. Revenge with his hopes dashed and his son's murder added to his hatred, the furious Tang Hao's 7th soul ring lit up, and a surge of black light bloomed, transforming into a huge black hammer-holding figure in midair. Haoshan Douluo is famous, and even the long-established angel Douluo Kyungsunji was defeated by you in the past. But today, I want to test the quality of Haoshan Douluo. After the words fell, 2 blue and 2 white halos surged out, and the power of the 4 domains of Ice Flame Domain, Ice Phoenix Domain, and Double Killing God Domain bloomed from the body of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. End of this chapter. 314 Chapter 313 Best Tactics. 314. The power that bloomed from Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow is called 4 domains, but in fact it can only be regarded as 3. Because Mu Yang and Shui Binger's respective Killing God domains have not grown to the limit, only the fusion of the 2 Killing God domains can be as effective as the Killing God domain that has grown to the limit. The dual fusion of the God of Death domain plus the Ice Flame domain and the Ice Phoenix domain, in terms of the domain, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow will be in an absolute advantage. In terms of soul power level, Tang Hao is still the same as when Mu Yang saw him last time, a level 95 titled Douluo. However, with the powerful foundation brought by the 100,000 year 9th soul ring and the fully equipped soul bone, Tang Hao's qualities in all aspects are not worse than those of ordinary level 96 titled Douluo. With the unique skills except the Great Zamuro Hammer, his combat power is still above the level 96 titled Douluo, and most likely not much worse than the level 97 titled Douluo. But Tang Hao's old injury has not healed, so he can't fight a protracted war. Referring to the original work, his own experience, and the battles of the strong men he has watched, in Mu Yang's opinion, Tang Hao in a normal state, the comprehensive strength is only at the level of a level 96 titled Douluo like Qianjun Jiangmo. If the 9 rings explode, it is estimated that he can compete with the level 98 titled Douluo with the best soul ring ratio. Of course, once Tang Hao uses the secret of the Great Zamuro Hammer, ring explosion, and also explodes multiple soul rings, then no matter what the final outcome is, Tang Hao will ascend to heaven. Mu Yang feels that this is a sure win. The reason why Kyungsunji lost to Tang Hao, who had just achieved the 9-ring title Douluo, was that he used the wrong tactics. If he had been replaced, he would definitely not have left the shame of generation after generation of Hammer King and Hammer Angel. Under normal conditions, Tang Hao's strength is just average, not much stronger than the 100,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape who died in his hands in the past. Compared to the time when he hunted the Titan Giant Ape, now his and Shui Binger's soul power levels have been qualitatively improved. Therefore, facing Tang Hao who did not explode the ring, Bing Huang Yanying can be said to be in his hands. As for Tang Hao's strength after the 9 rings exploded, the Hammer King is good at strength and attack, but not good at speed. Once this guy dared to play the ring explosion, Mu Yang would dare to retreat tactically without martial ethics, and use his speed that was much faster than Tang Hao to keep him at a distance. When the sequelae of the ring explosion occurred, he could easily take the head. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? This is called the best tactic. That is, Tang Hao's soul power level is much higher than his, and his soul bones are fully equipped, with the head soul bone to enhance his mental power. Mu Yang did not dare to be arrogant, otherwise a soul-sucking secret technique would lay the foundation for victory and directly destroy the Great Zamuro Hammer that Haoshan Douluo relied on to become famous. Die! With an angry shout, Tang Hao swung the pitch-black giant hammer in the hand of Haoshan's true body, which was as big as a mountain, and smashed it towards the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow on the barren mountain. Shua! Seeing this, the ice flame wings behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow fluttered, and before the pitch-black giant hammer as big as a mountain fell, the figure retreated repeatedly and flew into the air. To deal with a power-type opponent, you have to play to your advantage in speed. A head-on confrontation is not the best choice. Boom! The giant hammer fell, and a large piece of the barren mountain with sparse vegetation and severe weathering was directly smashed down, and a sound like an earthquake was heard. As expected of Haoshan Douluo, this hammer is powerful, but if you can't hit it, what can you do to me? Mu Yang, who avoided this powerful hammer and flew into the air, mocked. Although Tang Hao would definitely fight to the death with him after exploding Tang San, Mu Yang didn't mind adding a few more fires to make Tang Hao completely lose his mind. After all, after losing his mind, Tang Hao would become easier to deal with. Who? Faced with Mu Yang's mockery, Tang Hao didn't reply. His eyes full of hatred stared at the ice phoenix flame shadow, and he smashed it again, bringing a whistling sound like a sonic boom. But how could Mu Yang, who had been prepared, be hit so easily? A high-speed, high-attack ranged mage is not so easy to be hit by a melee warrior. As soon as Tang Hao threw his hammer, the ice phoenix flame left the spot. Secret technique, killing ice flame spear. Flapping his wings and retreating to a distance, a blue light flashed in the hands of the ice phoenix flame, and a 10-foot-long ice flame spear condensed. At the same time, the endless killing intent in the killing god's domain quickly poured into the ice flame spear. Soon, the killing intent accumulated to the limit, and the ice phoenix flame turned the power in his hands, carrying the killing ice flame spear with overwhelming killing intent and bursting out towards the distant Haoshan's real body. Don't take it head-on. Staring at the killing ice flame spear that was attacking, Tang Hao's heart sank, and he sensed a strong threat and immediately dodged. The next second, the killing ice flame spear that burst out passed by Haoshan's real body. Seeing this, Mu Yang was not annoyed. With a change of mind, the killing ice flame spear drew an ice blue arc in the air, turned the spear head, and shot it again at the back of Haoshan's real body. The attack secrets deduced by Mu Yang may not all be powerful, but they all have a very obvious advantage, that is, it can still be controlled after leaving the hand. It can be said that as long as there is a will, unless the distance is too far or it is destroyed by other means of attack, the secret technique performed by Mu Yang will definitely hit the target. If it were an ordinary opponent, he would most likely be stabbed in the back by the killing ice flame spear that turned its spearhead. But Tang Hao is not an ordinary soul master. As one of the most powerful soul masters in the mainland soul master world, he has rich practical experience, which is absolutely not comparable to ordinary soul masters. Although he had not expected this scene before, when the killing ice flame spear turned its spearhead and attacked again, Tang Hao still noticed it at the first time. Of course, this is not only because Tang Hao has rich practical experience, but also has a lot to do with his strong mental power and keen perception. But even though he saw through it, Tang Hao felt very frustrated in addition to hatred and anger. He knew that facing the secret method with the effect of mental locking, simply dodging would not work. After all, no one could guarantee that they would not make the slightest mistake in a fierce battle. The best way to deal with it was to destroy the secret method or kill the caster. As for the latter, he obviously couldn't do it, because the opponent was faster than him and didn't give him a chance to get close. As for the former, the power of this spear was extremely extraordinary and it was not easy to block. Humph! Big Sumeru Hammer. After avoiding the attacking killing ice flame spear again, Tang Hao was ruthless and used his trump card. The Haoshan sex inherited unique skill, Big Sumeru Hammer was running, and the 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red that bloomed around his body condensed into one and sank into the Haoshan hammer martial soul in his hand. In an instant, the pitch-black hammer in the hand of Haoshan's true body expanded again, and red lines emerged. The pitch-black hammer turned into blood red, exuding an extremely terrifying power. End of this chapter. 315 Chapter 314 I think you should be able to forgive me, right? 315. Right, that's interesting. Tang Hao started to get serious. Mu Yang was not surprised but happy, and secretly looked forward to it. He knew Tang Hao's trump card. Looking at the original work, this guy's most powerful means is the Great Sumeru Hammer. And the Great Sumeru Hammer has 2 uses. One is to condense all the soul rings into one, and inject them all into the Haoshan hammer martial soul, turning them into the purest power and attack power. The second is to explode the rings. After the rings are exploded, the power of the soul rings will burst out completely, turning into its own power, and integrating into the attack, generating a powerful force far beyond its original power. Comparing the two, the former is slightly less powerful, but has no obvious side effects, while the latter is more powerful, but the side effects are extremely obvious. At the moment, Tang Hao is using the first one, but if he still can't beat the Great Samurai Hammer, then he can only play with the ring explosion. Once the soul ring explodes, Tang Hao will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. As for running away, the hatred of killing his son is irreconcilable. With Tang Hao's temperament, it is basically impossible for him to run away. What's more, the speed of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow is still faster than Tang Hao, so even if Tang Hao wants to run away, he can't do it. The 9 soul rings are condensed into one, and the surging power gives Tang Hao enough confidence. Facing the killing ice flame spear that attacks again, this time he did not dodge again, but swung the blood-colored giant hammer as big as a mountain in his hand and smashed it fiercely at the killing ice flame spear. Boom! The hammer and spear intersected, accompanied by violent soul power fluctuations, and a thunderous roar sounded. Under the powerful impact force, the huge Haoshan real body in the air retreated repeatedly, and even many fine cracks appeared on the blood-colored giant hammer. However, Tang Hao, who was using the Great Samurai Hammer, was no slouch either. Under this powerful blow, the killing ice flame spear was directly smashed by the hammer, and turned into countless tiny ice flames. What? Looking at the fine cracks on the blood-colored giant hammer in his hand, Tang Hao was indescribably shocked. You know, he was in the state of Haoshan's true body, operating the Great Samurai Hammer secret method, and condensing the 9 soul rings into one to hit the hammer. Looking at the mainland Soul Master world, there are very few strong people who can withstand this hammer. As a result, it was unexpected that such a powerful hammer could not even do anything to the spear that the opponent could throw easily. Fortunately, the damage was not serious, and due to the special nature of the martial soul true body, consuming a little soul power could repair the cracks on the giant hammer, otherwise this battle would not be fought at all. In fact, although Tang Hao was not necessarily an opponent, he could not help but overestimate the strength of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The Killing Ice Flame Spear is a special attack formed by the secret art combined with the power of the domain. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this secret art is not difficult to perform, or even very easy, but only Mu Yang himself knows the difficulty. The reason why Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow can perform this special secret art so smoothly is entirely because Mu Yang's control ability in all aspects is extremely high. Of course, compared with the hammer that Tang Hao used after operating the Great Samurai Hammer secret art, the Killing Ice Flame Spear can't really be considered a big move. At least Mu Yang has no burden when performing it, and it is not a problem to shoot dozens of spears in a row. On the other hand, Tang Hao, this powerful hammer, will wilt within 10 hammers. Seeing that Tang Hao smashed the Killing Ice Flame Spear, Mu Yang didn't care. The 10-foot-long ice flame spear condensed in his hand again, and the cold killing intent surged wildly, and then another Killing Ice Flame Spear was thrown out. Despicable! Tang Hao cursed inwardly and had to bite the bullet and swing the hammer again to smash the attacking Killing Ice Flame Spear. Facing Mu Yang's extremely shameless long-range trick, Tang Hao had no other choice. Who made him lack effective long-range attack means, and his speed was not as fast as the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. As a slow and short-handed melee player, Tang Hao could only respond passively. After all, using the giant hammer in his hand to smash the attacking Killing Ice Flame Spear is better than using his chest, back or head to resist it. The battle continued. Although Tang Hao was not completely defeated, the situation became more and more unfavorable to him. Although the consumption of operating the Great Samurai Hammer was not small, Tang Hao, with the foundation of the 95th level titled Douluo, could not afford it, but you have to know that he was seriously injured. As the battle progressed, his old injuries were almost uncontrollable. Boom! Swinging the blood-colored giant hammer again to smash the attacking Killing Ice Flame Spear, Tang Hao saw that the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow in the distance once again condensed an ice flame spear in his hand. He was so angry that he couldn't help but affect his old wounds, and his breath became disordered, and a bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Tisk tisk, the famous Haoshan Douluo is just like this. Through Haoshan's real body, Mu Yang didn't see the blood flowing from the corner of Tang Hao's mouth, but he was keenly aware of the other party's disordered breath, and immediately mocked. Knowing that the other party was deliberately provoking him, Tang Hao remained silent, trying his best to sort out the blood and qi in his body and stabilize his old injuries. Seeing that Tang Hao was silent, although Mu Yang failed to see through his little tricks, as a young man, the emphasis is on random punches to kill the master, and without saying a word, he threw another Killing Ice Flame Spear. You youngster deserves death. Cursing inwardly, Tang Hao ignored his injuries and swung his hammer again. Afterwards, after several attempts, he still couldn't get close to the opponent for a close fight, and Tang Hao couldn't help falling into despair. Today, the revenge for killing his son will probably not be avenged. And if nothing unexpected happens, he, Tang Hao, will also die here. Who are you? After hammering the killing ice flame spear again, Tang Hao swallowed the blood that was about to spurt out of his mouth and shouted loudly. At this moment, Tang Hao couldn't figure it out. He didn't remember that he had such a powerful enemy. Oh, I forgot to introduce you, the junior Mu Yang, from the Elemental Holy Academy. It's you. What's my grudge against you? Tang Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never expected that such a powerful enemy was just a junior who was almost the same age as his son Tang San. It's not that he hadn't seen Mu Yang's ice flame, but in Tang Hao's impression, Mu Yang is a genius, but if he wants to be compared with him, it will be at least several decades later, and they are not associated at all. What grudge? Your Majesty is over 60 years old, why are you still so naive? Can't you kill people without grudges? After a pause, Mu Yang continued, of course, I am in a good mood today, and I don't mind talking to your Majesty. Some time ago, the Academy hunted down the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, and the transformed soul beast Xiaowu who has a close relationship with your son Tang San. Their soul rings and soul bones are now on me. During the Soul Master competition, Saras of the Heaven Do Temple sent someone to assassinate me, and I caused trouble for him the next day. Well, I have to thank your Majesty Haoshan. And 7 years ago, I got a 100,000-year soul bone. Tisk, I am kind-hearted, I only asked for the soul bone, not the special blue-silver grass. After all these things, your Majesty, do you think we have a grudge? Although I am not afraid of your father and son's revenge, the Academy and my relatives and friends are different. I have no choice but to kill you. By the way, I apologize to you here. However, Kyungsunji forced the Blue-Silver Emperor to sacrifice in the past, and you let him go after defeating Kyungsunji. I think you should understand my difficulties and forgive me, right? End of this chapter. 316 Chapter 315 Heaven, why are you so unkind to me? 316. As for Tang Hao not being able to understand and forgive him? That doesn't matter. The way to solve this problem is not just to gain understanding and forgiveness. Solving the person who created the problem can also perfectly achieve the goal. Coincidentally, he has enough strength to solve the person who created the problem. Puff dash. Hearing this, Tang Hao spit out another mouthful of old blood. The 100,000-year soul bone of his wife, this is one of the grudges. The plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife during the Soul Master competition, this is the second grudge. Hunting Xiaowu after her transformation, his good son Tang San will definitely take revenge in the future, this is the third grudge. The three major grudges are all irreconcilable. If he is an irrelevant person, Tang Hao can understand what Mu Yang did today by thinking from his perspective. After all, the opponent is talented and has twin martial spirits. He can't sit idly by, otherwise he will become a big trouble in the future, or even lose everything. But the problem is that he is not an irrelevant person. The person who was killed is his good son Tang San. Even if Tang San is suspected of being occupied by an old monster of unknown origin, in terms of blood, he is still his Tang Hao's biological son, and his hope for revenge on the Spirit Hall and reviving the Haoshan sect. Give me your life! A roar of hatred rang out, all hope was gone, and Tang Hao, who knew that he could not escape today, completely exploded. Condensed into one, the 9 soul rings injected with the clear sky hammer martial spirit returned to their positions, and then Tang Hao activated the Great Beard, the secret of the hammer, the 9 soul rings bloomed with brilliant soul power. The next moment, the 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red were broken one after another. Amid the surging energy, Tang Hao's momentum suddenly soared again, as if a god or demon had descended. Tisk tisk, this 9 rings exploding at the same time is really exaggerated. Fortunately, it is difficult to master and has strong side effects, otherwise this continent would have changed its surname to Tang long ago. Feeling the terrifying momentum of Tang Hao's 9 rings exploding at the same time, Mu Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. Because the soul power after the rings exploded, if you only look at the soul power aura, Tang Hao at this time is still higher than the Lion and Qingluan, who are as high as the 97th level of titled Douluo he has seen before. If nothing unexpected happens, in a head-on confrontation, these two Wuhan Hall worshippers are probably not as good as Tang Hao with 9 rings exploding at the same time. Of course, if it was a real fight, it was hard to say for the lion, but as long as the tactics were reasonable, Qingluan, a flying strong attack titled Douluo, would definitely win against Tang Hao. Thinking about it, Mu Yang's actions were not slow. Before Tang Hao's ring exploded, he smashed the terrifying sledgehammer. The ice flame wings behind him fluttered, and the figure of the ice phoenix flame shadow quickly retreated in the air, keeping a safe distance from Tang Hao. Tang Hao's ring exploded, and all his soul rings exploded at once. With his current physical condition, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to heaven. What Mu Yang had to do next was not to fight hard, but to keep a safe distance, and wait for Tang Hao to ascend to heaven before going up to touch the corpse. You are shameless. Seeing Mu Yang's cowardice, Tang Hao immediately cursed. I'm fighting you to death. But you actually played a kite? Soul Bone Skill, Hurricane Extreme Shadow. As the former Reserve Hammer King, Hao Shenzong naturally knew where Tang Hao's shortcomings were. One of the 2 inherited soul bones given to Tang Hao in the early years was for him to make up for this shortcoming. Tang Hao's left leg was emitting a dark green soul power glow, and his speed immediately doubled. He chased after the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow with the hammer at a high speed. Oh, there is a skill that increases speed. Seeing that Tang Hao's speed had skyrocketed, it was not much worse than the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and even slightly better. Mu Yang was surprised and hurriedly took out a Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng with the blessing version of the Martial Soul True Body from the Soul Guide storage bracelet. Then the ice flame wings behind him vibrated continuously, exerting the speed to the extreme. In fact, in terms of speed alone, the beast-shaped ice flame phoenix is still above the human-shaped ice phoenix flame shadow. After all, the ice phoenix itself has wings. Even if the ice phoenix flame shadow has the amplification of the ice flame wing's secret art, it is not as good as the ice phoenix. But with the 80% amplification of all attributes including speed attribute of the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng, even if it is only in human form, the speed of the ice phoenix flame shadow is much faster than that of Tang Hao at this time. Mu Yang, you chase, I run, you just can't catch up, lol. Relying on his own fast flying speed, Mu Yang, who led the ice phoenix flame shadow, has always maintained a safe distance of 3 kilometers, walking Tang Hao after the ring exploded. The chase lasted for a quarter of an hour, but still failed to catch up with the ice phoenix flame shadow. Tang Hao, whose soul power became violent due to the ring explosion and was about to go out of control, fell into despair. Ah! God, why are you so unkind to me? Looking up at the rising sun in the east, Tang Hao, who was in despair, raised his hammer and shouted angrily. Then, staring at the ice phoenix flame in the distance ahead, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and the soul power in his body circulated, and the already violent aura became even more violent. He shouted, "What a twin martial soul, what a martial soul fusion skill, the one who killed me, Tang Hao, is Mu Yang from the Holy Academy of Elements." The voice spread far away, and Tang Hao used the little trick of soul power amplification. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling light bloomed, and a bright mushroom cloud rose rapidly in the air. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a strong soul power shock wave wrapped in several colorful streamers spread rapidly. In despair, Tang Hao actually blew himself up. Damn Tang Hao, he still exposed my past before he died. Looking at the bright mushroom cloud rising in the air in the distance, Mu Yang cursed inwardly. Tang Hao's words were sinister, and he directly gave him a trick of borrowing a knife to kill. After all, he is less than 20 years old, has twin martial souls, and possesses martial soul fusion skills. He is so powerful that he killed the famous Haoshan Douluo. At such an age, he can have such strength. Which force in the mainland is not afraid of him? Well, to put it bluntly, Tang Hao said this to the Spirit Hall. Eliminating potential enemies with inconsistent positions and extremely threatening is the specialty of the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, what Tang Hao didn't know was that Mu Yang had a good relationship with the Spirit Hall. At least if the Spirit Hall really wanted to take action against him, it would definitely try to win him over in advance instead of directly sending strong people to form a group to kill him. And there are two major factions in the Spirit Hall, the Worship faction and the Pope faction. In the Worship faction, Jian Rongxiu is his plastic big brother. With Jian Rongxiu's proud personality, there will definitely be a competition in the future, but as long as Mu Yang doesn't openly go against her, he won't kill her. As for the Pope's Palace faction, although Mu Yang has nothing to do with Bibi Dong, Mu Yang is not afraid of the Pope's Palace faction's strength. What's more, as the Shura God test progresses, his strength is in a rapid outbreak period, and the Spirit Hall has nothing to fear. End of this chapter. 317 Chapter 316 The Fifth Test, Eliminating the Evil Beast. 317. The impact of Tang Hao's words is not small. The most obvious is that the Tiandu Empire will be more vigilant. Preventing things before they happen, the relationship with the Holy Academy of Elements will become very tense. After all, when they came out of the Slaughter City before, many people had seen the appearance of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. If the Tiandu Empire investigates carefully, it is not difficult to know that the person who rescued Xue Qinghe in the end when the Tiandu Palace changed was him, Mu Yang. Of course, this is not a big deal. The Tiandu Empire lacks heavyweight strongmen to sit in, and the quantitative change cannot form a qualitative change here, so Mu Yang has not taken it seriously. In addition, in Mu Yang's view, Tang Hao's words were also a mistake. If Tang Hao could be in a calm state before, he would not dare to reveal his past. Tang Hao used this trick of borrowing a knife to kill people correctly, but he missed one point, that is, Mu Yang has a strong sense of prevention. The Haoshan sect will definitely investigate Tang Hao's death. If this matter becomes a headless case, the Haoshan sect can only give up if it can't find the murderer. However, his identity as the real murderer was exposed. In order to prevent the Academy and his friends and relatives from being retaliated by the Haoshan sect in the future, Mu Yang would definitely take action in advance. Although the Haoshan sect without the invincible on land Tang Chen was not weak, after all, there were still Tang Xiao and several titled elders, but it was still within the scope of the Elemental Holy Academy. It can be said that after Tang Hao revealed his identity, the only thing waiting for the Haoshan sect was extermination. It would be fine if there were some small characters with no strength and no potential, but Mu Yang would not allow forces or individuals like the Haoshan sect, which were declining but still had potential, to continue to exist in this world, otherwise it would be irresponsible to his own people. Shaking his head, Mu Yang temporarily threw these out of his mind, released his mental power, and vibrated the ice flame wings behind him, and went to collect the soul bones that were blown away by the shock wave after Tang Hao's self-explosion. Although Tang Hao's self-explosion was powerful, the soul bones were still relatively solid, at least they were not blasted into bone slag. It is absolutely impossible to leave such valuable spoils unclaimed and let outsiders get away with it. After a long circle, 6 soul bones were collected, and then the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow flapped its wings and left the battlefield, flying towards the north. This time the spoils were not bad. The 6 soul bones on Tang Hao were all more than 10,000 years old. However, except for the right arm soul bone and left leg soul bone, which were at least 80,000 to 90,000 years old, the other 4 soul bones were not very old, all less than 50,000 years old. Of course, even if Mu Yang himself did not need these soul bones, he could give them to his own people. A quarter of an hour later, away from the entrance of the Slaughter City, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow landed in a barren mountain forest. As the ice blue light bloomed, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's figure twisted, revealing the figures of Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er wearing spiritual gold battle armor. At the moment of exiting the martial soul fusion technique, a golden red light and a red light flew out from the mark between Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er's eyebrows and turned into 2 light curtains. Then, the 2 light curtains shattered, turning into dots of golden red and red light, and re-entered the eyebrows of the 2 people. The next moment, a majestic voice sounded from Mu Yang's mind. The 4th test of the Shura 9 tests, the experience of the strong, completed. Reward, Shura God affinity increased by 15%, a divine soul ring, and the age of all soul rings increased by 4,000 years. After the majestic voice fell, Mu Yang's first martial soul, Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng emerged in front of him, and 8 soul rings of purple, purple, black, 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 red, and red bloomed. The 8 soul rings all emitted a faint golden red glow, and the other soul rings did not change much, but the purple first and second soul rings underwent a drastic change, and the color gradually deepened and turned into a black 10,000-year soul ring. At this point, the soul ring configuration of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng has been upgraded to black, 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 red, red. This soul ring configuration has surpassed all soul masters in the mainland soul master world. At present, except for Mu Yang himself, no soul master in the soul master world has a single martial soul with more than 100,000-year soul ring. Then, the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul disappeared, and the second martial soul, Ice Flame Holy Shadow emerged, and the 2 soul rings became 110,000 years old. Similarly, after Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix Martial Soul was upgraded to black, 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 red. The cumulative reward of all soul rings upgraded to 10,000 years. I have to say that Shura boss is still very generous. After all, the assessment progress has only completed the 4th test. Then, 2 more red lights appeared out of thin air and floated in front of the 2 people. They were the 2 God-given soul rings rewarded after completing the assessment. After getting the God-given soul ring again, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not get an improvement in soul power level, he was satisfied with the reward of the God-given soul ring and the improvement of all soul ring years. After all, not to mention himself, at least it solved Shui Binger's subsequent soul ring gap. I already have 40% of the Shura God affinity, and I can reach 100% without 9 tests in the future, right? Mu Yang thought to himself. Mu Yang, do you think there is still a chance to get the God-given soul ring in the subsequent assessment? Shui Binger asked, putting away the rewarded God-given soul ring. It should be possible, right? After all, I have only completed 4 tests. Mu Yang said uncertainly. Then, Mu Yang's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness and checked the content of the 5th test. The 5th test of Shura, eradicating evil beasts. The current king of killing was controlled by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Killing the blood-red 9-headed Bat King time limit, 1 year. Blood-red 9-headed Bat King, a soul beast. Before Mu Yang could say anything, Shui Binger's surprised voice rang out. As expected, Shui Binger's top 5th test was to assist Mu Yang in killing the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Yet, Mu Yang nodded. At this moment, Shui Binger was a little shocked. You know, Shang said before that the King of Slaughter is not an ordinary soul master who can take the position, and at the very least he is an examiner. Although she has never fought with the King of Slaughter, Shui Binger can also sense that the King of Slaughter is not weak, and is definitely one of the strongest among the titled Douluo. But she didn't expect that such a strong man would be controlled by a soul beast. So should I complete the test now, or? Shui Binger hesitated. Mu Yang shook his head. Let's put the assessment aside for now. Let's go back to the academy and solve a problem. Trouble? What trouble? Shui Binger was a little confused. Tang Hao is not a lone ranger. Mu Yang said with a gloomy look. Shui Binger, I understand. If the Haoshan sect is not eliminated, there is no way they will be retaliated in the future. Sure enough, for the Haoshan sect, Tang Hao is a troublemaker. After defeating Kyung Sunji, Tang Hao forced the Haoshan sect to close the mountain and hide from the world. Now that he met the petty Mu Yang, not only did he die, but he also caused the disaster of exterminating the clan. End of this chapter. 318 Chapter 317 Prelude to the Extermination of the Clan, Part 1. 318. In order to prevent the Haoshan sect from making preparations in advance after receiving the news, Mu Yang and the others did not delay and set off directly to return to the academy. Although the Haoshan sect has closed its mountains and is in seclusion, its strength is far inferior to that of the invincible on land in the past, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and its overall strength cannot be underestimated. Although the strength of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow is strong, it is not enough to attack the Haoshan sect directly. It is not a problem of strength, but the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow alone cannot stop everyone. In order to completely eliminate future troubles, Mu Yang does not want to severely damage the Haoshan sect, but to destroy the sect, so he must return to the academy to bring some helpers. Late at night, relying on the advantage of the wings of the battle armor, the two took turns to rush on the road, and one person took the other person to fly back to the Elemental Holy Academy in the Northland Province. A quarter of an hour later, the senior members of the Elemental Holy Academy gathered in the office of the Dean Huo Lai. In addition to Mu Yang and the two, there were 10 people present. Dean Huo Lai, Vice Deans Mu Zihu, Shui Yanyu, Feng Zhen, 4 8-ring soul Douluo level teaching committee members, formerly the Vice Deans of the 3 Elemental Academies, and Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, one of the representatives of the younger generation of the Academy. Although the soul power level of the latter 6 has not reached above level 90, and Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan are only at the level of 7-ring soul saint, with the 3-word spirit gold battle armor in hand, whether it is the 4 teaching committee members or Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan who possess domain power, their combat power is at the level of 9-ring titled Douluo. Xiao Yang, Binger, you two just returned to the academy. Why did you call everyone here so late? Is there anything important? Mu Ziyu asked, glancing at the golden red sword seal and the red 8-pointed star seal on the eyebrows of Mu Yang and the others, which faintly exuded majesty. Shui Bing'er glanced at Mu Yang and motioned him to speak. Mu Yang nodded slightly and said, early this morning, Tang Hao died. Bing'er and I killed him with our martial soul fusion skills, but Tang Hao revealed my identity before he died. Many people know about this battle. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the news spreads across the continent. When Tang Hao asked about his name and the reason for his action, Mu Yang did not regret answering. After all, the battlefield was not far from the entrance of the Slaughter City. At that time, many people affiliated with the Slaughter City were watching the battle from a distance. Even if he didn't report his name, I believe the King of Slaughter would take the initiative to spread his identity and the explosive news of killing Tang Hao. Because he opened the Shura God test and became the inheritor of the Shura God, he must have been regarded as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh by the King of Slaughter. From the perspective of the King of Slaughter, it is undoubtedly in the interests of the King of Slaughter to let the Haoshan sect behind Tang Hao fight him to the death. As for the King of Slaughter not knowing his identity, this is impossible. The characteristics of the ice flame are so obvious. In addition, he is also a famous genius soul master in the mainland soul master world. It is impossible for the Slaughter City to not find out his true identity. What? Tang Hao? Haoshan Douluo? Huo Wu's cousin widened her eyes and looked at Mu Yang in disbelief. Yet. Mu Yang nodded. My goodness, that is the famous Haoshan Douluo on the mainland. Before, you two teamed up to hunt down the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. It is normal that you can kill Tang Hao now. Huo Wu was shocked at first, but after thinking of Mu Yang and the others' previous battle record, she suddenly understood something. Haoshan Douluo's name is loud, but the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape is not bad either. In Huo Wu's eyes, the strength of the two can be equated. Well, Huo Wu is right to think so. Apart from the factor of unique skills, Tang Hao, who is level 95, is not necessarily stronger than the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. Both are power players. Due to the heavy injuries in their bodies, if Tang Hao does not use his unique skills to fight against the Titan giant ape, the Titan giant ape with thick skin and flesh will most likely win. Xiao Yang, what do you mean? At this time, Huo Lai said in a deep voice. Mu Yang's face became serious and he gestured, Tang Hao is not a lone ranger. After receiving the news, the Haoshan sect will definitely not ignore it. It is only a matter of time before revenge is launched. I want to prevent future troubles. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fixed. As the former world's #1 sect, Haoshan sect is not easy to deal with. Haoshan sect has long been in seclusion. Do you know where it is? What is its current strength? After thinking for a moment, Huo Lai asked. The mainland respects strength. Since the incident has already happened, there is no need to consider who is right or wrong. If the chances of winning are very high, Huo Lai agrees with Mu Yang's approach. After all, when Haoshan sect was at its peak, its tyranny was even more than that of the Xingluo royal family and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. For such an enemy, it is definitely better to kill him with one stick to avoid endless troubles. Mu Yang nodded, I know, the hidden place of Haoshan sect is in Tiandu City. In terms of strength, in addition to Tang Xiao, who has been famous for a long time, there should be several titled Douluo with low levels. As for the others, I don't know. If that's the case, the Academy is not necessarily afraid of Haoshan sect, but Xiao Yang, have you taken the factor of invincible on land into consideration? Although Tang Chen has been missing for a long time, the possibility of such a peerless strongman accidentally falling is not great, and the possibility of returning in the future cannot be ruled out. Shui Yunyu nodded, and then reminded. Although the Element Saint Academy is only newly established, its strength is not weak. Looking at the entire continental Soul Master world, in terms of high-end combat power, it is definitely second only to the Wuhan Hall. You must know that all 12 people present have combat power at the title level. And with the various soul power foods made by Mu Yang, the actual combat power of everyone can be raised again. For example, Huo Lai, although his level is only 95th level title Douluo, with soul cores, spirit gold battle armor, various soul power foods, and secret skills, his strength is not much worse than the best matched 98th level title Douluo. And the only two people who can reach level 98 and above in the mainland Soul Master world, excluding Bibidong, who is not sure yet, are the Wuhan Hall's chief worshipper Sky Invincible Jian Daoliu and the second worshipper Jin Yu. In addition, as a titled Douluo with good mental power, Shui Yanyu can sense that compared with the previous soul hunting, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er's strength has been qualitatively improved, and the upper limit of the strength of the Wuhan fusion skill has been raised again. With such strength, it is naturally not a problem to deal with a Haoshan sect that has declined and has lost Tang Hao. It's just that the name of Land Invincible in the past was too loud. One of the two most powerful people recognized by the Soul Master world, even if he has been missing for a long time, he must be guarded against. Didn't you see that after Tang Hao killed the former Pope Jian Sunji, Sky Invincible Jian Daoliu endured the pain of losing his son and didn't directly take up the sword to destroy the Haoshan sect? It can be seen that the deterrent power of Land Invincible is extraordinary. Well, it can only be said that the world who don't know the inside story has a big misunderstanding of Jian Daoliu. This Sky Invincible is not really a coward, but just has a more straightforward personality. End of this chapter. 319 Chapter 318 Prelude to the Destruction of the Sect, Part 2. 319. When dealing with the Haoshan sect, there is no need to worry about Tang Chen's problem. Mu Yang waved his hand and said. What do you mean? Mu Ziyu asked curiously. The king of slaughter in the slaughter city is Tang Chen. He has been controlled by a soul beast and can't come back. Mu Yang explained. What? The king of slaughter is the Land Invincible. Shui Bing'er widened her eyes, looking unbelievable. You know, the target of her and Mu Yang's fifth test is the king of slaughter. Although the martial soul fusion skills with the spiritual gold battle armor are extremely powerful, the former Land Invincible is definitely stronger. If Tang Chen completes the fifth test, then he will be out of trouble. And once Tang Chen is out of trouble, how can they, who have killed Tang Chen's grandson Tang Hao, have a good ending? Don't worry, I will have a way to solve it by then. Mu Yang signaled Shui Bing'er to be patient. The method is also simple. Tang Chen is strong, and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow may not be able to deal with him, but it is not difficult to deal with the King of Slaughter. Before Tang Chen is out of trouble, beat the King of Slaughter into a cripple. At that time, even if Tang Chen's consciousness returns, how much strength can he exert at his peak with his crippled body? Not to mention that Tang Chen's body is seriously depleted. Even if his body is not crippled, his strength may not be able to surpass the subsequent Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Xiao Yang, are you sure that the invincible Landmaster was really controlled by a soul beast as you said? Huo Lai couldn't help asking Mu Yang. Shui Bing'er was the only one who was shocked, and everyone present was the same. There is no doubt that Tang Chen, the invincible Landmaster in the past, was the strongest in the Soul Master world of the mainland. And such a strong man would be controlled by a soul beast? You must be kidding. Mu Yang nodded, it is certain and certain. As for the source of the news, I am not convenient to say. Hearing this, Huo Lai, who is good at brain supplementing, suddenly understood again. What do you think about the Haoshan sect? Huo Lai turned his head and asked everyone. After the voice fell, Feng Zhen took the lead and said, since we have made enemies, let's do it. Good, do it. Everyone agreed with Mu Yang's proposal to prevent future troubles. Since an irreconcilable contradiction has emerged, in order to avoid future retaliation, it is natural to go all out and directly destroy the Haoshan sect to eliminate future troubles. Another thing is that everyone present can be in this situation today because of Mu Yang. Not to mention that the future target of the Haoshan sect's revenge is very likely to be the Academy. Even if it is not, it has nothing to do with them. They have to respond to Mu Yang's call, otherwise they will be ashamed to see people. You kid will arrange the specific actions. Seeing that everyone agreed to destroy the Haoshan sect, Huo Lai turned to Mu Yang and said. In addition to the titled combat power, there are also many high-level soul masters below the 9th ring in the Haoshan sect. Those who are less than the 9th ring level in the academy should not participate, so as not to be damaged due to inadequate care. By the way, the academy cannot be without masters. You two stay to guard the house. As he said, Mu Yang looked at Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. Possessing the power of the domain, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, who are wearing the spirit gold battle armor, can be regarded as the 9th ring titled Douluo level, but they are not much stronger than weak chickens like Shilong. The Clear Sky Hammer inherited by the Clear Sky sect is the world's #1 weapon spirit. The Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Master is undoubtedly the best in the same level. In addition to the unique skills, it is easy to challenge the higher level. Even when the level is not very high, the possibility of challenging the higher level is not ruled out. For example, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, who have just entered the 9th ring, are estimated to be equivalent to 2 or 3 Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Douluos at most. If they are besieged, the risk of falling is very high. For the sake of safety, and the academy also needs the protection of masters, it is better not to bring them. No, your sister Huo Wu has the combat power of the titled Douluo level after all, why don't you let me participate? Huo Wu immediately refused. Just kidding, this is the destruction of the Clear Sky sect, the leader of the 3 sects on the continent, such a big thing, it's okay if you don't have the strength, but since you have the strength, if I don't participate, won't it be a lifelong regret? That's right, Xiao Yang, don't underestimate us. Huo Wushuan nodded in agreement. There has to be a master in this academy, right? Mu Yang spread his hands, looked around, and finally landed on Qi Chenjun. Qi Jiao counselor, how about you stay? What? In your eyes, I am the weakest. Qi Chenjun was immediately dissatisfied. Just like Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan thought, how could he not participate in such a big event? No, absolutely not. Mu Yang waved his hand and denied it, explaining, I had made a rough action plan on the way back to the academy. I will launch a sneak attack first and try my best to kill the opponent's low-level title elders. Then the remaining titled combat power of the opponent will be taken over by my uncle and 4 people. Binger and I will use the martial soul fusion technique to kill the opponent's high-level soul master. The rest of the people will form a siege on the periphery to prevent the opponent from running away and fill in the gaps. In other words, even if you participate in the action, it's just to bully the weak. In Mu Yang's view, sneak attacks are still very necessary before the official battle. After launching the martial soul fusion technique, it is not suitable for sneak attacks because the soul power is too strong and difficult to restrain. However, he is now in 8-ring soul Douluo, far exceeding the foundation of the soul master of the same level. With the increase of soul food and spirit gold battle armor, his strength can at least reach level 95 or even above. With such strength, coupled with an unexpected sneak attack, the 3 soul bone skills of Taiyin Divine Light, Tianjing Silent Thunder, and Titan Sky Break, as well as the soul-stealing secret technique, can pose a fatal threat to the opponent's titled elders. According to the original work, there are at most 6 titled Douluo in Haoshan sect at present, including sect master Tang Xiao and 5 elders. 1 rebellion, 3 deaths, and 4 out of 6, Haoshan sect is doomed to lose. Of course, when deploying troops, Mu Yang would definitely not calculate the opponent's strength in this way, after all, the above is just his beautiful plan. It is normal that the plan does not match the actual situation. Therefore, Mu Yang's expected bottom line is to sneak attack and solve the opponent's 2 lower-ranked titled elders. In this way, the opponent's titled combat power will be reduced to 2 out of 6, and the remaining Tang Xiao and the other 4 will be dealt with by Huo Lai and the other 4. With the spirit gold battle armor and soul power food, Huo Lai and the other 4 are stronger than Tang Xiao and the other 4, so there is no need to worry about the problem of not being able to hold them back. When Tang Xiao and other titled warriors were held back, Bing Huang Yanying could then start mowing the Haoshan sect in unparalleled order according to their soul power levels from high to low. As long as there are no loopholes in the outer encirclement, it is only a matter of time before the Haoshan sect is wiped out in one battle. Well, it is worth mentioning that the outer encirclement, which is composed of at least 5 titled warriors, is unlikely to have loopholes. Because the hidden station of the Haoshan sect is located on the top of a deep mountain, surrounded by cliffs, the Haoshan sect blocked the enemy's large-scale attack while also restricting the escape of its own disciples. Once the only exit was blocked, there was no place to escape. After all, the Haoshan sect is full of sledgehammers, and how many of them can fly? On the other hand, Mu Yang can either fly in the air or fly with the wings of the spirit gold battle armor. That's fine. Seeing that everyone looked like don't look at me, just arrange it like this, Qi Chenjun nodded helplessly. End of this chapter. 320 Chapter 319, Frame Up. 320. On the other side, in Wuhan City, the Pope's palace was brightly lit. It was late at night, and Bibi Dong had already gone to bed, but an urgent message from the Slaughter City made Bibi Dong lose all sleep. The Slaughter City has an extraordinary origin. As a partner, Wuhan Palace has planted many spies in the Slaughter City. The official entrance and exit of the Slaughter City is located in the territory of the Kingdom of Barak. In the southern part of the inner city, it is not too far from the Spirit City. With the expedited transmission of the spy, Bibi Dong has received the news that the most wanted criminal of her own Spirit Hall, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, has died, and the person who did it is Mu Yang of the Elemental Holy Academy. Knock knock knock. Sitting on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong frowned slightly, tapped the armrest with her slender fingers, and her mood was quite complicated. Tang Hao is actually dead? What a pity. It's not that Tang Hao and Bibi Dong have any friendship, but mainly in Bibi Dong's expected plan, Tang Hao is her important chess piece. Now this important chess piece has not yet played any role, but it is directly dead? Waste. Bibi Dong cursed in her heart. I thought the awesome Tang Hao was so powerful. But unexpectedly, he fell into the hands of a junior, which was really unworthy of her expectations. Fortunately, Tang Hao died early and was not entrusted with an important task by her. Otherwise, how could she use this useless waste to attack the Spirit Hall? However, there is good news. Tang Hao is gone, but a more powerful Mu Yang has appeared. If we can push the Elemental Holy Academy to the opposite side of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a little restless. To be honest, before tonight, although there were 4 titled Douluo in the Elemental Holy Academy, Bibi Dong didn't take it seriously. After all, these 4 Douluos have not been in the 9 rings for a long time. Huo Lai, the first to achieve the titled Douluo, has been less than 10 years. The soul power level of these 4 people must not be very high. And there should not be too many titled Douluo of this level of strength in the Elder Hall. In addition, apart from Huo Lai and the other 4, the masters of the Elemental Holy Academy can be said to be a few big cats and small cats. In terms of the number of 8-ring soul Douluos and 7-ring soul saints, let alone the 3 sects on the continent, the Elemental Holy Academy is far inferior to the lower 4 sects such as the Elephant Armor sect. The reason why it is so famous is entirely due to the industry status of the original 3 elemental academies and the influence of the 4 Douluos. But now Bibi Dong doesn't think so. Since the ice blue humanoid martial soul fusion skill that killed Tang Hao was launched by Mu Yang, then the group of people who intercepted her 300,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest before, weren't they Mu Yang and the 4 Douluos of the Elemental Holy Academy? It seems that the middle level strength of the Elemental Holy Academy is not very good, and it can even be said to be weak, but the high-end combat power is very strong. The 3 people, Shiwo, Hanbing, and Lingfeng, have at least the strength of level 95, and the strength of Tyrannosaurus is about level 96-97. As a young generation, Mu Yang has at least the strength of level 97. With such strength, it can at least match the worship halls except Jiandaoliu and Jinyu. Although Bibi Dong didn't know why the 4 Douluo of the Elemental Holy Court and Mu Yang had such strength, she knew that if the Elemental Holy Court could be pushed to the opposite side of the Spirit Hall and the 2 sides became enemies, then the Spirit Hall would surely face huge troubles in the future. Making enemies for the Spirit Hall was something Bibi Dong was very willing to do. However, her unfilial daughter had a good relationship with Mu Yang, so how to push the Elemental Holy Court to the opposite side of the Spirit Hall was also something worth thinking about carefully. After all, the Elder Hall was not her one-man show. Due to Jian Rongxiu's relationship, the Elders' meeting would definitely not pass the proposal of the Spirit Hall to send troops to attack the Elemental Holy Court. Ghost Elder, how are the preparations going? After a while, Bibi Dong, who had collected her thoughts, turned her head and looked at one of the 2 trusted generals standing in the hall. Ghost. Your Majesty, the 4 elders, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Snake Spear, and Thorn Porpoise, and a total of 10,000 soul masters will be in place soon. They will be able to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in 5 days. Gui Mei understood what Bibi Dong said and reported immediately. Very good. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, you should also participate in this operation. You must not let Yu Yuan Zhan escape. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction and said to Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Although according to the intelligence, Yu Yuan's soul power level is only 95th level titled Douluo, Bibi Dong will not underestimate him. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is recognized as the strongest beast martial soul in the Soul Master world. Moreover, as the head of a clan, although Yu Yuan Zhen does not have a 100,000-year soul ring, his soul bones must be fully equipped and cannot be regarded as an ordinary 95th level titled Douluo. To be on the safe side, Bibi Dong was going to send Ju and Gui out as well. With their martial soul fusion skills, the bipolar static field, they could quickly take down Yu Yuan Zhen Ju, so that their high-end combat power would have an absolute advantage and reduce their own casualties. It was true that Bibi Dong wanted to make enemies for the Spirit Hall, but her purpose was not to let the ordinary soul masters below die, but to use the enemy's hands to eliminate the strong people in the Spirit Hall who were loyal to the angel family. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Engui bowed and accepted the order. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, and she said, "By the way, there is one more thing for you to do later. Please give your orders, Your Majesty. After destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant family, you two will select a small number of elites and send them to the Elemental Holy Academy to abduct several key students. Remember not to show up directly, let your subordinates do the specific actions, but be sure to leave some traces and put the blame on the Haoshan sect." Bibi Dong said calmly. Bibi Dong's plan is very simple, it can be summed up in 2 words, make trouble. To frame someone, to kidnap the element. The mastermind behind the genius student of the Holy Academy is the Haoshan sect, because Mu Yang killed Tang Hao, and the Haoshan sect had this motive. But Bibi Dong knew that the wind left traces and the wild geese left voices, and the specific operations were handed over to subordinates, and there was a high possibility of errors. As long as the Element Holy Academy gave some strength, it would eventually find out that it was the Spirit Hall. Well, even if the Element Holy Academy didn't help, it didn't matter. Maybe at the beginning, it was not possible to find out that the real mastermind behind the scenes was the Spirit Hall, but if there were more similar incidents later, it would be possible to find out, right? The Spirit Hall framed and blamed, and wanted to do something wrong? Isn't this a contradiction? As long as they persist, the contradiction between the Element Holy Academy and the Spirit Hall will become bigger and deeper, and will definitely lead to opposition in the end. And because the action is relatively small, it is not necessary to send experts to send people. This matter does not need the consent of the elders meeting, and it can be done quietly by sending people. As for not letting Zhu Engui show up directly, this is mainly to avoid being caught or even killed by the Holy Academy of Elements in case of exposure, which would make her, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, lose her right-hand man. End of this chapter. 321 Chapter 320 Anxious Ayin. 321. Early the next morning, in a remote place on the edge of the main campus on the mountainside, under the gaze of the Sullen Chi Education Committee, more than a dozen figures flew away from the Holy Academy of Elements and headed towards the territory of Tiandu City in the southwest. In the afternoon, in a forest 400 miles east of Tiandu City, 11 figures wearing gorgeous golden armor flew down from the sky. The light has little effect on us. Everyone, take a rest first and wait until the early morning before taking action. After spreading out mental power to explore a circle and finding no other people nearby, Mu Yang said to everyone. Everyone present had the strength of a titled Douluo, and there was not much difference between night and day. As the saying goes, a dark and windy night is the time for murder and arson. Mu Yang plans to strike in the early hours of the morning when his opponent is least alert. Of course, the Haoshan sect has been in seclusion for so many years, and no enemy has ever come to attack. It is absolutely conceivable that the sect is vigilant. Even if they arrange disciples to patrol the mountains, it is mostly for show. After all, the sect's base is very well concealed, and it has been stable for 17 years. Who could have expected that a strong enemy would come tonight? Okay. Everyone nodded. However, others can rest, but Mu Yang is an exception. It is not time for him to rest yet. The most taboo for those who achieve great things is to underestimate the opponent and not do their best. Therefore, Mu Yang needs to make various soul power foods to improve the strength of his people as much as possible. Especially the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng that increases all attributes. Since the battle cannot be quelled in a short time, it is best for everyone to have a few more in their pockets. There is no need to manufacture the Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng. The Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng is not affected by the Spirit True Body, the Purple Jade Black and Yellow Ginseng has no cooling effect on the spirit skills below the 7th ring. It is very difficult to manufacture, and there is no super master in the Haoshan sect who can kill people in seconds, so there is no need for this thing. The ice blue light flashed around him, and with the blooming of 8 spirit rings, 6 black and 2 red, Mu Yang manifested the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng spirit. Hiss! When they suddenly saw Mu Yang's spirit ring configuration, everyone around them took a breath of cold air. Xiao Yang, how did your spirit ring become so strong? Looking at the 8 spirit rings, 6 black and 2 red, blooming on Mu Yang's body, Huo Wu widened her eyes and couldn't help asking curiously. Basic operation, don't be stupid, in the future, your brother will guarantee to arrange 100,000-year spirit ring for you. Mu Yang said with a smile without much explanation. Really? Huo Wu's face was happy, and Huo Washuan also looked at Mu Yang with burning eyes. Yeah, don't worry. Nodding, Mu Yang was thinking about finding an opportunity to send them, Shui Yuer and Feng Xiaotian, to Poseidon Island to have sex with Poseidon. Looking at the sea god position, it is very suitable for my sister-in-law Shui Yuer. As for Shui Binger, the Azura god is one of the 5 supreme bosses in the god realm. As the wife of the next generation of Azura god, why worry about not having a suitable position? Like the water god among the elemental gods and the ice god believed by all the creatures in the far north, they are all good choices. Of course, there are still many positions coveted by Mu Yang, such as the god of fire, which is also suitable for his cousin. Afterwards, Mu Yang took out a purple jade black-yellow ginseng from the soul guide storage bracelet and took it. The soul rings around him flashed frequently. With the consumption of soul power, various soul power ginsengs condensed out. Not long after, most of the soul power left in the body was consumed, and a large number of various soul power ginsengs were obtained in exchange. Of course, Mu Yang did not spend his soul power to make the topaz anti-poison ginseng. The effect of this thing is to remove abnormal conditions including poisoning. It is not useful for dealing with the group of people who play with hammers in the Haoshan sect. Tisk, the soul power is still not enough. I have to get the soul core as soon as possible. Feeling the soul power consumed in his body, Mu Yang thought to himself. On the other side, among the towering mountains, in a small courtyard in the hidden residence of the Haoshan sect. In a corner of the courtyard, a piece of blue-silver grass was planted. One of the stems and leaves was covered with golden lines. The blue-silver grass with a blue and gold color was quite peculiar. At this time, this peculiar blue-silver grass was moving without wind, and was constantly swaying its stems and leaves, which gave people a sense of anxiety. In fact, this peculiar blue-silver grass was indeed extremely anxious. And this emotion began to appear early yesterday morning, but because there were no other intelligent life around, it had not been discovered yet. There is no doubt that this strange blue-silver grass is the blue-silver Emperor Ayan who has passed away. Originally, there was only one emperor in the world, but because the old Emperor Ayan passed away, Tang San, who awakened his bloodline, became the new blue-silver emperor. But the old emperor only passed away, not completely dead, which caused the special situation of 2 generations of emperors coexisting in the world. But yesterday morning, Ayan, who was the blue-silver emperor, noticed something wrong. The 2 blue-silver emperors who originally coexisted in the world suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, Ayan was anxious. You know, the other blue-silver emperor Tang San, that was her own son. There may be 4 emperors who disappeared. One is that the blue-silver emperor martial spirit has mutated and has become a new martial spirit that has little to do with the blue-silver grass. The second is that the blue-silver emperor martial spirit has degenerated, and the martial spirit has fallen from the emperor. The third is that Tang San left her world and she can no longer sense him. The last one is the emperor's death. Although Ayan was very reluctant to believe that it was the last possibility, she knew that compared with the possibility of the emperor's fall, the first 3 possibilities were undoubtedly much smaller. That is to say, her good son Tang San was very likely to have an accident. How could Ayan not feel anxious? In a blink of an eye, it was evening, and Ayan was in great pain. Squeak! Suddenly, there was a strange sound at the door, and a blue-haired beautiful woman wearing a palace dress and holding a watering can pushed open the door and walked in. Feeling the familiar figure coming, Ayan shook her stems and leaves vigorously. Hey? What's wrong? Did I not water enough, and the soil is too dry? Seeing that her second sister-in-law after Nirvana was a little abnormal, Tang Yuehua, who knew that although she had not transformed, she could understand human words, couldn't help asking. Her second brother took her eldest nephew away for a long time. Before leaving, he had told her to come and chat with Ayan often to avoid loneliness. As a sister-in-law, even though Tang Yuehua had some opinions about Ayan, she could not say no. She fulfilled Tang Hao's request very well, and even watered the soil in the yard when she saw that it was a little dry. After all, grass grows faster with water. But it doesn't seem right. She came the evening before yesterday. It's only been 2 days, so there shouldn't be a lack of water, right? Hearing this, Ayan's stems and leaves shook faster. It's a pity that Tang Yuehua, who didn't understand the grass language, still couldn't understand what Ayan wanted to express. After all, Ayin, in the seedling state, could understand human language, but couldn't speak, and had no means to communicate with Tang Yuehua mentally. Ayin, I don't understand what you want to say, how about I ask my brother to come over? Tang Yuehua asked. Hearing this, Ayin's stems and leaves stopped shaking immediately, and the top of the whole plant bent down repeatedly, as if someone was nodding. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua put down the watering can in her hand and left the courtyard to find her brother Tang Xiao. As a high-level titled Douluo, brother Tang Xiao has strong mental power and can communicate with intelligent life with mental power. Naturally, he knows what Ayin wants to say. End of this chapter. 322 Chapter 321 Sneak into Haoshan Sect. 322. Not long after, Tang Yuehua brought Tang Xiao back to the courtyard. After a mental communication, Tang Xiao frowned and pondered in silence. After a while, Tang Xiao said, "Third sister, the place where Xiao San went to practice is the Killing City. As far as I know, the Killing City is a bit strange. The entrances are all over the continent. The specific location may be located in another space. In addition, Xiao San is protected by Brother Hao. There are definitely very few people on the continent who can harm Xiao San in front of Brother Hao. It shouldn't go wrong." In Tang Xiao's eyes, the strength of his younger brother Tang Hao is still very strong. During the last Soul Master competition, the reason why he was embarrassed by Qianjun and others from the Spirit Hall was that his brother Tang Hao did not show his trump card. Otherwise, once the Soul Ring exploded, except for Qian Daoliu and the Golden Crocodile, who was the most senior in the Soul Master world, Tang Xiao really couldn't think of anyone on the mainland who could stop Tang Hao, who was determined to take Tang San away. Well, it can only be said that because he failed to master the Great Samurai Hammer, although Tang Xiao had heard that the side effects of exploding the ring were not small, he didn't have a real number, and he didn't even expect that Tang Hao had been seriously injured since the battle that year. Of course, Tang Xiao was right to think so. There were indeed few people on the mainland who could take down Tang Hao, even if Tang Hao was seriously injured. But Mu Yang's eyes phoenix flame shadow was beyond his cognition. "So you're worried about Xiao San? Ayin, you're too worried. With the second brother protecting her, Xiao San won't be in danger. You probably don't know that 2 years ago, 2 young men went to the Slaughter City for training and returned. Not to mention how Xiao San's strength compares to theirs, just the fact that the second brother is protecting Xiao San is something they can't compare to." Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang Yuehua immediately understood that Ayin was worried about her nephew Tang San, and said with some indifference, "Perhaps Mu Yang and the others are stronger than their nephew Tang San, but since they can complete the training in the Slaughter City, then the nephew Tang San, who is protected by the second brother Tang Hao, will naturally not be in danger. Besides, the second brother Tang Hao was able to obtain the Killing God domain as a 6-ringed Soul Emperor, and now he is a powerful and famous person on the mainland. It's impossible for him to go back and die in the Slaughter City. Right?" Hearing this, Ayin was silent. Perhaps, sister-in-law Tang Yuehua was right. Was she too concerned? Yes, it must be. With her husband Tang Hao protecting her, her good son Tang San must be safe. Time passed slowly, the sun set and the moon rose, and it was already early morning. Under the dim light of the stars and the moon, 11 figures silently crossed the night sky and landed on the top of a small hill. "Everyone, the hidden station of the Haoshan sect is in these mountains. I will sneak in and attack first, and then you will act according to the plan." Pointing to the continuous mountains in front, Mu Yang said to everyone. "Mu Yang, there are many soul masters in the village at the foot of the mountain." At this time, Shui Binger pointed to a small village shrouded in the night not far from the foot of the mountain behind her. She sensed a lot of soul power from this small village. Although most of them were low-level soul masters, if nothing unexpected happened, they should also be members of the Haoshan sect. This is the outpost of Haoshan sect. It's just the collateral branches that live here. No need to pay attention to them. Mu Yang waved his hand indifferently. There is a saying that goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Once Haoshan sect is destroyed, the collateral branches will probably disband tomorrow morning. Another thing is that although there are many collateral spirit masters affiliated with Haoshan sect in this outpost village, there are also many ordinary villagers and children who have no spirit power cultivation. Anyway, they are not the key targets and cannot affect the overall situation, so it doesn't matter if they are let go. Muta Shanran, I am kind and can't bear it. Okay, you should be careful. Huolai was quite relieved. Before, Mu Yang killed Tang Hao and wanted to destroy Haoshan sect. Although this was to prevent the Elemental Holy Academy from being retaliated by Haoshan sect in the future, Huo Lai could not help but subconsciously think that Mu Yang was violent. As a strong man from the academy, Huo Lai's murderous nature is far less than that of the helmsman of other major forces on the mainland. After all, his job is to teach and educate people, not to fight or play tricks. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Hao and his son's identities were too sensitive, the Haoshan sect would definitely retaliate in the future after learning the news, and Huo Lai would not agree to destroy the Haoshan sect. But now seeing that Mu Yang is ready to let go of these collateral affiliates of the Haoshan sect who are idle people, it can be seen that Mu Yang's temperament is not violent and has no bottom line, but he is just decisive in killing. Huo Lai is very satisfied with his decisive killing and bottom line. Yet, Mu Yang nodded, the wings of the battle armor behind him vibrated, and his figure disappeared into the mountains in front. He tried his best to restrain his soul power and flew over several steep peaks. With the dim moonlight, Mu Yang saw the castle-like stone buildings on the top of the mountain in front. Without taking action immediately, Mu Yang landed on the mountainside not far from the top of the mountain, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the soul power aura emitted by the strong men in the Haoshan sect. Given that Tang Xiao was quite powerful and his mental power was probably not worse than his own, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Mu Yang did not dare to directly release his mental power to carefully explore, and could only passively sense. Changing the position, after a quarter of an hour, Mu Yang figured out the position of the 6 titled Douluo strongmen in the Haoshan sect. Although it was almost 2 years earlier than when Tang San first went to the Haoshan sect in the original work, the 5 elders of the Haoshan sect had already advanced to the 9 ring titled Douluo, which was not much different from the original work 2 years later. There were more than 200 people in total. Tang Xiao was level 96, the 5 elders were all within level 94, 8 soul Douluo, more than 20 soul saints, and more than 60 soul emperors. The quality was really high. After roughly sensing the strength of the Haoshan sect, Mu Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. Except Tang Xiao and the other 6, the Haoshan sect couldn't even compare to the 7 treasures glazed sect in terms of the number of masters. But it's not that simple. With only over 200 people, so many high-level spirit masters can emerge, which shows the extraordinary nature of the Haoshan hammer spirit. What's more, this is the Haoshan sect that has fallen into disgrace after being ravaged by the spirit hall. The young disciples in the sect account for more than half of the number, and the proportion of masters must be much worse than in its heyday. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that after the sect was forced to close the mountain and hide from the world, the entire Haoshan sect was holding back a lot of energy, and it was the result of serious internal circulation. Otherwise, not to mention the others, it is unlikely that all 5 elders would have advanced to the 9 ring titled Douluo. Afterwards, Mu Yang, who had restrained his breath, sneaked into the Haoshan sect's residence with his mysterious body movements, superb positioning, and secret technique, real illusion. End of this chapter. 323 Chapter 322, The Battle of Exterminating the Clan, Part 1. 323. In the corner, Mu Yang took out the blue jade rising dragon ginseng blessed by his spirit body and locked onto his first sneak attack target. The 5 elders of Haoshan sect were all 9 ring titled Douluo, but their spirit power levels were not high, 1 was level 94, 2 were level 93, and the remaining 2 were level 92 and 91 respectively. The first sneak attack target that Mu Yang locked onto was the titled Douluo with the lowest spirit power level among the 5 elders, level 91. If nothing unexpected happened, this slender titled Douluo with level 91 should be the 7th elder with the title of Lai Yang in the original work, who had the most objections to Tang San and Tang Hao. The next moment, Mu Yang's body flashed with golden light, and the spirit gold battle armor was instantly put on. Then a burst of spirit power light appeared on his left leg, and along with the surge of spirit power, the 100,000 year spirit bone skill, teleportation was activated. Suddenly, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared, and Mu Yang's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in a dark stone house. Then, without waiting for the 7 people who were resting in the house, the elders reacted, and a faint blue light bloomed from Mu Yang's forehead. Spiritual concentration of wisdom skull soul bone skill, Tei in divine light. Boom! A gorgeous moon-white beam of light burst out and accurately hit the head of the 7th elder. Instantly, under the terrifying mental attack, the 7th elder, who had just been awakened from his sleep by the fluctuation of soul power and had no time to react, had his head shattered, and red and white splashed all over the ground, turning into a headless corpse. The next second, a green glow appeared on Mu Yang's left arm, and the 100,000-year soul bone skill, Sky Blue Slow God Claw was activated. At the same time, the soul power on his left leg shone brightly, and the teleportation soul bone skill that could be used continuously was activated. Mu Yang once again consumed 1% of his soul power, and his figure disappeared on the spot, appearing in the stone house of the second elder with the highest soul power level. Compared to the seventh elder who was unaware, this second elder was indeed a titled Douluo strongman, and reacted quickly. When Mu Yang teleported over, the second elder's martial soul had already materialized, and his soul rings were blooming. He was about to go out to check which ignorant scoundrel dared to cause trouble in Haoshan sect in the middle of the night. Sensing the sudden fluctuation of soul power behind him, the second elder, who was about to open the door, paused, and the fifth soul ring on his body suddenly flashed, and a layer of protective light shield condensed at a very fast speed. Obviously, the second elder noticed that there was an uninvited guest behind him, and directly released the defensive soul skill. However, at the moment when the second elder released the defensive soul skill, a magnificent spiritual power poured into his sea of consciousness. Using soul skills and physical and energy secret skills to fight hard, the second elder with full firepower can at least resist for a while even if he is not Mu Yang's opponent. After all, Mu Yang was not in the state of martial soul fusion at this time. With his own strength alone, even with the increase of spiritual gold battle armor and soul food, he could not easily break the martial soul true body of a titled Douluo. But if it was a competition of spiritual means, the second elder was defeated very easily. It was just a moment of spiritual power confrontation, and the consciousness of the second elder of Haoshan sect, whose spiritual power was much weaker, was controlled by Mu Yang. Go, act according to the situation, and hold an elder for me. The soul-capturing secret technique succeeded in one move, and after ordering the second elder who had turned against the party to hold an elder of Haoshan sect, the teleportation soul bone technique was activated again, and Mu Yang's figure appeared in the outside world. At this time, it had been a while since Mu Yang attacked the seventh elder. Tang Xiao, who reacted quickly, and the other three titled elders of Haoshan sect had already noticed the movement, flew above the station, and stared at the residence of the seventh elder where the movement was first heard. Mu Yang appeared in a very clever position, just behind an elder of the Haoshan sect. Of course, this was not a coincidence, but Mu Yang did it on purpose. It was a sneak attack, and a stab in the back was easier to succeed than a frontal attack. Soul Bone Skill, Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder. A strong green light appeared on his left arm, accompanied by a dragon roar that shook the earth, and thunder roared. A green dragon-shaped lightning blasted towards the Haoshan sect elder with his back to him and a soul power level of 92. Quickly get out! Tang Xiao, who reacted after sensing the terrifying soul power aura, said in shock and anger. Unfortunately, Tang Xiao's reminder was a step late. Mu Yang's sneak attack from behind was unethical, and the speed of the green dragon-shaped lightning was extremely fast. The elder of the Haoshan sect had no time to show a look of fear before he was hit by the green dragon-shaped lightning. Boom! A green light flashed, a violent roar sounded, and the green sea of thunder engulfed the Haoshan sect elder, who was not strong in comparison. I didn't care about the life or death of the Haoshan sect elder. He was hit by a sky blue thunderbolt without any defense. If he didn't die, he would be crippled. Mu Yang turned his spearhead. Soul Bone Skill, Sky Blue Slow Claw has completed the charging. A green light flashed on Mu Yang's left arm, and a green claw shadow shot out towards another 93-level Haoshan sect elder. Unlike most Soul Bone skills, Sky Blue Slow Claw cannot be used immediately. It takes 4 seconds to charge before it can be used. Fortunately, although Sky Blue Slow Claw needs charging time, it does not restrict the Soul Master from moving his body during the charging process, nor does it restrict the use of other Soul Bone skills and Soul skills. For Mu Yang, this defect that needs to be charged before it can be used is not a big deal. He can use it flexibly. The Cyan Claw Shadow was extremely fast and had a locking and tracking effect. Although the elder of the Haoshan sect reacted in time and made a dodging action, he failed to avoid it and was hit in the chest by the Cyan Claw Shadow. The good news is that he was not injured by the Cyan Claw Shadow, the bad news is that his 6 senses and all his actions were slowed down 10 times. The 93rd level Haoshan sect elder who was hit by the Sky Blue Slow Claw felt that the changes in everything in the outside world became extremely rapid. The reaction slowed down, and in his own senses, the changes in things in the outside world naturally accelerated accordingly. How brave! The seventh soul skill, Haoshan True Body. Seeing that Mu Yang, the uninvited guest, was violent, and his elders were killed one after another, Tang Xiao was angry. A black light flashed in his hand, and the Haoshan Hammer martial spirit appeared, and the seventh soul ring around his body suddenly shone. Amid the surging black light, Tang Xiao, who activated the martial spirit True Body, turned into a huge black hammer-holding figure, and then threw the Haoshan hammer in his hand fiercely at Mu Yang. Seeing this, Mu Yang's expression did not change, and he did not even try to dodge. Instead, his left leg and right arm lit up with soul power, activating 200,000-year soul bone skills, one for attack and one for defense. Strong attack soul bone skill, Titan Sky Break. Absolute defense soul bone skill, Invincible Golden Body. Instantly, a brilliant golden light appeared around Mu Yang, and the terrifying soul power fluctuations on his right arm bloomed. The large amount of air that gathered rapidly around him was instantly compressed. As his right fist was punched out, a bright cocky energy light column lit up in the night sky. End of this chapter. 324 Chapter 323, The Battle of Exterminating the Clan, Middle. 324. Boom. Like a laser cannon, the bright light column formed by Titan Sky Break instantly engulfed the elder of the Haoshan sect who was hit by Tianking's slow claws and whose sixth senses and mobility were slowed down 10 times. The flesh and blood body of the titled Douluo, under this terrifying bright energy light column, shattered and melted like bubbles. Mu Yang's strength was even higher than that of the elder of Haoshan sect. The 100,000-year soul bone skill he activated, Titan Sky Break, was so powerful that even ordinary defenses could not resist it, let alone no defense at all. Bang! At the same time, Tang Xiao threw a black giant hammer in anger and attacked Mu Yang, who killed another elder of Haoshan sect in an instant. He directly blasted Mu Yang dozens of meters away and smashed him into a stone house below like a cannonball. After activating the Haoshan True Body, Tang Xiao's strength was much higher than Mu Yang's at the moment, but this flying hammer was just an ordinary attack, not a high-year strong attack soul skill or attack secret. Even in the state of the martial soul True Body, the power was limited and did not cause any injuries to Mu Yang. Well, the reason why he was not injured was that Mu Yang activated the soul bone skill, Invincible Golden Body, in advance. Except for a few special attacks, the Invincible Golden Body is immune to attacks below the God level, so it is naturally not something that Tang Xiao's flying hammer can break. Of course, it is true that the Invincible Golden Body is immune to damage below the God level, but the impact of the attack will still act on Mu Yang. Mu Yang had anticipated that killing the elder of Haoshan sect would face Tang Xiao's counterattack, so before releasing Titan Sky Break to kill the opponent instantly, he also activated the Invincible Golden Body as a defensive means. Young man, if I don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Looking at the third elder, who was left with only a few bones after the energy light column in the air dissipated, and the fifth elder, who was blasted into a charred corpse by the green dragon-shaped lightning on the ground, the fourth elder, who had not been targeted by Mu Yang, had bloodshot eyes and roared hysterically. Mu Yang, don't want to be a human? Then you can be a ghost. Seventh soul skill, Haoshan True Body. At this time, the second elder, who had been controlled by Mu Yang for a long time, activated the martial soul True Body. Old 4, the villain is powerful, open the martial soul Real Body, shoulder to shoulder. The ninth soul skill, dominate the 9 heavens. The second elder said to the grief-stricken fourth elder not far away. As he spoke, the ninth soul ring around the second elder shone, and the surging soul power surged. A black dragon shadow gradually condensed on the black hammer in the hand of Haoshan's Real Body, and a domineering and terrifying aura bloomed from him. The seventh soul skill, Haoshan. Without hesitation, the seventh soul ring on the fourth elder lit up and activated the martial soul Real Body. At this moment, the ninth soul skill of the second elder broke out, accompanied by the sudden appearance of the dragon roar, and the hammer fell from the air, blasting out a terrifying black dragon shadow attack. But to the surprise of everyone present, the target of this ninth powerful attack soul skill was not Mu Yang, the enemy, but the fourth elder, who was as close as a brother to the second elder. Boom! The terrifying black dragon shadow, carrying a monstrous power, fell directly on the fourth elder, and a violent roar was heard. The fourth elder's release of the martial soul body was interrupted. No, 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 under this terrifying attack, the fourth elder, who was caught off guard, didn't even make a sound, and was directly blasted into a fragmented corpse. The ninth powerful attack soul skill superimposed with Haoshan's true body is definitely the most powerful attack of the second elder. On the other hand, the fourth elder who died had not had time to release the martial soul body. He only activated a defensive soul skill that was not very old in advance. In addition, he did not expect the second elder, who was like a brother, to attack by surprise, so he naturally could not block it. It can only be said that the knife stabbed from the back by one's own people is the most painful. Second elder. Looking at the second elder who was stabbed in the back, Tang Xia roared angrily, with a look of disbelief on his face. The second elder didn't reply. After killing the fourth elder with a sneak attack, he rushed towards Tang Xia with a sledgehammer. Although the Great Master only gave him the task of delaying an elder, the plan went too smoothly and was completed in excess. However, it was not time for this old workhorse to bow out, so he naturally had to continue to shine for free. I overestimated you. Mu Yang, who had risen into the air again, glanced at Tang Xiao in the air and curled his lips in disdain. The sneak attack plan went too smoothly. The second elder was controlled by him with the soul-stealing secret technique and turned against him. The third elder died from the Titan Sky Break, and the fourth elder died from the sneak attack of the second elder who turned against him. The remaining elder, who was not sure whether he was ranked 5th or 6th, died from the Azure Destruction Thunder, and the 7th elder died from the Taiyin Divine Light. The 5 elders of the Haoshan sect all fell under his unexpected sneak attack, and he even turned enemies into friends and controlled the second elder. It can be said that the defeat of Haoshan sect tonight is inevitable. Tang Xiao is the only opponent who can enter Mu Yang's eyes. As for the other disciples of Haoshan sect whose level is below the 9th ring, although there are many of them, it is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. Who are you? We have no grudges against you. Why do you want to harm us? Ying facing the second elder's desperate offensive, Tang Xiao shouted at Mu Yang. He. Mu Yang did not answer Tang Xiao's question, but glanced at the 10 figures flying in the air from a distance. The wings of the battle armor behind him vibrated, and his figure exploded in the air and joined Shui Binger and others who came to support. Damn it! Disciples, listen to my order, and hold the second elder back. Seeing that Mu Yang was about to run away, Tang Xiao shouted angrily, hit with a hammer, temporarily repelling the second elder, and after giving orders to the Haoshan sect disciples who were watching from a distance, he flew towards Mu Yang. The loss of Haoshan sect tonight was too great, comparable to the time when they were forced to close the mountains and hide from the world. They could not let the enemy who brought such heavy losses to Haoshan sect run away. I will fight you. But before Tang Xiao could catch up with Mu Yang, the 10 people who came to support arrived first, and Huo Lai, who was possessed by the lava Tyrannosaurus spirit, took the initiative to meet Tang Xiao. Where's the opponent? Is this Tang Xiao? Seeing that there were only 2 titled Douluo level Haoshan true bodies in the whole venue, one was entangled by Huo Lai, and the other was restrained by a group of Haoshan sect disciples below the 9th ring in the Haoshan sect's residence, Mu Ziu asked Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded. Well, the plan went smoothly. The 6 titled Douluos of the Haoshan sect, except Tang Xiao and the one I controlled, the other 4 were killed. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a breath of cold air. It's only been a short time, and 4 titled Douluos have fallen? No, counting the one who was controlled, there are 5 titled Douluos, and because of the Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit and the inherited unique skills, these 5 titled Douluos can be regarded as the best in the same level. End of this chapter. 325 Chapter 324, The Battle of Exterminating the Clan, Part 2. 325. Apart from being shocked, everyone did not forget what they were here for. Mu Ziu, Shui Yanyu, and Feng Zhen joined the battlefield, giving priority to attacking high-level soul masters in the Haoshan sect. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan blocked the only entrance and exit of the mountain where the Haoshan sect's headquarters was located, and the 3 teaching committee members of the academy flew to the other 3 directions of the Haoshan sect's headquarters to ensure that the Haoshan disciples could not escape from mid-air or climb down the cliff. Everyone took their positions, and Mu Yang turned his gaze to Shui Binger, who was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, and released the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial spirit. The next moment, the illusory Ice Blue Flame and the gorgeous Ice Blue Light bloomed, and the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial spirit and the Ice Phoenix martial spirit gathered a total of 6 black and 3 red 9 soul rings, and the figures of the 2 disappeared in mid-air, replaced by the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow with flying hair and emitting a biting cold air. After glancing at Tang Xiao, Mu Yang saw that he was firmly restrained by Huo Lai and was at a disadvantage, so he no longer paid attention to him. The ice flame wings behind the ice phoenix flame shadow stretched out, and he returned to the battlefield and started the unparalleled mowing mode. The three realms of Ice Flame, Ice Phoenix, and Killing God bloomed from the Ice Phoenix flame shadow, and the Ice Flame spear in his hand condensed. The endless killing intent gathered in the Killing God realm, and the Killing Ice Flame spear took shape. Then, under Mu Yang's control, it suddenly shot out at a clear sky hammer soul Douluo who was restraining the second elder. Swoosh! A slight sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a stream of ice blue light streaked across the night sky. The Killing Ice Flame spear, carrying a monstrous killing intent, fell directly on the clear sky hammer soul Douluo's clear sky true body. Bang dash! A violent soul power fluctuation was heard, and the huge black Haoshan true body collapsed. The Killing Ice Flame spear instantly killed a Haoshan hammer soul Douluo in the state of Wuhan true body. Facing a soul Douluo who released his Wuhan true body, ordinary titled Douluo could not kill him instantly with one move, even if they launched the 9th soul skill of strong attack, they might not be able to do it. Not to mention that this soul Douluo was a Haoshan hammer soul Douluo who was the best in the same level. But the strength of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was not comparable to that of ordinary titled Douluo, and the special attack formed by the superposition of secret skills and domain power was also extremely powerful. Unless the opponent had an absolute defense skill similar to the invincible golden body, the Killing Ice Flame spear was far beyond the ability of soul masters below the 9th ring to resist. One spear after another, in less than a minute, 2 8-ring soul Douluos and 5 7-ring soul saints of the Haoshan sect died in the hands of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. In his hand, another Killing Ice Flame spear condensed, and Mu Yang aimed at a clear sky hammer soul Douluo who was joining forces with several fellow disciples to resist Feng Zhen in the distance. Stop! At this time, a shout rang out on the battlefield filled with the smell of blood. Hearing the voice, Mu Yang turned his head and saw Tang Yuehua who was hastily sent not far below. After a pause, Mu Yang spit out the power in his hand, without any intention of stopping. The Killing Ice Flame spear shot out, and the ice blue light flashed. The huge clear sky true body collapsed, and another clear sky hammer soul Douluo died at the hands of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Why? Mu Yang, why did you attack my clear sky sect? Under the slaughter of 6 title-level combat forces, the sect disciples continued to die, and Tang Yuehua questioned Mu Yang with a sad and angry look. Originally, when Yuexuan was teaching Mu Yang music theory, Tang Yuehua thought that the Spirit Hall was powerful, and when the Haoshan sect reopened its mountain gate and took revenge on the Spirit Hall in the future, the sect and the Element Academy might become allies. But she didn't expect that the potential ally in her expected plan would become an enemy who came to destroy the sect tonight. This result was hard for Tang Yuehua to accept, and she couldn't understand why the Element Academy would act like this. You know, no matter the current Element Academy as for the previous Shiwo, Tianshui, and Shenfeng academies, they have never had irreconcilable hatred and contradictions with the Haoshan sect, so why did they become mortal enemies? If you block my path, the Haoshan sect is destined to be my enemy. A cold voice came from the mouth of Binghuang Yanying, and then a condensed Killing Ice Flame spear burst out. Let alone the grudge with Tang Hao and his son, the Shura God position alone is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. It is very difficult for soul masters to become gods in the current era. Perhaps creating a god position by yourself is the best, but inheriting an existing god position is undoubtedly the most convenient way to become a god. After all, his plug-in is just a deduction, not a direct gift of a god position. Who knows how many years it will take to choose to create a god position by yourself. It's like starting from scratch to create a Fortune 500 company, compared to directly inheriting a Fortune 500 company completely, there is no comparison at all. And there are 4 known god position inheritances in the original work: Shura, Poseidon, Rakshasa, and Angel. The Angel god position was inherited by the Qian family, and from the moment Qian Rongxiu awakened her martial spirit, it was destined to be Qian Rongxiu's. No matter how outstanding an outsider was, he would not have a chance. The inheritance of the Rakshasa god position was obtained by Bibi Dong very early, and Mu Yang had no time to intercept it. It can be said that the only positions that Mu Yang had a chance to obtain were the Shura god position and the Sea god position. The former is the position of the Supreme God King, and the latter is the first-level main god position. Comparing the two, Mu Yang naturally chose the Shura god position, one of the 5 supreme ones in the universe, not to mention that the Sea god position and his martial spirit are not very compatible. But if he wants to inherit the Shura god position, Tang Chen, the former god examiner, is a hurdle that he cannot overcome. After all, the Shura divine sword is in Tang Chen's hands. Mu Yang will definitely not give up the supreme Shura god position to others, so he can only choose to kill Tang Chen, the former god examiner. And killing Tang Chen is equivalent to making an enemy with the Haoshan sect. Therefore, strangling Tang San, killing Tang Hao, and destroying the Haoshan sect became Mu Yang's only choice. As for the kindness of Tang Yuehua teaching music theory in the past, Mu Yang had been prepared for this. He and Shui Bing'er did not go to Yuexuan for free, but paid a valuable soul bone as tuition for both of them. Although there was kindness, he and Shui Bing'er did not owe Tang Yuehua anything, and there was no psychological burden to kill the people of Haoshan sect at the moment. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua's face was full of loneliness. Although she didn't know what the so-called blocking my road meant, she still understood the words "you and I are destined to be enemies." The world's #1 sect, which was once famous in the Soul Master world, was forced to close the mountain and hide in seclusion by the Spirit Hall more than 10 years ago. Now it will be wiped out tonight? Grandfather, grandfather, where are you now that the Haoshan sect is in a life and death situation? At this moment, Tang Yuehua, who was in despair, could not help but think of his grandfather Tang Chen, who had once made Haoshan sect the world's #1 sect. Perhaps, the danger of extermination today can only be resolved by the return of his grandfather? Unfortunately, Tang Yuehua knew that this was just a luxury in his heart. If his grandfather could come back, why would he wait until now? End of this chapter. 326 Chapter 325 The Mushroom Cloud that Illuminates the Night Sky. 326. The battle continued. Under the joint strangulation of Binghuang Yanying, Muziu, Shui Yanyu, Feng Zhen, and the rebellious second elder, the disciples of Haoshan sect continued to die, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The enemy's strength was too strong, and the defeat was very obvious. The many surviving disciples of Haoshan sect had also thought about escaping. After all, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Anyway, this is not the first time to admit defeat. Preserving the living force is the most important thing. Unfortunately, the special terrain of the sect's garrison not only limited the large-scale enemy attack, but also limited their escape. The sect's garrison was located on the top of a mountain surrounded by cliffs, and the only entrance to the outside world was blocked by 2 fire masters with domain power. Due to the shortage of high-end combat power, they tried to charge in groups several times, but they either fell on the way to charge or were ruthlessly beaten back. And not only were the entrances and exits to the outside world blocked, but in the other 3 directions where there was no way out, there was also a strong enemy standing in the air to patrol, not giving them any chance to escape at all. The surviving disciples of the Haoshan sect knew that they were most likely to be defeated today. More than a quarter of an hour later, with the killing ice flame spear once again blowing up a Haoshan hammer soul saint, there were no Haoshan sect disciples below the 9th ring, or 7 rings or above on the entire battlefield. In the last moment, in the ice flame domain with the flame of delay, Tang Hao, whose body was delayed, almost exploded right next to Mu Yang. Then, the 1st and 7th soul rings of Mu Yang, who had the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul and the 2 small domains of Ice Flame and Killing God, shone brightly, and 2 layers of golden and transparent flames ignited around him. Mu Yang said something in a warm voice, and before releasing the Ice Flame Dragon, he threw a condensed Killing Ice Flame Spear at Tang Hao. Another 8 minutes passed, and the battle on Mu Yang's side had not yet been completely decided, while the battlefield on the Haoshan sect's side had already come to an end. I was an opponent to Huo Lai alone. Facing the siege of Huo Lai and Tang Xiao Yanying, I could not hold on for long. If there was another weak enemy, defeat would be imminent. You are killing them all because you are afraid that I will come back to avenge them after I kill your ancestor Tang Chen. After a pause, knowing that Shui Yanyu had half-blocked Tang Hao's self-explosion, Mu Yang took the initiative to enter and exit the martial soul fusion state, and the soul power in his right leg glowed. Soul bone skill, teleportation activated, accompanied by a faint spatial fluctuation, the figure flashed twice and appeared behind Tang Hao. After all, whether it was the extreme flame dragon activated by Huo Lai or the ice flame dragon activated by Tang Xiao Yanying, they could not be regarded as weak opponents, at least their attack methods were relatively simple. But the ice-type titled Douluo who flew in the sky was the same. Compared with Tang Xiao Yanying and Huo Lai, his strength was much worse. The terrifying attack power formed by the self-explosion of my 96-level peak titled Douluo should be enough to kill him instantly. Seeing this, Shui Yanyu, a control type titled Douluo, glanced at the battle on Mu Yang's side. His own strength was inferior to that of his opponent. Seeing that Nie Yanning also joined the battle group with martial virtue, Tang Hao shouted angrily. How can a dying man stop talking nonsense? Seeing Tang Hao still fighting, Shui Yanyu hesitated for a moment, then sent a message to Mu Ziyu and Feng Zhen, then went in and out of the bullying circle at the base, and then went to assist Tang Xiao Yanning and Huo Lai to take down Tang Hao. The seventh soul skill, Slow and Urgent Flame, used with the Ice Flame field, can reduce the opponent's 8 senses and all action capabilities within the field. After receiving Mu Yang's reminder, and also aware of Tang Hao's words, plus Tang Hao was restricted by Mu Yang's Slow and Urgent Flame, Shui Yanyu's body exploded forward and pulled away from the dangerous distance. It was a defeat anyway. As the leader of the sect, Nie was willing to tarnish the reputation of the Haoshan sect and was ready to take someone with him before he died. However, Nie was one of the few weaklings in Xiaolu, and he was in the state of the martial soul's true body. Even if he was an enemy, he would not be defeated in seconds. Tang Xiao Yanning and Huo Li are weak, and they can only hit once when they explode. I can definitely pull them away. Glancing at Tang Xiao in the air in the distance, who was being beaten by Huo Li but could still hold on for a while, Mu Yang handed the task of bullying to Mu Ziyu and others. With the ice flame wings on his back, Nie Yanning flew through the air at high speed and joined the battle between Huo Li and Tang Hao. At this time, the disciples of the Haoshan sect in the station suffered heavy casualties, and the lowest soul power level was only the 8-ring Soul Emperor. It can be said that the outcome was already decided. As long as Tang Hao, the little fish, was left, the Haoshan sect would become history. Recalling the grand occasion of Haoshan sect when his grandfather was still alive, Tang Hao smiled bitterly, and then a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Outstanding battle soul hammer, mighty Haoshan sect, brother Hao, Big 8, Haoshan sect depends on them. The last moment, Tang Hao's soul power was running, and the breath emanating from his body became violent, and he resolutely rushed towards Shui Yanyu who was flying in the air. At this time, Nie seemed to be only 1 against 7, but in fact, although it was 1 against 7, his strength was not as good as the opponent, and he was in a dilemma of 2 fists against 7 hands. The slow and urgent flame was used to speed up Tang Hao's reaction and action speed, limiting his body shape, so that Tang Hao, who was about to self-destruct, could not pull others down to ascend to heaven together. Boom! The brilliant light bloomed, instantly engulfing Mu Yang, who was burning with golden flames all over his body, and a violent roar accompanied by a weak shock wave came out, and the huge mushroom cloud rising in the air illuminated the entire night sky. If it was the flame of decay, Tang Hao's soul power level would be 1 level lower than Nie. Although his soul rings and soul bones were a little worse, his self-explosion power was still less than that of Ice Phoenix. Mu Yang dared not be careless, lest he fall down at the end. It's bad, I'm going to self-explode, slow down. The first soul skill, it's the flame of decay, the effect is the same as the golden body with enemy, immune to any attack above the god level for 8 seconds, and can only be used 8 times a day. Obviously, Tang Hao still knows that my brother Ice Phoenix and my nephew Tang Ba have already ascended to heaven before me. The small hammer in his hand danced wildly, temporarily hitting a wave of Nie's flame shadow and fire attack. Looking back at the sect station, he found that his sect disciples were about to perish in the stranglehold of many weak enemies, and no enemy was rushing towards him. Tang Hao was extremely sad. Seeing Tang Hao, whose aura became violent, rushing towards Shui Yanyu who came to help from Yukong, Mu Yang, who had encountered a similar situation, hurriedly reminded her. The sect leader Tang Hao was held back by a weak enemy, the 7th elder rebelled, and the other 7 elders died. In addition, the low-handed and strong-willed people in the sect who were 1 ring or below were all killed. Before the first deserter appeared, the morale of the disciples of Haoshan sect completely collapsed. No leader came forward to organize the resistance. One by one, they fled and hid in the garrison, praying that luck would come and the enemy would ignore them. End of this chapter. 327 Chapter 326 Blazing Holy Flame, Purifying Everything. 327. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Soon after the huge mushroom cloud caused by Tang Xiao's self-explosion rose, 2 figures with good aura flew into the sky and looked into the eastern night sky. Coward, what's going on over there? Feeling the violent soul power fluctuations coming from the east, Gurong pondered for a moment and asked Chen Xin beside him. Not sure, too far away. Chen Xin shook his head. He was too far away to notice the details. Tisk, such a big commotion, Could it be that this guy invincible in the spirit hall is taking action? Smacking his lips, Gurong said uncertainly. Not to mention, although the Soul Master's self-explosion only has the power of one strike, the movement caused in an instant is much greater than that of a full-strength attack. Tang Xiao, whose soul power level is as high as 96th level peak title Douluo, self-exploded, making Gurong, who was more than 300 miles away, mistakenly believe that a strong man of the peerless Douluo level was taking action. Old Bone, you are fast, he is also very strong, why don't you go over and take a look? Glancing at Gurong, Chen Xin suggested sincerely. Don't think that Gurong is slow just because he claims to be a defensive title Douluo. In fact, because the Bone Dragon martial spirit has spatial attributes, the famous Bone Douluo is not much slower than the title Douluo of the same level of agility attack. In terms of the weirdness of his body movements, Gurong is the best in the entire Soul Master world. Why don't you go? Gurong rolled his eyes. I am not the opponent of such a peerless strong man, so I won't join in the fun. Chen Xin said calmly. If nothing unexpected happens, there are strong men fighting in the direction where the noise comes from. What can he do if he runs there? Eat melons? Don't become a melon while eating. It can be said that unless the noise comes from Tiandu City and the allies are in trouble, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect must help, otherwise once the noise is too loud and beyond its own response range, Chen Xin will not run to eat melons. Cowardly? No, 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 this is not cowardly, but self-knowledge, the one who follows his heart. Hush! Glancing at Chen Xin with disdain, Gurong sighed and shook his head. You Chen Xin is steady, but am I not? Well, let's wait until dawn and there's no movement, then go and take a look. Even if he can't eat the big melon, he can just eat the remaining melon. Don't be curious and kill the dragon. Coincidentally, Douluo in Tiandu City also vaguely noticed the movement from the east. There are still self-aware people. Douluo also suppressed the urge to run to eat melons immediately, but he also sent people to the palace to inform the then Tiandu Emperor Shuebian of the movement he vaguely sensed. Everywhere he looked, there was a dazzling strong light. Under the violent impact of Tang Xiao's self-explosion, Mu Yang, who was burning with golden flames all over his body, was blown away. The ice flame wings behind him fluttered wildly. After being carried hundreds of meters by the shock wave, Mu Yang finally stabilized his body in mid-air. Like the invincible golden body, the immortal flame is immune to damage below the god level, but the impact of the attack will still act on the body. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud that illuminated the night sky in his sight, even though he had seen the strong self-explosion more than once, Mu Yang was still amazed by the spectacular scene in front of him. Not to mention the very hardcore nuclear mushroom cloud, but the spectacular degree is definitely not inferior to the explosion of a large-yield conventional missile or thermobaric bomb in his previous life. Mu Yang, are you okay? At this time, Shui Bing'er flew over and asked with concern. It's okay. The immortal flame is immune to damage below the god level. Tang Xiao's self-explosion can't hurt me. Mu Yang shook his head. That's good. You have strong mental strength. Go pick up the soul bones that were blown away by Tang Xiao's self-explosion. I'll go help my aunt and the others. Seeing that Mu Yang was fine, Shui Bing'er nodded, and then rushed to the Haoshan sect's headquarters to help clean up. Soon, the entire battlefield was completely pacified. Except for the rebellious second elder, more than 200 direct disciples of the Haoshan sect, including the sect master Tang Xiao and 4 sect elders, were all wiped out. It turns out that there is no eternal soul master family. As strong as the Haoshan sect, didn't it also perish tonight? In mid-air, looking at the ruins of the Haoshan sect's headquarters, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But then again, the enemy of the Haoshan sect should be most grateful to the unknown Rakshasa god, not him, Mu Yang, for the destruction of the Haoshan sect tonight. After all, if it weren't for the Rakshasa god in Tang Chen's divine test, now Tang Chen is probably not the king of slaughter in the slaughter city, but the second-generation Shura god king, one of the 5 supreme ones. When one person succeeds, everyone will rise to heaven. With the supreme god king as a backer, who dares to touch the Haoshan sect? Even with the god king backing them up, the entire Douluo continent has to be named Tang. After the Haoshan sect was destroyed, the next step was to collect the spoils. Back then, the Haoshan sect was forced to close the mountain and hide from the world by the spirit hall. There were not many treasures such as gold soul coins, but there were still many treasures that could be inherited, such as soul bones. After all, the Haoshan sect was one of the 3 sects on the continent, and it was also the world's #1 sect in the past. It was damaged when the mountain was closed. Many masters, some of the soul bones owned by the sect have been lost, but the current amount of soul bones is definitely not small. Glancing at the second elder of Haoshan sect standing by, Mu Yang changed his mind and gave him a real illusion. Soon, under the continuous mental attack, the second elder of Haoshan sect, whose soul power reached 94th level titled Douluo, had his soul annihilated and lost his life breath. At this point, in addition to the possible existence of a few disciples who went out to hunt souls and did not return, the only big fish left in Haoshan sect was Tang Chen. I don't know if Jian Daoliu will thank me. Thinking of Tang Chen, Mu Yang couldn't help but think of Jian Daoliu, who regarded Tang Chen as his lifelong enemy. If I have to thank him, Mu Yang only hoped that this continent's strongest man who was about to be sacrificed could stay in Wuhan City and ignore worldly affairs. An hour later, the spoils were collected. As expected, the soul bones alone made the Elemental Holy Academy rich. 17 years ago, when the Haoshan sect was forced to close the mountain and hide from the world by the Wuhan Palace, none of the 5 elders was a 9-ring titled Douluo. And today, 17 years later, all 5 elders are 9-ring titled Douluo. Reconciliation? Although Mu Yang had some guesses before, he was not 100% sure, but now he is sure. It's not that the 5 elders have strong cultivation talents, but that each of them has more than 1 soul bone of a high age, and some of them there are many high-level soul bones with a year of more than 50,000 years. Perhaps there are some of these 5 people who have titles, but the main reason why all 5 of them can become titled Douluo is that they have refined soul bones of high quality. This is like a soul master with twin martial souls adding a soul ring to the second martial soul, and can use the soul power increase obtained when adding the soul ring to break through the level bottleneck. It can be said that the fact that these 5 people can become titled Douluo is one of the manifestations of the foundation of Haoshan sect as one of the 3 sects on the continent. However, this foundation of Haoshan sect will belong to the Elemental Holy Academy in the future. Of course, although the foundation of Haoshan sect is not bad and there are many soul bones, there are no 100,000-year soul bones, at least not in the sect treasury and Tang Xiao and others. Afterwards, the 11 people who destroyed Haoshan sect set off to return to the Elemental Holy Academy. Behind them, the ice flame was burning in the Haoshan sect's headquarters. The ice blue flames that exuded a biting cold were like clean holy fire, purifying all the corpses and bloodstains in the battlefield ruins. End of this chapter. 328 Chapter 327 Big Melons one after another. 328. At noon the next day, the figures of several high-level flying spirit masters flew through the air and appeared above the Haoshan sect's headquarters, which had turned into ruins. Seeing a familiar figure standing in front of the ruins below, with the wings of the martial spirit behind him vibrating, a middle-aged man with a swan badge on his chest and several subordinates fell from the air. Meet His Majesty Sword Douluo. We are members of the Imperial Royal Guest Group. May I ask His Majesty if you know who originally owned this place? After looking at the ruins of the building, which was not small in scale, the middle-aged man stepped forward and asked respectfully. In view of the violent soul power fluctuations last night, the Snow Avalanche Emperor sent several flying soul masters to investigate the situation. Glancing at them, Chen Xin did not speak, but stretched out his hand and pointed to the side not far away. Looking in the direction of Chen Xin's finger, the middle-aged man saw a huge stone plaque on the ground in the distance. Although the stone plaque had been broken into several pieces, he could still see that when the plaque was intact, it should have 3 big characters engraved on it: Haoshan sect. Haoshan sect? Suddenly, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart was shocked. Gudong. After swallowing hard, the middle-aged man asked in disbelief, Your Majesty, is this really the hidden place of Haoshan sect? Doesn't Haoshan sect still have Xiaotian Douluo in charge? And even if it has been closed for many years, the strength of Haoshan sect should not be too bad, right? Have you forgotten the movement from here last night? This place is more than 300 miles away from Kaibao Liulai sect and Tiandu city. The movement from such a distance can be vaguely sensed. What level of strong people do you think this is? Chen Xin said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face froze. Yes, this is more than 300 miles away, but the fighting can still be sensed by Douluo and Tiandu city, which shows the strength of the 2 warring parties. Could it be the Wuhan Hall? The middle-aged man locked the biggest suspect at the first time. I don't know. Chen Xin shook his head. To be honest, when Chen Xin deduced that the ruins in front of him were the hidden residence of Haoshan sect, he was also greatly shocked. However, after being shocked, Chen Xin was shocked again. What does this damn Haoshan sect want to do? You should know that before closing the mountain and hiding from the world, Haoshan sect's position was inclined to Xingluo Empire. Although the relationship between Haoshan sect and Xingluo Empire is not as close as that between Kaibao Liulai sect and Tiandu Empire, from the standpoint, due to the opposition between the two empires, Haoshan sect is the opponent of Kaibao Liulai sect and Tiandu Empire. It can be said that except for dealing with the matter of Wuhan Hall, the so-called the three sects are of the same blood is completely untrue. These are just the words of Ning Fengzi. The hidden residence of Haoshan sect is so close to Kaibao Glazed sect and Tiandu city, and it has never informed Kaibao Glazed sect and Tiandu Empire for so many years. Chen Xin has every reason to suspect that if Haoshan sect reappears one day, it may attack Kaibao Glazed sect, or even collude with Xingluo Empire to raid Tiandu city. My neighbor stores grain and I store guns, my neighbor is my granary. Since the Haoshan sect is sealed off from the world, it must be miserable. It has strength but no money. When it comes out, it will naturally ask its rich neighbor for money. Fortunately, Haoshan sect encountered an accident last night, and it was probably wiped out. Otherwise, Chen Xin could foresee that Kaibao Glazed sect would face a huge disaster one day in the future. Everyone, it is a serious matter. I will leave first. There is nothing to see in the ruined Haoshan sect. After saying hello, Chen Xin flew back to Kaibao Glazed sect. Haoshan sect has been destroyed. Although Kaibao Liulai sect no longer needs to worry about being spied on by Haoshan sect, the impact of this incident is not small. He has to go back and discuss it with Ning Fengzi as soon as possible. After all, even Haoshan sect has been destroyed. It is possible that the next target of the mastermind behind the scenes will be his own Kaibao Liulai sect. 3 days later, a piece of news that shocked the entire continent's Soul Master world came from Tiandu city and quickly spread to the entire continent. One of the three sects on the continent, the former world's #1 sect, Haoshan sect, was destroyed by an unknown powerful enemy. However, before this news spread to the entire continent, another explosive news came out. After Haoshan sect, another of the three sects on the continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed, except for a few disciples who were not in the family residence, including the clan leader Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanzhen. All members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family died. And unlike the destruction of the Haoshan sect, the mastermind behind the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family pointed directly to the Spirit Hall. According to an insider, that is, a member of the sect's side branch at the foot of the mountain where the Haoshan sect's headquarters is located, when the Haoshan sect was destroyed that night, the mastermind behind the scenes did not mobilize a large number of people, and the people who destroyed the clan were suspected to be a few strong men. When the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed, the mastermind behind the scenes mobilized a large number of soul masters, conservatively estimated to be no less than 7,000 or 8,000. Only the Spirit Hall, the overlord of the Soul Master world, can bring out such a large number of Soul Masters on the mainland. As for the two empires, the number of Soul Masters under the two empires is not less than 7,000 or 8,000, but mobilizing so many Soul Masters at one time will definitely drain the two empires' assets. If they really want to mobilize, the movement will be too loud and will definitely not be concealed from other forces on the mainland. It can be said that although the Spirit Hall has not been made public, the black hand that destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family must be the Spirit Hall. Although the words of the Haoshan sect did not directly point to the Spirit Hall, the Spirit Hall is the most suspected. Of course, in addition to these two explosive news, there is also a big melon on the mainland recently. The famous Haoshan Douluo fell in the territory of the Barak Kingdom. The one who shot was one of the younger generation representatives of the Elemental Holy Academy of the Tiandu Empire, the captain of the champion team of the last Soul Master competition, and the owner of twin martial souls and martial soul fusion skills, Mu Yang. Compared with the destruction of the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the influence of this news is far less. It's not that no one pays attention to Mu Yang, but the news is too exaggerated. Most people just think it's bragging and don't take it seriously. Are you kidding? Haoshan Douluo Tanghao is a famous strong man in the continent. When he advanced to the title Douluo, he was able to beat the Pope Angel Douluo Kyungsunji in front of the Spirit Hall. Even if the young man is very talented and has twin spirits and spirit fusion skills, he can't beat Haoshan Douluo, right? You know, it's only about 3 years away from the end of the Soul Master competition. 3 years ago, he was just a 5-ring Soul King. 3 years later, who would dare to believe that he can beat Haoshan Douluo? Don't brag like this. The world who received this big melon can't help but suspect that someone or some force deliberately praised Mu Yang to death in order to use others to eliminate this future major threat, as well as the Element Saint Academy behind Mu Yang. After all, the Element Saint Academy has 4 Douluo sitting in it. Although the overall strength is not strong, it is indeed one of the most powerful forces on the continent. It is not difficult to understand that someone would throw dirty water on the Element Saint Academy and attract hatred. As for who the person or force is who praised and killed Mu Yang, well, this is obvious. Many people speculated that this was a false news spread by the Wuhan Hall, the bully force in the Soul Master world, to divert the attention of various forces on the mainland after successively destroying the 2 major sects of the mainland. End of this chapter. 329 Chapter 328 Want a baby to maintain brotherly feelings. 329. Wuhan City, Worship Hall. Boom boom. A low roar sounded, and the heavy hall door was pushed open. Qian Rongxiu, who exuded a sacred meaning and a more elegant temperament than before, walked into the worship hall. Grandpa, I have completed the 3rd test. Qian Rongxiu said to Qian Daoliu, who stood with his hands behind his back and his back to her in front of the angel statue in the hall. Hehe, Grandpa knows that Zioxiu is the best in the angel family for 10,000 years. Turning around, looking at the precious granddaughter who had inherited the ancestor god in front of him, Qian Daoliu smiled gently and said. After a pause, Qian Daoliu continued, Zioxiu, Grandpa has 2 pieces of news for you. What news? Qian Rongxiu looked surprised. A few days ago, when you were taking the test, the Haoshan sect was wiped out, and before that, Tang Hao also died. Qian Daoliu said calmly. What? Tang Hao died? The Haoshan sect was wiped out. Qian Rongxiu was shocked, but after the shock, a surge of anger surged in her heart. From Qian Rongxiu's point of view, Tang Hao was the enemy who killed her father. Such a great hatred should be killed by herself, but she never expected that someone else would snatch it away. Who is it? Bibi Dong. Qian Rongxiu asked in a deep voice. If it was Bibi Dong, even if Bibi Dong killed Tang Hao, she would still not forgive Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu shook his head. No, the spy planted in the slaughter city sent back the news that Tang Hao was killed by Mu Yang with a martial soul fusion technique not far from the entrance of the slaughter city. By the way, Mu Yang is also a twin martial soul master like your mother. On the 2nd night after Tang Hao's death, the hidden Haoshan sect was destroyed, and no one in the base escaped. If nothing unexpected happened, the Haoshan sect was wiped out by the Elemental Holy Academy. Although it has been several days since he received this news, Qian Daoliu is still a little uneasy at this moment. The former world's #1 sect, the biggest worry of the Spirit Hall, has become history? I just don't know, can the Spirit Hall, which has stood on the continent for thousands of years, continue to be passed down, or will it become history like the Haoshan sect in the future? No, with Zioxia here, the angel's glory will be eternal, and the Spirit Hall will also exist forever. Qian Daoliu thought to himself. Mu Yang. Qian. Rongxiu raised her eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If someone else had taken the head of her father's murderer, Qian Rongxiu would naturally be unhappy, but Mu Yang was different. This was her good brother, and the two had a lifelong friendship. The good brother avenged the murder of his father for the good elder brother, and Qian Rongxiu could not feel any resentment in her heart, and even wanted to find Mu Yang to have a few drinks immediately. By the way, Grandpa, have you found the trace of the former Lu Diwudi? Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu thought of a key point and asked hurriedly. It can be seen that the strength of the Element Saint Academy is not bad to be able to destroy the Haoshan sect, but in Qian Rongxiu's view, the strength of the Element Saint Academy is indeed strong, but it is still far behind the former Lu Diwudi. What if Lu Diwudi returns one day in the future and finds out that the Haoshan sect has been destroyed and seeks revenge on the Element Saint Academy? Qian Rongxiu doesn't care about the life and death of outsiders, but she cares about the life and death of her good brother and Shui Yanyu, who also saved her life. In order to ensure the safety of the two, Qian Rongxiu feels that it is necessary to find Tang Chen and kill him in advance to eliminate this hidden danger. Perhaps she is not Tang Chen's opponent now, but Qian Rongxiu firmly believes that once she completes the Angel God test and ascends to the Angel God position, then under the power of God, the invincible on land will be nothing but ants. Tang Chen has been missing for a long time, and the spirit hall still has not been able to find his trace. However, Zioxiu, according to Grandpa's speculation, Mu Yang should also have obtained the god's inheritance, otherwise it is impossible to explain why his strength has improved so quickly. Have you thought about how to treat him in the Elemental Holy Academy in the future? Shaking his head, Qian Daoliu asked. He also has a god's inheritance. Qian Rongxiu was stunned. It turned out that it was not only her and Bibi Dong who started the god test. But then, Qian Rongxiu was delighted again. As we all know, the lifespan of a soul master is limited. The theoretical lifespan of a level 99 peerless Douluo is 1,000 years, but the actual lifespan is often much lower than this theoretical lifespan. And if a soul master becomes a god at level 100, according to the information left by the ancestor god, there should be no limit on the lifespan. Mu Yang and Shui Binger have a martial soul fusion skill, and there is no doubt that they have a relationship. She and Mu Yang can be brothers, but if it comes to a man-woman relationship, she definitely can't get involved. But if Shui Binger can't become a god, there will be a day when she dies. In this way, doesn't she have a chance? Although 1,000 years is a long time, Qian Rongxiu feels that she can still wait. Anyway, for a god with an infinite lifespan, 1,000 years is not too long. As for Shui Binger becoming a god, Qian Rongxiu feels that this possibility is not great. After all, in the past 10,000 years, no other soul master in the soul master world has been able to ascend to the throne of God. Her angel god test is the blessing left by the ancestor god to the younger generation of the family. As for Bibi Dong and Mu Yang, both of them are twin martial soul masters with outstanding talents, which are not comparable to other talented soul masters. Another example is Tang Chen, the invincible land in the past. Tang Chen's talent is strong enough, right? But Tang Chen also failed to obtain the inheritance of the gods. Otherwise, with Tang Chen's strength, what kind of difficult test can he not pass? He has been missing for so many years. If he could become a god, he would have become a god long ago. This shows how difficult it is to obtain the inheritance of the gods. Well, Qian Rongxiu's understanding is not wrong. After all, if it weren't for the Rakshasa god's trick, Tang Chen would have completed the Shura god test and become the new Shura god. And Qian Rongxiu would think so, not because she was thinking about love, but mainly because Qian Rongxiu felt that as the only heir of the angel family in the current era, she had to pass on the angel bloodline. It is not enough for her to inherit the bloodline alone, she also needs to find a person of the opposite sex. Looking at the opposite sex of the same generation on the mainland, only Mu Yang can catch her eye. He has talent, good looks, and feelings. Instead of just finding a person of the opposite sex to inherit the angel bloodline, it is better to find her good brother. In addition, the offspring of the two gods should be very outstanding, right? Well, it is not surprising to have a baby to maintain the brotherly relationship, right? Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu's cheeks flushed. Qian Daoliu. What the hell is your blushing? Could it be? Yes, my granddaughter is not young anymore. If she were an ordinary family, if the baby could awaken the innate soul power, she would have been studying in the primary Soul Master Academy. But my granddaughter is not an ordinary girl, but she is not worried about getting married. Qian Daoliu feels that he should be more vigilant against the yellow-haired. No, it is to be more vigilant against the blue-haired. End of this chapter. 330 Chapter 329 Ning Fengzi's Distress. 330. Haoshan sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were destroyed one after another, and the people of all forces on the continent were in a panic, especially the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, like Haoshan sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, is one of the three sects on the continent. How can the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect not be terrified when the other two were destroyed? In the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the sect master Ning Fengzi, the sect protectors Chen Xin and Gurong, and 15 8-ring level sect elders gathered together. Everyone, Haoshan sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were destroyed one after another. How should my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect deal with it? Ning Fengzi asked everyone in the hall with a sad face. At this moment, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but blame his former good disciple Qian Rongxiu. Your spirit hall is so awesome, why didn't you say so earlier? The master-disciple relationship of all these years has been for nothing. You know, because many of his sons have no talent, no skills, and are all useless, Ning Fengzi has devoted as much effort to Xue Qinghe as his own sons over the years, and it is not less than that of his own sons, or even more. Ning Fengzi feels that if Jian Rongxiu could confront him before the palace coup, after knowing the true strength of the spirit hall, he would most likely support his own disciple and stab his ally Tiandu after weighing the pros and cons. Friendship of allies? How much is the friendship of allies worth? It is far less than the de facto master-disciple relationship between him and Jian Rongxiu for many years. Well, this is a bit false, mainly because as the sect master, Ning Fengzi has to consider his own Seven Treasures Glazed sect. For the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which has been one of the top 3 sects for many years, how to move to a higher level is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to ensure that the sect can continue to be passed down stably. And joining forces with the powerful Spirit Hall can ensure this very well. After all, the Spirit Hall plus the Heaven Do Empire plus the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and the 3 parties are linked by Jian Rongxiu, the young master of the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Emperor, and the direct disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. With concerted efforts, this will not directly sweep the entire continent. Is it okay now? Xue Beng came to power. Although he and Xue Beng also have a master-disciple relationship, the two had no relationship before. In fact, because of the dispute over the crown prince, the two sides were political rivals. This nominal master-disciple relationship can be imagined. And Xue Beng is not a son of man. He does not recognize people after he pulls out the pen. After slightly consolidating the imperial power with the help of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he gradually began to be close to and distant from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It is very likely that he has the intention to weaken the influence of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect within the Heaven Do Empire. If Ning Fengzi had known this would happen, he felt that he should not have helped Tiandu, but should have helped his good disciple Jian Rongxiu who disguised himself as Xue Qinghe. In this way, the Kaibao Liulai sect and the Tiandu Empire led by Jian Rongxiu are still close allies, and because his good disciple Jian Rongxiu is the young master of the Spirit Hall, he does not have to worry about the Spirit Hall being unfavorable to his sect. Alas, am I, as a teacher, so untrustworthy of you? Ning Fengzi sighed helplessly in his heart, feeling that he had failed as a teacher. Jian Rongxiu, NMMP, you always say the 3 sects are of the same blood, how can this young master confront you? What if I betray you after confronting you? Master, maybe our 7 treasure glazed tile sect can stay out of this. Just when the hall fell into silence, Chen Xian, who was sitting on Ning Fengzi's left hand, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Hearing Chen Xian's words, Gurong looked puzzled, and everyone in the hall looked at Chen Xian. Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family have been destroyed one after another. As the 3 major sects on the continent, we must be on high alert. If the Spirit Hall intends to attack us, from their perspective, this is extremely disadvantageous. Apart from anything else, if they want to eat us who are on alert, the casualties of the Spirit Hall will definitely be greater than a surprise attack. Another thing is that the hidden residence of Haoshan sect is not far from us. If the Spirit Hall really wants to take action, it should have done it long ago. And the reason for this may be related to your disciple, Master. As he said, Chen Xian looked at Ning Fengzi. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi was silent. After a long while, Ning Fengzi said, regardless of whether the Spirit Hall will attack us in the future, the sect must be vigilant. In addition, since the Tiandu Palace incident, an invisible barrier has appeared between Tiandu and the sect, and they are no longer as close as before. In addition to the Tiandu Empire, the sect also needs to find other allies. Everyone nodded, the sect master is right. Then, an elder of the 7 treasures glazed sect said, Sect master, the ambition of the Spirit Hall is known to the world, and the Element Saint Academy is not weak, with 4 Douluo sitting in charge. We need to strengthen our relationship with them, and it would be best if we can form an alliance with them. It's a bit difficult. Long before, our sect tried to form an alliance with the Shuo and Tianshui colleges that had not yet merged. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 colleges had any idea in this regard. Ning Fengzi shook his head with regret. However, Ning Fengzi can understand it. After all, the power of the academy is different from other forces. It is just a platform for training soul masters. Most of the students will not work in the academy after graduation, but join various forces on the mainland. Among them, the best ones will become middle and high-level leaders of various forces. It can be said that any regular high-level soul master academy, regardless of whether it is strong or not, has an amazing network of relationships behind it, but it is not usually obvious. After all, it is the alma mater. Graduates who have achieved success always have to sell some face, and unless you choose to lie down, the friendship between classmates in college will be a very important interpersonal relationship. In addition, the power of the academy will not occupy too much secular interests, but not many people will go to the trouble of the academy when they are full. And the Element Saint Academy can sit back and watch the wind and clouds, so how can it intervene in the disputes between various forces on the mainland when the turmoil comes? Perhaps the weak academy forces will be coerced by other forces, but the Element Saint Academy has 4 Douluo sitting in it, and it seems to have the power to stay out of it. Besides, apart from hatred, all conflicts are caused by interests. When they win, no one will go to the Elemental Academy unless they are kicked in the head by a donkey. As soon as Ning Fengzi finished speaking, another elder said, "This is a different time. The current situation is different. Maybe the position of the Elemental Academy will change." "Sect Master, have you heard of the rumor about the Elemental Academy?" Ning Fengzi raised his eyebrows. "Are you talking about the incident in which Tang Hao was killed by Mu Yang of the Elemental Academy with a martial soul fusion technique?" End of this chapter. 331 Chapter 330 A plan within a plan that is doomed to fail. 331. Right. The elder nodded and continued, "Has the sect master ever thought about this? What if this is not a rumor, or this is a rumor, but the rumor was spread by the Spirit Hall? If it is the former, with the talent shown by Mu Yang, the Spirit Hall will definitely regard him as a serious threat. Don't forget that during the Soul Master competition, the then Platinum Bishop Sarath, who was the master of the Heaven Do Holy Temple, had sent someone to assassinate him. And geniuses are proud, not to mention geniuses who have grown into strong men. Judging from myself, I don't think young people can bear this. Similarly, the Spirit Hall will not allow opponents who are hostile to them to continue to grow. And if it is the latter, then the Spirit Hall must have the intention of suppressing the Holy Academy of Elements. After all, the Holy Academy of Elements not only has many masters at present, but also the younger generation is very dazzling, such as Mu Yang, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Feng Xiaotian. These 6 people, the talent they showed was not inferior to the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and they all have a good chance of becoming titled Douluo in the future. With such strength and potential, it is not difficult to understand why the Spirit Hall suppressed the Elemental Sacred Academy. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengzi asked, "What if neither of them is true? The former cannot be proven, and what is false after all, and it is impossible to become true. But as for the latter, whether the rumor was spread by the Spirit Hall is not important, as long as the Elemental Sacred Academy determines that the rumor was spread by the Spirit Hall. In this way, knowing that the Spirit Hall is suppressing them, the Elemental Sacred Academy must be dissatisfied. Even when the Elemental Sacred Academy felt that the Spirit Hall would secretly attack them, in order to avoid the fate of the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, it was natural to seek alliances with other forces." After the voice fell, Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up. As an old fox, he understood the implication of his elders, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way. Although it is somewhat immoral to secretly drag someone into the water, isn't this out of helplessness? Another thing, maybe the Spirit Hall really has such an idea. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect secretly dragged the Elemental Holy Academy into the water. This is not to harm people, but to let the allies prepare in advance. In the northern province, in the Ice City, dozens of miles away from the Elemental Holy Academy. All your spirits are hammer type. 2 by 2, act according to the plan, and be sure to leave some traces. Go. In a courtyard in the north of the city, a strong and charming man with blonde hair ordered the 6 subordinates in front of him. "Yes, Elder." The 6 elite members of the Spirit Hall with hammer spirits bowed and accepted the order, and then left the courtyard. "Old Ghost, do you think the Pope's plan can succeed?" After the 6 people left, Yu Guan asked the ghost beside him. "I don't know, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. At least it can plant the seeds of conflict. If it works, it will be fun." Gui Mei said with some gloating. Yu Guan nodded in agreement. "Yes, the shit pot is on the head of Haoshan sect. With the domineering temperament of those reckless men, they are too lazy to explain to you. When 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. No matter who wins or loses, it is not my Wuhan Hall that suffers. Obviously, Due to the unchanged communication and the fact that the northern province is far away from the Tiandu realm, the news was not spread in time. Zhu Gui and the two who came to carry out the special mission ordered by Bibi Dong after destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family did not know that the victim of their frame-up plan, Haoshan sect, had been wiped out. Similarly, Bibi Dong did not expect Mu Yang and the Element Saint Academy to be so decisive. The day after Tang Hao's death, they rushed thousands of miles and wiped out the entire Haoshan sect overnight. This led to the fact that although Bibi Dong had received the news of the destruction of the Haoshan sect, she had no time to inform the two people, Zhuigui, who did not return to the Spirit Hall after destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but came directly to the northern province to execute the plan within a plan she planned. Elemental Holy Academy, Snow Mountain Mimicry Training Field. Sitting on the top of the mountain, calmly throwing away distracting thoughts, adjusting his state, Mu Yang tried to condense the first soul core. At present, his soul power level has reached the 84th level soul Douluo, and the soul core secret method has long been available. Logically speaking, he should have condensed the first soul core long ago. It was just that the soul power level increased too fast during this period, and he was busy with something, so he was delayed. In the previous trip to the Stardo Great Forest, Mu Yang harvested 3 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones, and his soul power level was raised from the 70th level Quasi Soul Saint to the 80th level Quasi Soul Douluo. The subsequent trip to the Slaughter City, with the 8th God-given soul ring of more than 300,000 years and a soul level increase as a reward from the God test, made Mu Yang jump from a level 80 Quasi Soul Fighter to a level 84 Soul Fighter. With a soul power increase of 14 levels in a short period of time, how could Mu Yang care about condensing the soul core? However, the soul power surge stage has passed, and he has free time, and he also needs the soul core as one of the trump cards to pass the Shura 5th test, so Mu Yang calmed down and began to condense. Facing the cold wind whistling over the mountaintop, Mu Yang stretched out his right palm, and as the soul power in his body circulated, strands of ice blue soul power began to gather, forming a small pool of liquid soul power in the palm of his right hand. The ice blue soul power in the palm of his hand gradually increased, and Mu Yang released his mental power, controlling the liquid soul power in the palm of his hand to float in the air, float above the palm, and begin to rotate in a clockwise direction. At the initial stage of condensing the soul core, relying on the acceptable level of soul power control and strong mental power, Mu Yang was not too cautious and directly accelerated the injection and rotation speed of soul power. As the soul power accelerated, Mu Yang saw that the ice blue liquid soul power floating above the palm was slowly compressed and gradually became thicker. Everything was moving in a good direction: compression, rotation, compression, and rotation again. The rotation speed of the liquid soul power was getting faster and faster, and the degree of compression was getting higher and higher. Not long after, a needle-sized ice blue crystal suddenly appeared in the already thick liquid soul power. Obviously, the soul power floating above the palm has changed its form and started to transform from liquid to solid. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Mu Yang did not dare to be negligent and devoted himself to it. After all, it is different from before. The soul power level has increased dramatically in a short period of time, and his soul power control level has inevitably declined. It can be said that compared with the previous level of 70 Quasi Soul Saint, the difficulty of Mu Yang's condensation of soul core has increased to a certain extent. But Mu Yang will not regret not condensing the soul core in advance. The soul core has the effect of purifying soul power, and the soul master's soul power becomes purer, the soul power accumulation required for promotion will increase. When the total amount of soul power increase remains unchanged, the soul power level will naturally increase less. For example, when there is no soul core in the body, the 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones of the Titan giant ape, the Azure Bull Python and Xiaowu have increased his soul power by a total of about 10 levels. But if he had already condensed a soul core in his body at that time, adding these 300,000 year soul rings and soul bones would most likely not improve his soul power by 10 levels, and it is very likely that he would only be 8 or 9 levels. It can be said that although the difficulty of condensing a soul core after the soul power surged, it is more beneficial than the condensation before the soul power surged. After all, it takes a lot of time to increase the soul power by one level after the level is high. Although the difficulty of condensing a soul core has increased after the soul power level surged in a short period of time, it has not reached the point where it cannot be condensed. Another thing is that the level of soul power control is relatively easy to improve as long as you practice diligently. End of this chapter. 332 Chapter 331 Ice Flame Soul Core. 332. As time went by, the ice blue crystal in the center of the rapidly rotating liquid soul power became larger and larger. After a while, all the liquid soul power disappeared, and was replaced by a solid soul power the size of a duck egg, like an ice crystal gem. At the moment of the complete transformation, a small soul power vortex was formed with the solid soul power as the center. As soon as the soul power vortex appeared, it immediately generated a strong suction force and began to frantically absorb the external heaven and earth energy. As a large amount of heaven and earth energy poured in, the surrounding light became slightly distorted. Of course, the solid soul power that has been condensed into shape absorbs more than just heaven and earth energy. At this stage, even if Mu Yang no longer actively injects soul power, the solid soul power that is about to turn into a soul core will continue to extract the soul power in his body. Once Mu Yang interrupts the supply or the supply is insufficient, the only outcome is that the condensation fails. Fortunately, Mu Yang is a steady person. He has made sufficient preparations before. A lot of red jade soul returning ginseng made in advance is stored in the soul guide storage bracelet. Soul power is not a thing that can be obtained as much as you want, but as long as it is not consumed instantly, the consumption to support the condensation of a soul core is definitely enough. Time passed by minute, and the solid soul power was like a soul power black hole, greedily absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth and the soul power in Mu Yang's body. After a long time, the energy accumulated to the limit, and the formed ice blue solid soul power no longer continued to absorb energy. Tiny black cracks also appeared around the clockwise rotating soul power vortex. Collapse. Seeing this, Mu Yang shouted secretly, and in an instant, the space suddenly collapsed, and the ice blue solid soul power that appeared in front of him was completely shattered, forming a black hole vortex. In the black hole vortex, everything in sight was pitch black, as if it was going to swallow everything, making it impossible to see the scene inside. The next moment, a strange feeling came. Mu Yang clearly felt that he had an inexplicable special connection with this black hole vortex. After a while, a trace of ice blue light appeared around this black hole vortex. Gradually, this increasingly bright ice blue light turned into fine ice blue ripples rippling around the black hole vortex. Then, as the ice blue waves rippled, an ice blue multifaceted diamond-shaped object with mysterious patterns on its surface condensed in the black hole vortex. Ice Flame Soul Core, done. Looking at the completely condensed Ice Flame Soul Core in front of him, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. There are 3 acupoints in the Soul Master's body that can accommodate soul cores, namely the upper danshan between the eyebrows, the middle danshan in the chest, and the lower danshan in the abdomen. That is to say, a Soul Master can condense up to 3 soul cores. And the properties of the core are not fixed. It can be an elemental soul core, or a soul core of spiritual, chi and blood. This first condensation, Mu Yang did not do anything fancy, just condensed the ice flame soul core, and planned to integrate it into the lower danshan in the abdomen. As for the subsequent middle danshan and upper danshan, let's talk about it later. After calming down, Mu Yang took a deep breath and began to pull the ice flame soul core into the lower danshan in the abdomen. As soon as the ice flame soul core was integrated into the body, Mu Yang immediately felt a sense of oppression throughout the body. This sense of oppression was very familiar, similar to the sense of oppression generated when attaching soul rings in the past. Obviously, in addition to requiring strong mental power and a strong level of soul power control, the physical fitness of the Soul Master is also one of the tests for condensing the soul core. Of course, this sense of oppression is not strong, far from Mu Yang's endurance limit. Just like when he attaches an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring now, there is no test at all. After all, if even Mu Yang couldn't bear the pressure generated when the soul core merged into his body, then no soul master in the world could successfully condense a soul core. The process of the first soul core merging into the body was very simple. After a while, the ice flame soul core was completely integrated into the body and began to run steadily in the clockwise direction in the lower danshan of the abdomen. After carefully feeling it for a long time, Mu Yang found that with the constant operation of the ice flame soul core, the soul power quality in his body, which was already far superior to that of soul masters of the same level, became more condensed. Although the effect was not too obvious due to the short time, after a long time, when the purification limit was reached, the effect would definitely be very significant. In addition to the soul power quality, the most obvious thing was that after condensing the ice flame soul core, his soul power recovery speed increased by several times. And most importantly, the reason why the soul core can form the effect of quickly restoring soul power is that the stably running soul core can automatically absorb the external heaven and earth vitality, without Mu Yang having to specially operate the meditation method to recover. In this way, Mu Yang can continuously restore his soul power during the battle. If the battle intensity is not too high, this effect can be regarded as another kind of infinite soul power. In the past, the soul power recovery required Mu Yang to actively use meditation to recover. The difference between the two is obvious. It can be said that the condensation of the soul core has greatly made up for his shortcomings in the endurance of the martial soul fusion technique. Boom! At this moment, a small mushroom cloud suddenly bloomed on a secondary peak in the distance, and the violent roar that came into his ears pulled back Mu Yang's scattered thoughts. Seeing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but look speechless. This mushroom cloud that suddenly rose was the product of Shui Binger's failure to condense the soul core. Although his soul power level has increased dramatically far beyond Shui Binger in recent times, he is still better than Shui Binger in terms of soul power control, and he has taken the fairy herb, Wang Chuan Kia Shulu, and his mental power is also far better than Shui Binger. The combination of the two important conditions, plus the fact that his soul power level is also one level higher, gives him an advantage over Shui Binger in condensing soul cores. Therefore, he can condense the ice flame soul core smoothly, but it does not mean that Shui Binger can also condense it smoothly, at least not now. Although Shui Binger failed to condense the soul core for the first time, Mu Yang was not worried about her safety. For other soul masters, it would be life-threatening. After all, if the soul core fails to condense, it is mostly when the solid soul power is about to be transformed into the soul core. At that time, the solid soul power contains tremendous energy. The power generated by the explosion after losing control is enough to blow the soul master to pieces. But Shui Binger is different. One of the 200,000-year soul bone skills attached to her Ice Phoenix skull, Ice Phoenix protection, its effect is the same as the invincible golden body, enough to protect her from the crisis after the failure of condensing the soul core. After a while, before the mushroom cloud completely dissipated, Mu Yang saw Shui Binger wearing a spirit gold battle armor flapping her wings and flying towards him. End of this chapter. 333 Chapter 332 Spirit Hall is making trouble again? 333. Hee. Landing in front of Mu Yang, Shui Binger smiled awkwardly. Mu Yang shook his head. Forget it, it's good that you're fine. As for the soul core, if it doesn't work once, try twice, 3 times, or even more times. Anyway, with the soul bone skill, Bing Luan's protection, Shui Binger will not be in danger of life. Try a few more times to accumulate experience, and you will be able to successfully condense it later. Yeah. Shui Binger nodded obediently. Just then, a student hurried over. Senior Mu, Senior Shui, the dean is looking for you. Yeah? Did the dean say anything? Shui Binger asked with a frown. The student replied, no, but the dean seems to be in a hurry. I know. Shui Binger nodded slightly and looked at Mu Yang. Without hesitation, Mu Yang and Shui Binger rushed to the dean's office of Huolai, which was located on the mountainside in the main campus. Pushing open the door of the office, Mu Yang and Shui Binger saw that all the senior executives of the college had arrived. What happened? Seeing that everyone looked solemn, Mu Yang asked. Just received news that 2 hours ago, 5 students who went to the Lingbing Great Fighting Soul Arena disappeared. According to the results of the investigation by the leading teacher, the scene of the disappearance left traces of blunt weapon martial spirits. Huo Lai said with a serious face. Although Lingbing City is not the main city of the northern province, the city scale is far less than Tiandu City, and even less than Soto City. But it is not a small city. In addition, the Elemental Academy is located dozens of miles outside of Lingbing City. The Soul Master families in the 3 cities of Shiwo City, Tianshui City, and Shenfeng City, which have close relations with the Elemental Academy, have moved their family residences to Lingbing City, making Lingbing City extremely lively, and its development momentum is no less than that of the provincial main city. Therefore, it is common for students from the Elemental Academy to go to the Lingbing Grand Soul Fighting Arena to fight. One is to allow students to accumulate practical experience, the other is to allow students with poor family conditions to earn considerable income through fighting soul competitions. But unexpectedly, someone actually caused trouble for the Elemental Academy. Blunt weapon martial spirit. Mu Yang was stunned. Could it be a revenge by the remaining disciples of the Haoshan sect? This Impossible? Even if some disciples of the Haoshan sect were lucky enough not to be in the sect's residence on the night of the extermination, the remaining remnants were only a few little karami at most. How could they dare to provoke the tiger whiskers of the Elemental Holy Academy? What's more, except for the Spirit Hall, other forces don't know which force destroyed the Haoshan sect. Even if the surviving little karami are bold and have a strong desire for revenge, they will not find the Elemental Holy Academy so quickly. Besides, after knowing that the sect has been destroyed, the first thing that the remnants of the sect like this should do is not to find the murderer for revenge, but to hide their identities and pass on their own martial arts. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the inheritance of the Haoshan hammer martial arts will be completely cut off. What is the quality of the missing students? Are there any seeds that the academy focuses on cultivating? After a moment of silence, Mu Yang asked. To be honest, in the era without surveillance, it is very difficult to find the missing people who were abducted. However, this is limited to ordinary students of the academy. For the students who are the focus of the academy, that is, the genius students whose innate soul power level reaches level 7 or above, this is not the case. After all, if the innate soul power level reaches level 7 or above, as long as they do not die midway, they will have at least 8 ring soul Douluo in the future, and even with the soul core secret method, there is a great possibility that they will become 9 ring titled Douluo. The academy will naturally cultivate such students vigorously and serve as the backbone of the academy in the future. The way to prevent disappearance is also simple. Give the genius students who are the focus of training a metal object made by the academy's strong men after blood sacrifice. There is a special connection between the blood sacrifice metal and the person who recognizes the master through blood sacrifice. After the students wear it, it can act as a locator. If there is a genius student among the 5 missing students, and the items made of blood sacrifice metal worn on their bodies have not been lost, then they can still be found. Well, at least the body can be found. Huo Lai said in a deep voice, the other party should be targeting the geniuses of the academy. 3 of the 5 missing students are the seeds that the academy focuses on cultivating. Then can we just find them back? Or did the other party discover the trick of the blood sacrifice metal and throw it away? Mu Yang asked in surprise. That's not the case. The main reason is that we suspect that the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes is not simple. These 5 students disappeared near the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. That place is not a secluded place with no people, but the disappearance was silent, which shows that the strength of the person who did it is far superior to the students. But in fact, the teacher in charge found traces of blunt weapons, or more accurately, hammer-type martial spirits, at the scene of the disappearance. This is obviously a frame-up. Shui Yunyu said with a serious face. Mu Yang understood Shui Yunyu's hidden meaning and said, you mean the Spirit Hall? That's not right, right? The Haoshan sect is gone, leaving only the traces of the hammer spirit. Who are they going to blame? No, you forgot one thing. The Spirit Hall didn't know that the academy would destroy the Haoshan sect. If this plan was planned and implemented before the destruction of the Haoshan sect, but due to time constraints, the person in charge of the action had not received the news of the destruction of the Haoshan sect, then this plan would make sense. In addition, the Spirit Hall destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family a few days ago and provoked a conflict between the academy and the hidden Haoshan sect. This is not difficult to understand. Is that so? Touching his chin, Mu Yang fell into deep thought. Perhaps, the original purpose of the Spirit Hall was not to provoke a conflict between the academy and the Haoshan sect, but to push the Elemental Holy Academy to the opposite side of them? If someone else was in charge of the Spirit Hall, Mu Yang would naturally not think so, but who can blame Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, for having a somewhat abnormal brain circuit? You know, in the original work, Bibi Dong did a lot of things to make enemies for her own Spirit Hall, and even let strong enemies go. No matter what, let's get those students back first. Shaking his head, Mu Yang said to everyone. It's easy to get the students back, but the hard part is how we should deal with the Spirit Hall in the future. In terms of strength alone, the academy is not bad, but it is still much worse than the Spirit Hall. Huo Lai said with a bad look on his face. After all, the Spirit Hall is the overlord of the Soul Master world, and there is also the Sky Invincible Jian Daoliu sitting in charge. If they really have to fight head-on, the Elemental Holy Academy will only be crushed. But if there is no response and it is just treated as if nothing happened, then wouldn't the academy become a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone? Leave this to me. If the mastermind behind this is really the Spirit Hall, I think the Spirit Hall will give the Academy an explanation. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang said in a deep voice, although Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she cannot fully represent the entire Spirit Hall. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is strong, but the Elemental Holy Academy is not bad either. If a war is really launched, Qian Daoliu may not agree. After all, in Qian Daoliu's view, as long as Qian Rongxiu ascends to the throne of angels, all problems can be solved. Why bother to start a war? It is enough to subdue her directly with the power of God. In this way, not only can unnecessary casualties in the Spirit Hall be avoided, but also the hatred created by the Spirit Hall in the process of unifying the continent can be greatly reduced, which is more conducive to the spread of angel faith in the future. End of this chapter. 334 Chapter 333 You already have a way to die. 334. Okay. Huo Lai nodded. Mu Yang is one of the strongest men in the academy. Even when he is in the state of martial soul fusion, he is the most powerful man in the academy. In addition, the blood sacrifice medal is also forged by Mu Yang himself. The blood sacrifice medal objects carried by the genius students in the academy are naturally inseparable from the blood sacrifice medal recognized by Mu Yang. After leaving the office, Mu Yang closed his eyes and concentrated, following the weak special blood connection, carefully sensing the location of the 3 blood sacrifice medals. Southwest. Soon, Mu Yang noticed the approximate location of the blood sacrifice medal. This is good news. The 5 students disappeared in Linbing City, and Linbing City is in the south of the Elemental Holy Academy. Since the location of the blood sacrifice medal is in the southwest, the missing students should not have been killed directly by the other party, but were kidnapped. At the same time, the direction of the southwest also verified the possibility of framing that they had speculated before. After all, the hidden residence of the Haoshan sect is located in the southwest of the Elemental Holy Academy. As for whether the Spirit Hall knows the location of the hidden residence of the Haoshan sect, there is no doubt that the Spirit Hall knows it. The identity of Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuexuan, as a direct descendant of the Haoshan sect is no secret in the eyes of the high-level officials of the Tiandu Empire. Even if the Tiandu Empire knows it, the Spirit Hall must know it. Even if the Spirit Hall did not know where the hidden residence of the Haoshan sect was, it would know it as long as it sent someone to secretly watch Tang Yuehua. The reason why the Spirit Hall did not come to the door is that the hidden residence of the Haoshan sect has a special terrain and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. In addition, Qian Daoliu is an honest man who keeps his promise, and the real murderer who killed Kyung Sunji is not Tang Hao. For Tang Chen's sake, he did not take it seriously. Afterwards, Mu Yang took Shui Binger out of the academy and chased in the southwest direction. In the wilderness hundreds of miles away from the Elemental Holy Academy in the northern province, 6 hurried figures were heading southwest. Among the 6 people, in addition to the 7-ring soul saint who was in the lead, the remaining 5 soul emperors each held a boy or girl who was in a coma. But what the 6 people did not notice was that among the 5 unconscious boys and girls, 2 boys and 1 girl were wearing small accessories that looked inconspicuous but were actually made of rare metals of the spirit forging level. Suddenly, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared, and a figure wearing gorgeous golden armor and stretching metal wings behind him appeared in front of the 6 people. Then, a circle of surging khaki light surged out from the golden armor figure, turning into a khaki field covering a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, the 6 people who were running felt a terrifying gravity coming on them, and they didn't even have the chance to fall to the ground. They were all pressed to the ground by this terrifying gravity. On the contrary, the 5 unconscious boys and girls were all suspended in the air under the effect of anti-gravity. Then, Mu Yang changed his domain type soul bone skills, gravity within the range of the gravity swamp, and pulled the 5 unconscious juniors to his side. How are they? At this time, Shui Binger's figure landed beside Mu Yang, glanced at the 5 unconscious people, and asked Mu Yang. After carefully investigating with his mental power, Mu Yang waved his hand and said, "Fortunately, they were just knocked unconscious." The next second, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and he used a soul-stealing secret technique on the 7-ring soul saint who was the leader in the gravity swamp. In an instant, the soul saint was controlled by Mu Yang. I ask, you answer, where are you from? Martial Soul Hall. Who ordered it? Elder Ju, Elder Gui. Ju Gui. That's Bibi Dong? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if it wasn't Qian Daoliu's order. It was just Bibi Dong. If she didn't ascend to the position of Rakshasa God, Mu Yang wouldn't be afraid of Bibi Dong who couldn't fully exert her strength. Then, Mu Yang asked again, where is Zhu Gui Douluo? Since Bibi Dong was the mastermind behind the scenes, this matter naturally couldn't be left alone. Otherwise, if it was treated as nothing happened, Bibi Dong might think that the Elemental Holy Academy was a soft persimmon and would make more trouble in the future. However, since Bibi Dong was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and Mu Yang didn't have the courage to go to the Spirit City to fight her, he could only let Bibi Dong go. But he could still control Zhu Gui Douluo. More than 2 hours ago, the two elders told us to take the 5 people to 300 miles east of Tiandu City, find an official road to hammer them to death, and then return to the Spirit City. The Spirit Hall Soul Saint whose consciousness was controlled answered honestly. Mu Yang, you have already found a way to die. The next moment, Mu Yang raised the gravity in the gravity swamp to the highest level. Bang 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 bang. 6 low explosions sounded in succession. The terrifying gravity in the gravity swamp directly crushed the 6 people into 6 pools of blood and flesh. Binger, take the 5 of them back first. After glancing at the 6 pools of blood and flesh on the ground, Mu Yang retracted the gravity swamp and turned to Shui Binger. Are you going to capture the Zhu Gui Douluo of the Spirit Hall? Shui Binger understood Mu Yang's implication. Yet. Mu Yang nodded, if we don't show them some color, others will think we are soft persimmons. The strength of Zhu Gui and Gui is average. With the Spirit Gold battle armor in hand, he can easily take them down by himself now. As for the 2 people's martial soul fusion skills, the bipolar static field? If he is alone, Mu Yang can't resist the confinement power of the bipolar static field. After all, this move can freeze the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape in the original book. It can even confine 2 100,000-year-old Beast Kings, which shows how strong the confinement power formed by the bipolar static field is. But although the effect of the martial soul fusion skill is strong, it still needs a chance to be used, right? It takes a certain amount of time to activate the martial soul fusion skill. This short time is enough for Mu Yang to break the martial soul fusion skills of the 2. Then you be careful. Shui Binger did not forget to remind. Mu Yang waved his hand and said, don't worry, Zhu Gui and the others are not my opponents. But the 2 have been running for more than 2 hours now, and there is no specific route. Most of them can't be caught. Maybe they have to wait outside the martial soul city. They probably won't come back in the next few days. Unlike the 6 people, because the students have locators on them, he and Shui Binger have a certain direction. As long as they are faster than the other party, it is only a matter of time to catch up. But Zhu Gui and the others are different. Mu Yang doesn't know the specific route of their return to the martial soul city. After all, the titled Douluo can fly, and they will definitely not take the official road, and the flight route is not fixed. In addition, the 2 have been running for more than 2 hours, so the possibility of catching up halfway is really small. End of this chapter. 335 Chapter 334, Defeating Zhu Gui in Seconds. 335. 4 days later, at noon, Mu Yang was bored and sent out his spiritual power to sense on a barren mountain more than 20 miles north of Wuhan City. As expected, he failed to catch Zhu Gui and the other 2 4 days ago. After all, Zhu Gui and the other 2 had been running for more than 2 hours, and with the speed of a titled Douluo, they would have been gone long ago after more than 2 hours. After flying for half a day and failing to find any trace of Zhu Gui and the other 2, Mu Yang rushed to the outside of Wuhan City overnight. He didn't know where Zhu Gui and the other 2 had gone, but he was sure that the 2 gays would return to Wuhan City sooner or later. With Mu Yang's current spiritual power, as long as Zhu Gui and the other 2 did not intentionally restrain their aura and did not deliberately take a detour when returning, and took any of the 3 gates of the north, northwest and northeast of the 6 gates of Wuhan City, they would definitely be caught. Suddenly, within Mu Yang's spiritual perception range, 2 figures with good auras flew from the north, and the aura of one of the figures gave people a gloomy feeling. Finally I found you. Realizing that the soul power aura of the visitors was around level 95, Mu Yang's eyes lit up, and then the spirit gold battle armor materialized, and the wings of the battle armor behind him stretched out, flapping his wings and flying towards the 2. The aura of a level 95 titled Douluo that gave people a gloomy feeling, and it was outside the Wuhan City. Who else could it be but Gui Mei? Old ghost, how do you think we should explain this to His Holiness the Pope when we go back? In the air, Yu Guan asked Gui Mei with sorrow. These 2 days, Yu Guan always felt that Dan Dan was a little sad. 2 days ago, the two learned that the Haoshan sect had been destroyed some time ago. The Pope's order was to kidnap the talented students of the Elemental Academy and put the blame on the Haoshan sect, thereby provoking conflicts and disputes between the Elemental Academy and the Haoshan sect. But they didn't expect that the Haoshan sect had been destroyed long before they took action, but because they didn't receive the news in time, they didn't cancel this doomed plan to frame and blame. Now it's good, the target of the blame has been completely wiped out. If the Elemental Academy is not a fool, then they will know that this matter is definitely not done by the Haoshan sect, but someone is deliberately making trouble. As for who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Isn't it obvious? After thinking from the perspective of others, Yu Guan doesn't think that the Elemental Academy can't guess that the mastermind behind this matter is their own Wuhan Hall. Alas, it's not a crime of war. I hope the Pope can understand us. Hearing this, Gui Mei glanced at his old friend and sighed helplessly. The plan went wrong, but it was not because of their incompetence, but because external conditions did not allow it. This plan of framing others had no chance of success. The only thing the two could pray for now was that Bibi Dong would not blame them, and when the Elemental Saint Academy investigated, she would not sell them out because they had worked hard even if they had no merits over the years. After all, since they knew that Mu Yang could kill Tang Hao with his martial soul fusion technique, they knew that the 5 unknown strong men who had intercepted 300,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest were Mu Yang, Huo Lai and other 4 Douluo in the state of martial soul fusion technique. With such a strong man in charge of the Elemental Saint Academy, the two brothers could not guarantee that they would not be retaliated in the future if something happened. Consideration? Ha, you ready to bear the wrath? A voice suddenly came into the ears of the two. Mu Yang, who was flying in the air, flashed and activated the teleportation soul bone skill several times, appearing in front of Zhu and Gui. Mu Yang? Seeing Mu Yang suddenly appearing not far in front of them, Zhu and Gui suddenly widened their eyes, and they couldn't help but reveal a look of fear in their eyes. You know, although Mu Yang is not old, or even very young, he is a ruthless man who killed Tang Hao. And Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao is an existence that the two brothers can't match together. How can the two who have a ghost in their hearts not be afraid? Humph, soul stealing. With a cold snort, Mu Yang directly activated the soul stealing secret technique. The majestic mental power rushed out, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters and sinking into Yu Guan's sea of consciousness. In a moment of mental power confrontation, Yu Guan was defeated by Mu Yang, his consciousness was tampered with, and he became a temporary slave. Ghost, possess. 7th soul skill, Ghost. Just when Mu Yang controlled Yu Guan with the soul-stealing secret technique, the ghost possessed the spirit without hesitation, and the 7th soul ring around the body was shining, and it was about to activate the spirit true body. Ghost's little calculation was very loud. This place was not far from the spirit city. As long as there was a big noise and it held on for a while, colleagues would come to investigate the situation. At that time, Mu Yang would have no choice but to run away. Otherwise, if he didn't run away, when the real strong men of his own spirit hall came, Mu Yang would not be able to escape. It's a pity, ideas are ideas, reality is reality, the ghost's little calculation failed. It takes time to release the martial soul, and it also takes time to activate the martial soul's true body. After controlling Yu Guan's consciousness, Mu Yang immediately used a real illusion secret technique on the ghost who was activating the martial soul's true body. Before the ghost completely condensed the martial soul's true body, Mu Yang pulled his consciousness into the real illusion. Puff! The martial soul's true body was broken, and the soul skill backfired. The ghost whose consciousness was pulled into the real illusion couldn't help but he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. Staring at the two controlled Chuigui for a moment, Mu Yang's soul power shone in his hand, and 4 ice blue extreme ice arrows suddenly condensed in front of him. Puff puff puff! The next second, a slight sound of breaking through the air sounded, and 4 extreme ice arrows shot out, with a flash of ice blue light, accompanied by 4 bright red blood flowers blooming, and the sharp extreme ice arrows pierced through the ghost's limbs. Then, Mu Yang cancelled the real illusion secret technique. Do you want to completely? Mu Yang didn't kill Gui Mei, but just taught him a lesson. Consciousness returned from the illusion, and the severe pain from the limbs swept through the whole body. Gui Mei couldn't help but groan in pain. However, this guy was also a strong man. The limbs were pierced by the soul arrows. In such severe pain, Gui Mei didn't make a wail, but just looked at Mu Yang with pain and despair on his face. Glancing at Gui Mei, Mu Yang said calmly, since you have done something wrong, you have to pay the price. I will take Yu Guan away. Go back and tell your boss to ask Jian Rongxiu to come to the Elemental Holy Academy to ask for me within a month. No more waiting. Of course, if you Wuhan Hall don't care about Yu Guan, you don't have to come. After saying that, the wings of the battle armor behind Mu Yang fluttered, and he disappeared into the northern sky with Yu Guan, whose consciousness he controlled. End of this chapter. 336 Chapter 335 You have come to this day too. 336. Inside the Pope's palace. Bang! You are so brave. After listening to Gui Mei's report, Bibi Dong slammed the table in front of her, furious. At this moment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known this, she shouldn't have done this plan of framing others. Although her original intention was to push the Elemental Holy Academy, which had seen through this plan, to the opposite side of the Spirit Hall, and the facts were also developing in this direction, but the details showed a situation she didn't want to see. Yu Guan was captured, and Mu Yang bluntly asked Jian Rongxiu to go to the Elemental Holy Academy to ask for him. Isn't that putting her on the fire? Ask Jian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong feels that she can't do it. Qian Sunji did such a beastly thing to her in the past. Bibi Dong will never beg anyone from the angel family even if she is beaten to death. But don't ask Jian Rongxiu. Yu Guan has been with her for so many years. If she doesn't make any contribution, she has worked hard. If she lets it go, won't it make other subordinates feel disappointed? Then the team will be difficult to lead. If the Elemental Holy Academy is a soft persimmon, she doesn't have to do anything. If you are in trouble, just go to their house and ask for them. Don't give? If you don't give, I'll kill you. Unfortunately, the strength of the Holy Academy of Elements is not weak. The confidants she has cultivated over the years are obviously not the opponent of the Holy Academy of Elements, and the same is true for herself. Of course, if the power of the worship faction is taken into account, the strength of Wuhan is naturally enough, even far exceeding that of the Holy Academy of Elements. But the problem is that although she is the Pope of the Wuhan Hall, the power of the worship faction will not directly obey her. Anyone who has important matters must be approved by the elders' meeting. There is no doubt that this proposal will not be passed. After all, the Elemental Holy Academy is quite powerful. Once they are completely confronted, even if the Spirit Hall can win, it will most likely have to pay a heavy price. Instead of that, it would be better to let the young master Qian Rongxiu go to redeem the people. In addition, Bibi Dong can foresee that this matter cannot be made public at the elders' meeting, otherwise the elders of the many worship factions in the elders' hall will definitely make trouble for her. There is no other. The reason was that the Elemental Academy was originally neutral and had nothing to do with the Spirit Hall, and the young master Qian Rongxiu had a good relationship with Mu Yang. As a result, after she did this, the relationship between the two sides immediately dropped to the freezing point. How could a qualified Spirit Hall Pope make enemies for no reason? After pondering for a moment, Bibi Dong waved her hand and said, I have already known the limits of this matter. Elder Ghost, go and treat your injuries first. Yes, Your Holiness. After enduring the pain on his body, he bowed and left the Pope's hall. Then, Bibi Dong ordered someone to call Hulina and whispered a few words. Bow to Jian Rongxiu? Impossible. Ignore the captured Yu Guan? That won't work either. Does she have no other choice? That's not it. Bibi Dong thought of a third choice. The key to solve the problem is not that she should bow to Jian Rongxiu, but to let Jian Rongxiu go to the Elemental Holy Academy to find Mu Yang to redeem her. If Jian Rongxiu wants to go to the Elemental Holy Academy to redeem her, in addition to her going to find Jian Rongxiu in person, it is also feasible to let Gui Mei go to find Jian Rongxiu herself. Anyway, Yu Guan is also an elder of the Spirit Hall. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, you, Jian Rongxiu, can't just stand by and watch your subordinates die when they are in trouble, right? Of course, in order to prevent Jian Rongxiu from thinking that she needs help from her, Bibi Dong did not directly order Gui Mei to find Jian Rongxiu, but took a detour and asked her disciple Hulina to remind Gui Mei to find Jian Rongxiu in his personal name. An hour later, in the wilderness more than 10 miles south of the Spirit City. Young Master is awesome. I lost. A great battle ended. On the messy battlefield, the duration of the martial soul's true body ended. The huge blood-colored demon bear dissipated. The pale-faced demon bear Douluo said to Jian Rongxiu, who was in the state of the angel's true body in the air in front of him. "Thank you, Elder Demon Bear. I'll give in." After dispersing the sacred sword in her hand, Qian Rongxiu bowed. The huge angel's true body in the air dissipated, revealing her peerless figure. The next second, a majestic and sacred voice sounded from Qian Rongxiu's mind. Immediately afterwards, a golden stream of light surged out from Qian Rongxiu's brows and turned into a golden light curtain. Then the golden light curtain shattered and turned into golden light dots that re-entered the brows. At the same time, the soul power aura emanating from Qian Rongxiu's body surged a little, and the 8 soul rings of purple, 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 black, 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 and black that bloomed around her body all emitted a faint golden halo. Soon, under the rendering of the golden halo, Qian Rongxiu's purple 1000-year 4th soul ring turned into a black 10,000-year soul ring, and the original black 8th soul ring with a hint of red also completely turned into a 100,000-year 8th soul ring. Obviously, Qian Rongxiu completed another angel god test, and not only received a level upgrade reward, but also a soul ring year upgrade reward, which made the 4th and 8th soul rings have a qualitative change. "Mu Yang, this lady has completed the 4th test, what about you?" Looking at the 100,000-year 8th soul ring blooming on her body, Qian Rongxiu was delighted and couldn't help thinking secretly. Congratulations to the young master for obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's 8th soul ring transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring, the eyes of the magic bear, ghost leopard, Shilong, Ci Shuet and others present flashed a trace of envy, and then congratulated. After waving her hand and checking the content of the next test, Qian Rongxiu returned to Wuhan City, ready to make persistent efforts to complete the angel god test and ascend to the throne of God as soon as possible. The entrance to the angel secret realm is located in the Douluo Palace, but before approaching the Douluo Palace, Qian Rongxiu saw Gui Mei standing outside the palace from a distance. "Gui Mei? What is he doing here?" Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. Gui Mei and Yu Guan followed Bibi Dong. Since she and Bibi Dong had a bad relationship, it can be said that since returning to Wuhan City, Gui Mei was the elder of her family she had the least contact with. "Hello, young master." Seeing Qian Rongxiu coming towards this side from a distance, Gui Mei stepped forward quickly and saluted. "Well, Elder Gui, are you injured?" Qian Rongxiu nodded slightly and asked after noticing that Gui Mei's breath was a little disordered and her face was pale, as if she was injured. "Young master, please save Yu Guan." Gui Mei knelt on one knee in front of Qian Rongxiu and begged without saying anything. "Elder Gui, please get up quickly. What is going on?" Qian Rongxiu's eyelids twitched and she hurriedly pulled Gui Mei up. Although Gui Mei was not following her, she was still an elder of her family, not just a nobody. She couldn't neglect him out of reason and emotion. But you know what, no matter what happened today, as one of Bibi Dong's confidants, Gui Mei could ask her for help, which made Qian Rongxiu feel happy. After all, this means that the ghost's requests must be something that Bibi Dong cannot solve, but she can solve it, otherwise the ghosts would not come to her. Bibi Dong, you have come to this day? End of this chapter. 337 Chapter 336 Those who want to achieve great things do not have to stick to small details. 337. Bang! Qian Rongxiu, with a fierce look in her eyes, kicked the door of the palace open and walked into the Pope's palace. The Pope's palace is a sacred place, how can you be so presumptuous? Seeing Qian Rongxiu kicking the door in, Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the throne in the palace handling official business, was stunned, and then angrily scolded. How dare you kick the door of the Pope's palace? It's simply not my Bibi Dong, even if you, Qian Rongxiu, are the young master of the spirit hall, you can't do that. Insolent? You are the insolent. The Holy Academy of Elements has no grudges against my spirit hall. Bibi Dong, as the Pope of the spirit hall, you sent people to kidnap the students of the Holy Academy of Elements for no reason and provoked disputes between the two forces. What is your intention? Qian Rongxiu retorted bluntly. After learning the whole story from Gui Mei, Qian Rongxiu was furious. Bibi Dong, as the Pope, you don't seek development for the spirit hall, but you actually make enemies for the spirit hall? And the target of the enemy is the Holy Academy of Elements, which has a close relationship with me, Qian Rongxiu? Don't you know that the Douluo Shuiyanyu of the Holy Academy of Elements and the representative of the younger generation Mu Yang have all saved my life? If this gets out, how can I, Qian Rongxiu, live my life? Repaying kindness with enmity, no matter when and where, is looked down upon by the world. Humph, those who want to accomplish great things don't have to be so particular about small details. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu sarcastically said, "Then may I ask your holiness the Pope, what great things have you accomplished without being so particular about small details?" "Oh, I forgot, you sent people to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family." "You?" Bibi Dong was so angry that she stood up directly from the throne. Qian Rongxiu crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised her head slightly, and said in a domineering manner, "What do you mean by you? You sent people to do the thing, and now you want me, Qian Rongxiu, to clean up your mess, and I'm not allowed to say anything about you? If you have the guts, Bibi Dong, go to the Holy Academy of Elements and rescue Elder Ju." After Bibi Dong's attack, Qian Rongxiu felt as sweet as drinking honey. This lady has the chance to scold you. How dare you? How dare you talk to your mother like that? Bibi Dong shouted angrily, releasing a terrifying soul pressure that enveloped the entire Pope's palace. Thump, thump, thump. Under the terrifying soul pressure, Qian Rongxiu, whose strength was even better than that of an ordinary 95-level titled Douluo, could not help but step back several steps, looking at the furious Bibi Dong with a serious expression. From this move alone, Qian Rongxiu could see that Bibi Dong's strength far exceeded her previous expectations, and even gave her the feeling that she was still above the second worshipper Golden Crocodile Douluo, second only to her grandfather Qian Daoliu. Qian Rongxiu's feeling was not wrong. Bibi Dong's soul level had already reached the 99th level of Peerless Douluo. Although the Rakshasa God test restricted her strength, the soul pressure alone was not limited. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Mother? What qualifications do you have to say you are my mother? Have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a mother? Bibi Dong, I now officially inform you that all future actions of the Spirit Hall regarding the Holy Academy of Elements must be approved by me in the Elders' meeting. That's all, you can do whatever you want." After saying that, Qian Rongxiu didn't care about Bibi Dong's reaction and turned around and left the Pope's hall. Staring at Qian Rongxiu's departing figure for a long time, in the empty hall, Bibi Dong suddenly seemed to have lost all her strength, fell back into the chair with lifeless eyes, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. At this moment, Bibi Dong suddenly felt that she might have really done something wrong over the years. "No, I'm not wrong, it's Qian Sunji who's wrong, everything is Qian Sunji's fault." Bibi Dong roared hysterically in her heart. On the other side, before night fell, Mu Yang took Yu Guan back to the Elemental Academy. For the time being, the Elemental Academy is not the opponent of the Spirit Hall, and Mu Yang is not ready to tear his face with the Spirit Hall. Ordinary Spirit Hall soul masters can be killed, no big deal. But Yu Guan is not some cat or dog, but a titled elder ranked in the Douluo Hall in the Spirit Hall. He is a high-level figure in the Spirit Hall and should not be killed directly. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall will not let the Elemental Academy go in order to maintain its reputation. Since Yu Guan cannot be killed, he can only be imprisoned temporarily and wait for Qian Rongxiu to redeem him. But the problem is that the titled Douluo is not so easy to imprison. After all, Mu Yang does not have a special soul guide to seal the soul power of soul masters. Crippled? Qian Rongxiu has been asked to redeem him. Beating Yu Guan crippled is equivalent to not giving him face. Fortunately, halfway through, Mu Yang thought of a way to solve this problem. Coming to the forging room, he took out many soul-forged silver that he had forged in the past. After being shaped by the ice flame, Mu Yang arranged heavy handcuffs and leg cuffs for Yu Guan. Although Yu Guan's strength as a level 95 titled Douluo was not weak, his threat was limited after wearing heavy handcuffs and leg cuffs. The soul-forged silver used to make handcuffs and leg cuffs was very strong. It was difficult for Yu Guan, who was not a titled Douluo of the fire attribute, to destroy it. Moreover, unlike ghosts who could virtualize their bodies, Yu Guan wanted to quickly get rid of the restrictions of these handcuffs and leg cuffs, unless he chopped off his hands and feet. In addition, these soul-forged silver were all Mu Yang's blood sacrifice metals. Through special blood connections, they could sense the specific location, so there was no need to worry about Yu Guan sneaking away. Afterwards, Mu Yang took Yu Guan, who was carrying a lot of weight and had difficulty even walking, to Huo Lai. What's going on?" Huo Lai asked Mu Yang after glancing at the unique Yueguan. "This guy followed Bibi Dong's orders and plotted against our academy. I caught him. If nothing unexpected happens, the Spirit Hall will come to redeem him." Please keep an eye on him during this period and don't let anything go wrong. As he said that, Mu Yang took the soul-stealing secret technique was eliminated. The moment the soul-stealing secret technique failed, Yu Guan's consciousness returned to normal. Looking at Mu Yang and Huo Lai in front of him, his pupils shrank sharply. Huoguan, you are arrested. Wait for the spirit hall to redeem you. Don't think about making trouble, otherwise you will be in danger of your life. Mu Yang warned unceremoniously. If he falls into his hands, Mu Yang will naturally not be polite to him. And this is not just a warning, but also a threat. He is not a timid person. When he was still a little Karami, he dared to plot the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone and control others to assassinate Tang San. During the subsequent Soul Master competition, he dared to use Tang Hao's hand to deal with the Heaven Do Spirit Hall. Now that he is gradually becoming more powerful, Mu Yang is not really afraid to kill Yu Guan. At most, after killing Yu Guan, he will learn from Tang Hao and Haoshan sect, take Shui Binger out to hide for a few years, and then come out after the strength of the spirit fusion technique reaches the god level. End of this chapter. 338 Chapter 337 Ring Condensation Method, Part 1. 338. A week later, in the morning, in the bedroom, Mu Yang finished the deduction and opened his eyes. Finally, the secret method of self-condensing soul rings has been perfected. Thinking about the perfected secret method, Mu Yang couldn't help but smile. Since he deduced the soul forging, metal forging and the manufacturing method of the three-word battle armor, Mu Yang has not stopped deducing. Whenever he has free time, he is urging his innate ability to deduce new secret methods. There is no doubt that the strength of soul rings and soul bones is an important factor affecting the strength of soul masters. Therefore, it is particularly important to deduce the secret method of improving the age of soul rings and soul bones. In addition to these two secret methods, Mu Yang expected that there is another secret method that is also very important. It is nothing else, it is the special secret method of self-condensing soul rings. It is true that soul beasts are renewable resources, but the regeneration speed is very slow. Since the number of soul beasts far exceeds the number of soul masters, there is no shortage of low-year soul rings on the mainland, but high-year soul rings are still relatively scarce, and the older the soul ring, the more scarce it is, especially the 100,000-year soul ring that is most suitable for the 9th soul ring of the titled Douluo. Although the age of a soul beast is not equal to the actual age of the soul beast, for example, a soul beast grows into a 100,000-year soul beast, but this does not mean that the soul beast has practiced for 100,000 years, but that the soul beast has a cultivation of 100,000 years. But even if the year is not equal to age, if a soul beast with excellent talent wants to grow into a 100,000-year soul beast, it will take at least tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of practice. And a soul master with excellent talent only needs a few decades to practice from awakening the martial soul to the 90th level of quasi-titled Douluo. In addition, the 100,000-year soul beast is generally powerful and difficult to hunt, which leads to the fact that most of the titled Douluo in the mainland soul master world do not have a 100,000-year soul ring. But from now on, if Mu Yang is willing to promote his newly developed and improved ring condensation method, the scarcity of 100,000-year spirit rings will be rewritten. Because the ring condensation method can make spirit masters who need to add spirit rings to advance no longer need to advance by hunting spirit beasts, and can condense spirit rings by themselves like transformed spirit beasts that have not yet entered the mature stage. And the spirit rings condensed by the ring condensation method can make the condensed spirit ring age reach the maximum limit that they can bear, just like the God-given spirit rings or the natal spirit rings. Theoretically, a 90-level quasi-titled Douluo can condense a 100,000-year 9th spirit ring by himself through the ring condensation method. Even for a spirit master like Mu Yang who has a strong physical endurance, a 100,000-year spirit ring is not the upper limit of the ring condensation method. In addition, according to the feedback information of the deduced talent ability, even if the soul master has a strong endurance, he cannot condense a soul ring of 1 million years through the ring condensation method, but the upper limit of the soul ring condensed by himself can be as high as 999,999 years. It can be said that the ring condensation method is a special secret method applicable to all soul masters, with a very low lower limit but a very high upper limit. This is especially true for twin martial soul masters who have a huge gap in high-year soul rings. Compared with normal soul rings, the soul rings condensed by themselves through the ring condensation method are not as good as the soul rings of soul beasts of the same year with very powerful bloodlines, such as the dark gold terror claw bear, the pure blood dragon soul beast, the dark demon evil god tiger, etc., but at least they are above the average level. In addition, normally, after a soul master attaches a soul ring, his martial soul will be strengthened to a certain extent. For example, after Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul was attached with the Mandragora snake soul ring, it gained toughness, but because the Mandragora snake was highly toxic, the blue silver grass martial soul also had a certain degree of toxicity. But the soul ring condensed by the ring condensation method is different. It will only strengthen the martial soul in all directions, and focus on strengthening the direction that the martial soul is best at, and will not make the martial soul have attributes and characteristics that do not exist originally. From this point of view alone, in Mu Yang's opinion, the soul ring condensed by the ring condensation method is definitely stronger than ordinary soul rings, not to mention whether it can compare with the soul rings of soul beasts with powerful bloodlines. Of course, the ring condensation method is not without flaws. The 100,000-year-old transformed soul beasts that have not yet entered the mature stage can condense soul rings on their own to advance, because they have the powerful foundation of being 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the past. Rather than saying that the transformed soul beasts can condense soul rings by themselves, it is better to say that they are taking back the foundation they had in the past, while the soul masters who have mastered the condensation ring method have no foundation to rely on. Therefore, the soul rings condensed by the condensation ring method with one's own martial soul as the guide and absorbing the external heaven and earth energy are flawed, that is, except for the special 7th soul ring skills cannot be directly formed. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the soul ring condensed by the soul ring method not only has a very high age limit, but also fits one's own martial soul 100%, and the soul ring age can reach the maximum limit that one can bear. If it can also directly form soul ring skills, wouldn't it be the same as the God-given soul ring? After all, the soul ring method is just a special secret method derived by Mu Yang, a soul master who has not yet become a god, through the deduction of his innate ability. In terms of level alone, it is obviously not as good as the God-given soul ring. What's more, the popularity of the two is simply incomparable. Isn't Poseidon, the sea god who is rich in the world, generous enough? But Poseidon can't give all the believers the God-given soul rings. He can only give them to those with good talents, and he doesn't buy them all directly, but only gives one or two. However, the ring condensation method is applicable to all soul masters. In terms of popularity alone, the ring condensation method can kill the God-given soul rings in seconds, so it is normal to have defects. The soul ring does not come with soul skills, which is a big defect. After all, for most soul masters, soul skills account for a very high proportion of their own strength. If they are restricted from using soul skills, they may not be able to beat soul masters who are one level lower than themselves but can use soul skills normally. So is there a way to make up for it? Of course there is. The defect of the ring condensation method is that the self-condensed soul ring cannot be directly attached. Writing is a profound knowledge. Since it cannot be attached directly, it can be attached indirectly. If this defect is left to other soul masters to make up for it, they may not be able to think of it even if they rack their brains, but for Mu Yang, this matter is not too simple. The answer can be obtained by deducing talent and ability. It is not difficult to operate. Although the self-condensed soul ring cannot directly attach soul skills, it can burn the self-created soul skills that can be mastered into it when condensing the soul ring, so that the self-created soul skills can become soul ring skills. End of this chapter. 339 Chapter 338 Ring Condensation Method, Part 2. 339. There is actually no absolute difference between self-created soul skills and soul ring skills. Self-created soul skills are not necessarily high-end, and there are also many poor ones. Although soul ring skills are relatively rigid, if they are not further developed, their flexibility is not as high as self-created soul skills, but they can enjoy more blessings from the martial soul true body. After all, many soul masters' martial soul true bodies have the effect of no cooling for soul skills below the 7th ring. By converting self-created soul skills into soul skills below the 7th ring, they can burst continuously without cooling restrictions. In addition, the power of the various self-created soul skills in the mainland soul master world is rarely comparable to the 100,000-year soul skills. Perhaps most soul masters below level 90 cannot transform their self-created soul skills into 100,000 year soul skills through the ring condensation method, but a few geniuses are not among them. For example, Mu Yang, although the power of his Ice Flame Spear secret art is acceptable, the actual power is obviously not as good as the 100,000 year strong attack soul skill. If the Ice Flame Spear secret art is transformed into a soul ring skill, with his current physical fitness, it is enough to transform it into an Ice Flame Spear soul ring skill that is far more than 100,000 years old, and the power can be greatly improved. The only pity is that according to the feedback information of the deduced talent ability, even if the age of the self-condensed soul ring reaches 100,000 years, only one self-created soul skill can be recorded, and the second one cannot be recorded. And once recorded, it cannot be changed a second time later, and there is no such thing as arbitrary change. In addition, it does not mean that every self-created soul skill is suitable for transformation into a soul ring skill through the ring condensation method. The compatibility between the self-created soul skill and the martial soul needs to be considered. For example, Mu Yang's soul capture secret art or real illusion secret art, once recorded into the self-condensed soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, because the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul is not a spiritual martial soul, it will cause the soul skill to be older, but the actual effect is not as good as the secret version of soul capture or real illusion. Another example is Hua Wushuan's Red Flame Crystal Dragon martial soul. If the subsequent self-condensed 8th or 9th soul ring is recorded into the hammer method, it will also be a useless soul skill. Maybe after Hua Wushuan, who is possessed by the martial soul, activates this soul skill, the effect will be to spit out a fiery red hammer? Or to smash people by clenching the dragon claws. The specific picture is a bit hard to imagine, but there is no doubt that the degree of fit between the self-created soul skill and the martial soul is too low, or even irrelevant. If it is forcibly engraved into the self-condensed soul ring and transformed into a soul ring skill, then the soul skill attached to this self-condensed soul ring will basically be useless, and it will not show the power that a high-year soul skill should have. And it is worth noting that if the level of the self-created soul skill is high, and the age of the self-condensed soul ring is low, then the level of the self-created soul skill will be correspondingly reduced after it is transformed into a soul ring skill, and there will not be a situation where the soul ring age is not high but the soul skill effect is very strong. On the contrary, if the level of the self-created soul skill is very low, and the age of the self-condensed soul ring is super high, then this self-created soul skill will be optimized at a corresponding level after it is transformed into a soul ring skill. Without considering the degree of fit, the actual effect of the soul ring skill will be consistent with the corresponding year of the soul ring. It can be said that this feature effectively guarantees that the soul master who advances through the condensation ring method will not be weaker than the ordinary soul master who advances through hunting soul beasts. After all, as long as there is no mistake in the fit, I am afraid that no matter how bad the self-created soul skills are, after the optimization and correction of the age of the self-condensed soul ring, the actual effect of the soul ring skills will not be weaker than the average level. Of course, since the soul skills of the self-condensed soul ring are transformed from self-created soul skills, the condensation ring method is not very suitable for auxiliary soul masters. For example, if a food-type soul master wants to obtain a food soul skill with a damage reduction effect, what self-created soul skill should be used to transform it? For example, for the absolute defense like the invincible golden body, what self-created soul skill should be used to transform it? But then again, although the condensation ring method has a lot of flaws, it is indeed a very powerful and adaptable secret technique. And if it can be combined with the secret technique of increasing the age of soul rings in the future, many soul masters will not need to hunt soul beasts to become strong. 8 soul ring positions should be enough for me to upgrade to the 99th level of Peerless Douluo, right? Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. The Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul still lacks a 9th soul ring, and the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul only has the 1st and 2nd soul rings attached. The two martial souls have 8 empty soul ring positions in total. At present, he is a level 84 soul Douluo, and he is still 15 soul power levels away from the level 99 Peerless Douluo. On average, one soul ring position increases the soul power by less than 2 levels, which should not be a problem. In other words, he does not need to meditate and practice honestly in the future. He can directly fill all the soul power accumulation required before becoming a god through self-condensed soul rings or attached divine soul rings. Tisk, this is too cool. Afterwards, Mu Yang took out paper and pen, wrote down the condensation ring method, washed up, and ate 2 soul power ginsengs to fill his stomach. Mu Yang prepared to hand over the secret method to Huo Lai. Although Mu Yang did not plan to promote the condensation ring method, it can still be popularized in a small range among the senior management of the academy. After all, with the ring condensation method in hand, the new title Douluo of the Elemental Holy Academy will not be without 100,000-year soul ring. As soon as he went out, Mu Yang saw Shui Binger with a happy face. Binger, have you condensed the first soul core? Mu Yang asked with a smile after noticing that a soul power vortex invisible to the naked eye appeared in Shui Binger's abdomen. Of course. How can a small soul core be difficult for this girl? Shui Binger raised her head and said proudly. Tisk, double happiness. Mu Yang smacked his lips. Double happiness? What's your good news? Shui Binger was stunned and asked. I got a good thing, but you can't use it. Although the effect of the ring condensation method is not bad, Shui Binger doesn't need it. Compared with the God-given soul ring, the self-condensed soul ring is somewhat insufficient. In the previous 5 assessments, Shura Boss has already given 2 God-given soul rings, and the subsequent 8th and 9th soul rings have been settled. Shui Binger really doesn't need the condensation ring method. What good stuff! Blinking her beautiful icy blue eyes, Shui Binger couldn't help but be curious. You will know later, and I will explain it together then. As he said, Mu Yang took Shui Binger to the Dean Huo Lai's office. Hiss, there is such a heaven-defying secret method in the world. In the office, after learning about the effect of the ring condensation method, Huo Lai couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and then shook his head and sighed. What a pity, if this thing appeared earlier. If the academy had the ring condensation method when he had not yet advanced to the titled Douluo, then Huo Lai would have 100,000 years of soul rings. 340 Chapter 339 Visiting Card of the Spirit Hall. 340. It seems that the talented teachers and students in the academy will be blessed in the future. If you work hard, it is not impossible to have 2 100,000-year soul rings after becoming a titled Douluo. Shui Binger said with a smile. The soul ring condensed by the ring condensation method is very different from the soul ring exploded after the soul beast dies. The self-condensed soul ring is condensed by the martial soul absorbing the external heaven and earth energy. The soul ring energy is relatively mild, far less violent than the soul rings that explode after the death of most soul beasts. In addition, the self-condensed soul ring does not need to test whether the soul master's mental power is strong enough. The age depends only on the soul master's tolerance. Therefore, as long as the soul power level is cultivated to the 90th level of the quasi-titled Douluo, even if the physical fitness is not outstanding compared with the soul masters of the same level, it will definitely be able to condense the 100,000-year 9th soul ring by itself. Even if there is the help of whale glue, the super limit soul ring will be added from the first soul ring, accumulating and expanding the advantages step by step. When it is cultivated to the 80th level of the quasi-soul Douluo, the physical fitness may not be worse than that of the ordinary 90th level quasi-titled Douluo. At that time, the soul ring condensed by itself through the condensation ring method is not impossible to condense the 100,000-year 8th soul ring. If a titled Douluo has the 100,000-year 8th and 9th soul rings, even if there are shortcomings in the soul bones, it will definitely be able to challenge the level above. In addition, even after deletion, the effect of the element meditation method is still much better than the ordinary meditation method, and the soul core secret method can break through the current bottleneck with a high probability after condensation. It can be said that the talented teachers and students of the Elemental Academy will not only have a much higher probability of becoming titled Douluo than ordinary soul masters with the same talent, but also their strength after becoming titled Douluo will be far superior to ordinary titled Douluo of the same level. Yes, Binger is right. Huo Lai smiled and nodded. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Come in. Turn his head and look at the door, Huo Lai said. Then, the middle-aged teacher on duty at the academy's gate guard came and said, Dean, the Spirit Hall sent someone to deliver a visiting card. The middle-aged teacher handed the visiting card to Huo Lai. Spirit Hall. Taking the visiting card, Huo Lai raised his eyebrows and opened it to check. Should you come to Ju Yuegwen? Mu Yang said with a look of certainty. The content of the visiting card was very short. Huo Lai glanced at it and finished reading it. He turned to look at Mu Yang and said, the visiting card said that tomorrow morning, the Spirit Hall's young master Qian Rongxi will come with Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo to visit. What do you think? What do you think? Of course I use my eyes to see. As long as the spirit hall is not personally sent by that sky invincible, everything is within the scope of response. Mu Yang said indifferently. It's not that he looks down on Qinjun and Jiangmo, but that the two brothers are only 96 level titled Douluo. Although they cooperate well and have good strength, they don't have the spirit fusion skills. Maybe the strength of these two spirit hall worshippers is not bad, but for the Elemental Holy Academy, it is still not enough. As for Jianrongxiu, it has not been 2 years since the Angel God test was opened. Even if Jianrongxiu's strength improves faster, her soul power level is probably still below the 9th ring. In terms of strength, she may not be as strong as Shui Binger, who is wearing the spirit gold battle armor. Huo Lai rolled his eyes and asked, how do you plan to solve the Yueguan issue? Look at the sincerity of my good brother. If they have a better attitude and proper manners, then Yueguan will be returned to them. Touching his chin, Mu Yang said. As for the bad attitude and poor manners? Since the Spirit Hall dared to send Yueguan to the Elemental Holy Academy to cause trouble, then it would not be too abrupt for Yueguan to be sent to Xingluo City to cause trouble, right? After all, the Spirit Hall had just wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and in the eyes of outsiders, the destruction of the Haoshan sect was also related to the Spirit Hall. If the negotiations failed, then let Yu Guan go to Xingluo City and assassinate Xingluo Prince Davis, and let the Xingluo Empire and the Spirit Hall fight each other. Anyway, the Soul Master who was hit by the soul-stealing secret technique could not be seen on the surface. If the noise got out of hand, in the eyes of outsiders, it would be that Yu Guan succeeded or failed to assassinate the Xingluo Prince, and was then killed on the spot by the strong men of the Xingluo Empire. It must be said that the soul-stealing secret technique that can control the consciousness of others is the best secret technique for sowing discord and framing others. Especially for the two forces that are not on good terms, the effect is particularly obvious. Of course, based on Mu Yang's understanding of Jianrongxiu, since she came in person, her attitude and etiquette will definitely be in place. After all, when the Tiandu Palace was in chaos in the original novel, Jianrongxiu invited Tang San, the son of the enemy who killed his father, to join the Spirit Hall out of appreciation. It can be seen that apart from being in love, she is a person who does great things, not a brainless person. After leaving Huo Lai's office, Shui Binger asked Mu Yang, when are we going to complete the 5th test? Let's go later. I plan to use the ring condensation method to condense a few soul rings for the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul to increase the soul power to level 90, and then use the God-given soul ring to advance to the titled Douluo, and then go to deal with the King of Slaughter. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang said. After all, he is invincible on land, even if he is only half crippled, Mu Yang will not underestimate him. With the current strength of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, it may not be able to win Tang Chen after his consciousness returns, and the tolerance rate is relatively small. But he is only a level 84 soul Douluo at the moment. If he advances to the 9th ring title Douluo, the strength of Bing Huang Yanying will surge again, and it is thought that he can still deal with a half-crippled Tang Chen. Of course, as a single martial soul master, Shui Binger's strength is difficult to surge in a short period of time, otherwise Mu Yang would wait until Shui Binger advances to the 8th ring soul Douluo before completing the 5th test. After all, the time limit for completing the Shura 5th test is a full year, and there is still plenty of time. Is that so? That's fine. Shui Binger nodded. Then, the two went to the Snow Mountain Simulation Training Field on the top of the mountain where the main campus of the academy is located. However, Shui Binger went to the simulation training field to meditate and practice, and Mu Yang, who could choose to lie down for meditation and practice, just accompanied her. Of course, while accompanying, Mu Yang was also continuing to deduce new secret methods, and did not start to condense soul rings for the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. It takes time to condense a soul ring, not to mention that Mu Yang will condense a soul ring that is far older than 100,000 years old, which takes a lot of time. It is better to wait until tomorrow's matter is settled. And the ring condensation method has been published. What he needs to deduce next is the secret method to increase the age of soul rings and soul bones, and give priority to the secret method of increasing the age of soul bones. There is no other reason. After the age of the soul bone refined into the body is increased, it can drive the physical quality of the soul master to improve, which is conducive to condensing or attaching high-year soul rings in the future. End of this chapter. 341 Chapter 340 Extreme Ice Left Arm Bone. 341. If the age of the soul ring is increased, although the soul ring age increases, it will also drive the improvement of the soul master's physical functions in all aspects. However, while driving the improvement of physical functions, it also further increases the burden on the soul master in terms of soul rings, which is not conducive to the subsequent condensation or attachment of high-year soul rings. Comparing the two, Mu Yang naturally gives priority to deduce the secret method that can increase the age of soul bones. As for the manufacturing method of Tianduan metal and 4-character battle armor, this thing is very slow to deduce. Mu Yang plans to put it aside for the time being, and wait until the secret method of upgrading spirit rings and spirit bones is deduced. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, in Mu Yang's opinion, after he and Shui Bing'er become titled Douluo, with the martial soul fusion skill in hand, unless he can ascend to the godly position, otherwise, whether it is a 3-character battle armor or a 4-character battle armor, his strength limit is similar, and at most he can only improve his combat power to the level of just entering the godly level. That is, he is still planning to fuse the battle armor with the soul bones of his whole body and turn it into a godly outfit when he becomes a god in the future. Otherwise, for him alone, there is no need to pursue the 4-character battle armor. It can be said that as long as the 4-character battle armor is done before becoming a god, it's okay to put it aside for the time being. The next morning, with less than half an hour left before the time set on the visiting card, Mu Yang took Shui Bing'er to the gate of the academy to prepare for the arrival of Jian Rongxiu and the other two. The young master of the spirit hall, Jian Rongxiu, the 6th worshipper, Qianjun Douluo, and the 7th worshipper, Jiangmo Douluo, no matter which of these three, are the top or core figures of the spirit hall. Although the three came to redeem people, the Holy Academy of Elements could not lose their manners and gave face to the spirit hall. Mu Yang and the others did not wait for long before 3 figures appeared in the sky in the distance. After the 3 figures landed not far from the entrance of the academy, Mu Yang and the others went to meet them. After passing Qianjun Jiangmo behind him, Mu Yang's eyes fell on Jian Rongxiu, who was in the lead. This was the first time Mu Yang saw Jian Rongxiu's true face. She looked like she was in her early 20s, with skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and a stunning face with a bit of power. Coupled with the petal skirt that looked like the one in the anime in his previous life, Mu Yang had to admit that Jian Rongxiu's appearance was still very good. Among the women he had seen, only Bibi Dong and Shui Bing'er could compete with her in terms of appearance. Well, there is no need to say much about the former Bibi Dong, who was even unable to control herself in the Chamber of Secrets and lost her life for it. As for the latter Shui Bing'er, this is undoubtedly a case of beauty in the eyes of the beholder. I never thought that my elder brother King He was actually a woman. After looking at Jian Rongxiu, Mu Yang said with emotion, and then said seriously, 3 of you, Bing'er and I welcome you on behalf of the Elemental Holy Academy. There was no flattery or disdain in his words, and he looked like he was doing business. As for Jian Rongxiu, although he had never met her formally before, she was also an old friend. As for Qianjun Jiangmo, with the strength of the two, Mu Yang didn't need to greet each other. The Soul Master world emphasizes strength, not seniority, unless Jian Douluo, who is stronger than him, came. It's been a long time since we last met. Are you and Bing'er alienated from me? Jian Rongxiu said with a smile after glancing at the golden red sword seal on Mu Yang's forehead that exuded a sense of majesty. As expected, after seeing this sword seal, Jian Rongxiu knew that her grandfather Jian Douluo's speculation had come true, and Mu Yang had also obtained the inheritance of a certain god. I just don't know whether the inheritance of the god obtained by Mu Yang is better than the inheritance of the angel I obtained? Shouldn't we be alienated? If I remember correctly, it was Bing'er's aunt and I who helped you in the Xingda Great Forest. And at the Tiandu Palace, Bing'er and I did not stand idly by. I originally thought that with these feelings, the Spirit Hall would not target the academy, but what happened? You, the Spirit Hall, returned the favor with enmity and sent 2 Douluo to bring people to my academy to kidnap students and deliberately provoke disputes. Mu Yang said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu's smile froze, and she didn't know how to explain it for a moment. She couldn't say that Bibi Dong was crazy and she didn't know about it, right? You have to know that Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. In the eyes of outsiders who don't know the inside story, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, can fully represent the Spirit Hall, and all her actions are endorsed by the Spirit Hall. After a while, Jian Rongxiu took a deep breath and said, it was my Spirit Hall that was wrong first. I hope you will show mercy. This time, I came here with the two elders to express my apologies. After staring at Qian Rongxiu for 3 seconds, Mu Yang nodded slightly and said, this is not the place to talk. Please follow us, the Dean and the Douluo have been waiting for a long time. After that, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er led Qian Rongxiu and the other two into the academy. In the conference room, around a huge conference table, 9 figures sat on 2 sides. Qian Rongxiu sat in the middle on the south side, and Qunjun Jiangmo sat on the left and right. On the north side, Feng Zhen, Shui Yanyu, Mu Ziu, Huo Lai, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er sat from left to right. As for Yu Guan, the core figure of the incident, Yu Guan was a prisoner. Although he was an elder of the Spirit Hall, he was not qualified to sit at the table for the time being. Dean Huo, it was my Spirit Hall that was wrong first. I apologize on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Without saying much nonsense, Qian Rongxiu took out a long and exquisite jade box from the storage soul guide, turned the soul power in her hand, and pushed the jade box in front of Huo Lai. Everyone present was a master. The moment Qian Rongxiu took out the jade box, they noticed the special soul power fluctuations that belonged to the soul bone from the jade box. Raising his eyebrows, Huo Lai glanced at Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er beside him without leaving a trace, and then opened the jade box. Looking around, I saw that the jade box contained a complete left arm soul bone that was ice blue and exuded a frosty aura. This extremely icy left arm bone was from an extremely icy bird that was more than 90,000 years old. It was from the past of our Wuhan Hall. Left behind by an ice attribute titled Douluo on the day. Qian Rongxiu explained. It can be said that the old Spirit Hall elder was also lucky. Although his strength was not particularly outstanding, he was lucky enough to find an extremely precious left-arm soul bone when he hunted a 90,000-year-old extreme ice bird to advance to titled Douluo. That is to say, the Spirit Hall has not had a talented ice attribute soul master in these years, so this soul bone has been stored in the treasure house of the Spirit Hall, otherwise it would have been refined by someone long ago. Hearing this, Mu Yang's heart moved. For a 90,000-year soul bone, the ransom paid by the Spirit Hall is not low. In addition, Mu Yang also thought of a way to greatly improve Shui Bing'er's strength in a short period of time. End of this chapter, 342. Chapter 341 Soul Bone for Soul Bone. 342. Shui Bing'er is not a twin spirit master, and her current soul power level is not at the stage of adding soul rings. How can she greatly improve her soul power in a short period of time and make her strength soar? After seeing the ransom paid by Qian Rongxiu on behalf of the Spirit Hall, Mu Yang thought of refining soul bones. Excluding the external soul bones, soul masters can refine a total of 6 soul bones, namely the head, torso, left and right arms, and left and right legs. Shui Bing'er already has a 100,000-year-old ice phoenix skull, and there are 5 soul bone slots vacant. Mu Yang has a lot of soul bones in his pocket, not to mention in the past, Tang Hao alone had a complete set of soul bones from the harvest in the Slaughter City and after the destruction of the Haoshan sect. Unfortunately, his luck was a bit bad. Although he had many soul bones, he did not have any ice-attributed soul bones of a higher age, which were not suitable for Shui Bing'er to refine. However, although he did not have any ice-attributed soul bones of a higher age, it did not mean that the Spirit Hall did not have any. Except for Guangling Douluo, who was a dual-element light and ice element, there were no other genius soul masters or strong men with ice attributes in the Spirit Hall. With the foundation accumulated by the Spirit Hall over tens of thousands of years, even if the proportion of ice-attributed soul bones was not high, the inventory was definitely very considerable. The Spirit Hall will definitely not agree to a set of high-year ice-attribute soul bones for free. But if he proposes to exchange soul bones for soul bones, and the soul bones he takes out for exchange are not less valuable than the ice-attribute soul bones taken out by the Spirit Hall, I think the Spirit Hall will not refuse. Give Shui Bing'er a high-year ice-attribute soul bone, and with the increase in soul power brought by refining the soul bones, the soul power level will be raised from the 75th level Soul Saint to the 80th level Quasi-Soul Douluo. Later, add the 8th soul ring bestowed by God, and then she will be an 8-ring Soul Douluo. As for the fact that the age of the soul bone is not high enough, and it cannot reach 100,000 years? That's fine. When he deduces the secret method to increase the age of the soul bone in the future, this problem will be solved. By then, he will advance to the 9th ring titled Douluo, and Shui Bing'er will advance to the 8th ring Soul Douluo. If nothing unexpected happens, the upper limit of the strength of the two forms of martial soul fusion skills, Ice Flame Phoenix and Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, will be able to enter the god level. After all, in the Battle of Jialing Pass in the original novel, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, whose soul power levels did not exceed the 95th level of titled Douluo, could directly enter the god level after launching the martial soul fusion skill, Nether White Tiger. Although he had just advanced to the 9th ring and Shui Binger had just advanced to the 8th ring, their soul power levels were not as good as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing in the Battle of Jialing Pass in the original novel, but they had the increase of the Spirit Gold battle armor. In terms of the soul power base after the increase, it was still above Dai Mubai and the others, and the god level combat power was definitely not a problem. By then, with god level combat power, he will not fear any opponent except the gods who have broken through the 100th level and ascended to the godhood. Thinking of this, Mu Yang looked at Qian Rongxiu and said, "How about a deal? If you can accept it on behalf of the Spirit Hall, then Yuegwen will be a bonus for this deal." After the words fell, everyone present looked at Mu Yang. "Trade? Brother, just say it." Qian Rongxiu was stunned for a moment, then said, "The Spirit Hall has a strong foundation. In addition to this extremely icy soul bone, there should be other parts of the high year ice attribute soul bones, right? It just so happens that I have a lot of high year soul bones in my hands, and I want to exchange a set of ice attribute soul bones except the head soul bone with you. If the Spirit Hall is willing, this extremely icy left arm bone can also be counted as a deal." Pointing to the extremely icy left arm bone, Mu Yang said. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu raised her eyebrows and said, "There are no high year ice attribute torso soul bones in the Spirit Hall treasury, and among the soul bones in the limbs, this extremely icy left arm bone is the oldest one. The ice attribute soul bones in other parts are no more than 80,000 years old. Are you sure you want it?" If Mu Yang asked about soul bones of other attributes, Qian Rongxiu really couldn't tell. But ice attribute soul bones are different. Before coming to the Elemental Holy Academy, Qian Rongxiu went to the Spirit Hall treasury on purpose, looked through the collection catalogue of ice attribute soul bones, and selected the extremely icy left arm bone with the highest age and the highest relative value. There is no doubt that Mu Yang wanted to trade soul bones for either himself or Shui Binger. In Qian Rongxiu's opinion, the 90,000-year-old extremely cold left arm bone could barely match Mu Yang or Shui Binger, but a soul bone that was less than 90,000 years old, and not the relatively more precious head and torso soul bones, was undoubtedly not worthy. After all, Qian Rongxiu's vision was not something that ordinary soul masters could match. "Sure." Mu Yang nodded. Qian Rongxiu's face showed he smiled and said, "I agree to this deal on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Later, I will ask the two elders Qunjun Jiangmo to come again with the soul bones, and then the soul bones to be traded will be handed over to the two elders. In addition, this extremely icy left arm bone can be given to you, but I want to take it back first, Elder Zhu." "Okay." Mu Yang agreed. "Anyway, this 90,000-year-old extremely icy left arm bone is already here, and it doesn't matter if Qian Rongxiu takes Yuegwen away first. There is no situation where the Spirit Hall regrets it later and the Academy will suffer. And if this transaction is completed smoothly, the Spirit Hall will not suffer any loss, and even make a profit. After all, if there is no such transaction, the Spirit Hall will have to pay a 90,000-year-old soul bone to redeem Yuegwen. On the contrary, if the transaction is completed smoothly, the Spirit Hall will not only not need to pay the ransom for Yuegwen, but also can replace the 4 ice attribute soul bones in stock with soul bones with wider applicability and no lower value." Mu Yang also did not lose out. After the transaction was completed, Shui Binger would soon be able to advance to the 8th ring soul Douluo by refining high year ice attribute soul bones. It would not take long for the Holy Academy of Elements to have god-level combat power, which was of great significance. It can be said that this transaction was a win-win situation. After finalizing the soul bone transaction and completing one of the two major purposes of coming to the Holy Academy of Elements, Qian Rongxiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for the other purpose? "Brother, everyone calls you the #1 genius on the continent. Although I am a few years older than you, I am also a soul master of the same generation. I wonder if I can give you some pointers." Qian Rongxiu narrowed her eyes and said to Mu Yang. There is no doubt that Qian Rongxiu is a proud person. The unprecedented innate level 20 soul power made Qian Rongxiu call herself the #1 genius on the continent. In addition, after the opening of the Angel God test, her strength skyrocketed rapidly. With an inflated mentality, she was ready to test Mu Yang's quality to see who is the real #1 genius on the continent. By the way, you can't use the martial soul fusion technique. Before Mu Yang could refuse or agree, Jian Rongxiu added another sentence. Although she was proud, Jian Rongxiu also knew her own strengths. Since Mu Yang could kill Tang Hao with the martial soul fusion technique, she was definitely not his opponent at the moment, so she added a restriction. I should be able to beat Mu Yang without using the martial soul fusion technique, right? Jian Rongxiu thought so. End of this chapter. 343 Chapter 342 Some people are still alive, but they are already dead. 343. Are you sure? Seeing Jian Rongxiu was going to challenge him, Mu Yang couldn't help but look strange. Mu Yang admitted that the six-winged angel with innate domain power was the most powerful martial soul in the mainland soul master world, without a doubt. In terms of quality alone, it was much stronger than his ice flame holy shadow martial soul. Even with the angel divine test, Jian Rongxiu's upgrade speed is very fast. Her current soul power level is several levels higher than his, and she has cultivated to the 88th level soul Douluo. But the strength of a soul master cannot be judged by the strength of the martial soul and the level of soul power. He is not exaggerating. Even if the factors of martial soul fusion skills and spiritual gold battle armor are excluded, the 88th level Jian Rongxiu is far from his opponent. There is no need to fight for 300 rounds. A soul-stealing secret technique or real illusion can directly deal with it. Although the 88th level Jian Rongxiu is 4 levels higher than him in soul power, and the angel head soul bone is nearly 40,000 years older than the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, there is no qualitative difference between the two. And he has the method of spiritual power cultivation, Taiyin refining God, and he used the fairy herb that specifically improves spiritual power in the past, Wangchuan Kaya Shulu. These two factors are not available to Jian Rongxiu. Let's not talk about other aspects for now. In terms of mental strength alone, Mu Yang is definitely enough to kill Jian Rongxiu in seconds. Mu Yang didn't know where Jian Rongxiu got the confidence to challenge him, just because she was beautiful? Why? Don't you dare! Jian Rongxiu used provocation. Although Jian Rongxiu had never been defeated by Mu Yang, Jian Rongxiu, who claimed to be the first genius on the continent, had suffered a lot from Mu Yang. She was eager to fight him to regain the confidence she had lost in the past. As for losing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jian Rongxiu could vaguely sense that Mu Yang had not advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo, and her soul power level was already 88th level soul Douluo. Even if Mu Yang was 89th level soul Douluo, she would not have a clear disadvantage. With the strength of the 6-winged angel spirit and the angel domain, plus the fact that Mu Yang's second spirit rings were probably not complete, and he was also restricted from using spirit fusion skills, Jian Rongxiu couldn't think of how she could lose. I am a kind person. Since you want to be abused, I will satisfy your wish. After a little thought, Mu Yang agreed. It's good to teach Jian Rongxiu a lesson. Properly showing strength can also make the people with bad intentions in the spirit hall sober up. Half an hour later. On the top of a secondary peak far away from the main campus, Mu Yang and Jian Rongxiu stood dozens of meters apart. Qianjun defeated the demon, Yu Guan, who returned to freedom, Shui Binger, Huo Lai and others watched the battle from a distance. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Come on. With his left hand behind his back, Mu Yang hooked his finger at Jian Rongxiu, who was dozens of meters away on the opposite side. 6-winged angel, possess. Facing the provocative gesture, Jian Rongxiu curled her lips, and golden light appeared around her. The 6-winged angel spirit possessed her, and 2 pairs of holy angel wings spread out behind her. 8 soul rings of purple, 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 black, 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 and red bloomed. Oh! There is also a 100,000 year soul ring? Not bad. Seeing Jian Rongxiu, Mu Yang praised with a little surprise at the 100,000 year 8th soul ring blooming on his body. I can't compare to a monster like you. Are you sure you don't want to release your martial soul? The 5th soul ring on her body was shining, and the sacred fire in her hand was burning fiercely, turning into a golden long sword. Jian Rongxiu said to Mu Yang. Facing other soul masters, Jian Rongxiu has the capital to be proud, but if it were Mu Yang, she would really lack confidence. After all, as far as she knew, the Element Holy Academy had intercepted 3 100,000 year soul beasts of Bibidong in the Star Do Great Forest, and 2 of them were sacrificed. It is certain that Mu Yang has more than 100,000 year soul ring. To deal with you, there is no need to release the martial soul. Use all means, so as not to lose too quickly and say that I sneak attacked. Waving his hand, Mu Yang said indifferently. Qianrongxiu, Are you polite? Humph. Feeling that she was underestimated by Mu Yang, Qianrongxiu snorted coldly, and the sacred sword in her hand made a sword flower. The angel wings behind her fluttered, and her figure flew through the air at a high speed, rushing towards Mu Yang. Tisk, too brutal. Soul-stealing. Smacking his lips, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and the soul-stealing secret technique was activated. The invisible and intangible spiritual power rushed out and instantly sank into the sea of consciousness of Qianrongxiu, who was rushing towards her. After a moment of mental power confrontation, Qianrongxiu was defeated and her consciousness was controlled by Mu Yang. Afterwards, Mu Yang thought about it, and transmitted his soul power. Qianrongxiu, whose consciousness was controlled, dispersed the sacred sword in her hand, put away the six-winged angel spirit that possessed her, and landed in front of Mu Yang. She said with respect in her eyes, "Brother, I am no match for you. I admit defeat. My admiration for you is like the surging river, which is endless, and like the flooding of a river, which is out of control." After a script like rainbow fart, Mu Yang was so happy that he couldn't help it. It's not that he hadn't heard rainbow farts before, but he had never heard rainbow farts from Qianrongxiu, a Feng Aotian. And this scene also stunned Qianjun Zhang Mo and Yu Guan, who were watching the battle on the side. When did this always arrogant young lady, young master, of their family become so good at flattering? But Shui Binger, Huo Lai and others knew why this was the case. It was nothing more than Mu Yang's bad taste that controlled Qianrongxiu's consciousness and made her flatter him. After a while, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction after hearing a lot of flattery, and released his control over Qianrongxiu. When her consciousness returned to normal, Qianrongxiu, who was flattering and fawning a second ago, was stunned. Her face was uncertain, sometimes red, sometimes black. It's embarrassing, it's too embarrassing. Having consciousness controlled does not mean amnesia. Thinking back to her previous flattery, Qianrongxiu, who felt that she was socially dead, wished there was a crack in the ground so that she could get into it. Some people are still alive, but they are already dead. At this time, Qianrongxiu could clearly understand the meaning of this sentence. Sister, work hard, I believe you can block my move one day. Seeing Qianrongxiu's face changing rapidly, Mu Yang smiled and comforted her. Hearing this, Qianrongxiu was ashamed and angry, and wanted to punch Mu Yang's eyes hard. Humph! This time, I lost, but don't be complacent, I will win back sooner or later. Qianrongxiu's neck turned red, and she said stubbornly. Yeah, I'll wait, but don't make me wait too long. Mu Yang smiled and nodded. I was even more angry. Dean Huo, fellow Douluo, I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. 3 elders, let's go. After saying this to Huo Lai and others, Qianrongxiu, who felt embarrassed and had no face to stay here, greeted Qianjun and the other two, and immediately left as if escaping. Mu Yang. End of this chapter. 344 Chapter 343 Sun Soul Core, Part 1. 344. The sun was in the sky, and a figure passed by at high speed above the mountain where the Elemental Holy Academy was located, and then landed on the top of a secondary peak. Ring condensation method was published. Mu Yang planned to push his soul power level to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo by condensing soul rings for the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, and then advance to the 9-ring title Douluo with the God-given soul ring, and cultivate the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul to perfection. In this way, his soul power level will surge again in a short period of time. As the soul power level surges, the soul power control ability will inevitably decline, and the difficulty of condensing the second soul core will inevitably rise sharply. Therefore, Mu Yang planned to condense the second soul core before condensing the soul ring. Although in the future, a protagonist who started with a million-year soul ring also condensed the second soul core when he advanced to the title. But Mu Yang's foundation is not bad, and his current soul power of level 84 is not too low. In addition, he has means to save his life, so he is not without the capital to condense the second soul core. Different from the first soul core, the second soul core has 2 different condensation methods, and the condensed soul cores have different effects. One is the isotopic resonance soul core, and the other is the yin-yang complementary soul core. Comparing the soul core to a circle center, the concept of the isotopic resonance dual soul core is to change the center of the circle from 1 to 2, forming a larger circle, so that the soul core becomes more effective in purifying the soul power of the soul master. The concept of the yin-yang complementary dual soul core is to condense the second soul core in the opposite direction of the first soul core. The two soul cores run in opposite directions, the two forces will collide and blend with each other, so that the soul master's soul power will be recombined, baptized, concentrated and sublimated, so that the soul power has the characteristics of two soul cores at the same time. Once the yin-yang complementary soul core is formed, the purification effect of the soul power will be stronger than that of the isotopic resonance soul core, and the new soul power formed will not only become a vortex, but also have extremely strong destructiveness. From the perspective of effect alone, the effect of the yin-yang complementary soul core must be far superior to the isotopic resonance soul core. Of course, the effect of the yin-yang complementary soul core is good, but the difficulty of condensation is also far greater than that of the isotopic resonance soul core. If Mu Yang did not have an effective way to save his life, when condensing the second soul core, he would not necessarily use the extremely dangerous yin-yang complementary method to condense the soul core. After all, he has obtained the Shura God test, and it is just around the corner to ascend to the position of the Supreme God King. Even if there is no soul core in his body, it will not affect the strength of the Supreme God King standing at the top of the universe. The risk and gain are seriously disproportionate. However, if he could get a better one and ensure that he would not fail in the process of condensing the yin-yang complementary soul core, Mu Yang would naturally pursue the most effective yin-yang complementary soul core. Sitting cross-legged on a huge rock on the top of the mountain, Mu Yang concentrated his mind and prepared to condense the second yin-yang complementary soul core. There are three major acupoints in the human body that can accommodate soul rings, namely the upper danshan between the eyebrows, the middle danshan in the chest, and the lower danshan in the abdomen. Now that the ice flame soul core has occupied the lower danshan, the only acupoints left for the second soul core are the middle danshan and the upper danshan. However, although it is said that one can choose between the two, there is actually no other choice. Mu Yang can only condense the second yin-yang complementary soul core in the middle danshan. After all, the middle danshan is located in the middle of the lower danshan and the middle danshan. If he chooses to condense the second yin-yang complementary soul core in the upper danshan, once the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores are formed, under the influence of the power of the two soul cores running in opposite directions, the middle danshan located in the interval position will basically have no chance to condense the third soul core. Therefore, whenever a soul master wants to condense three soul cores, regardless of isotopic resonance or yin-yang complementation, the location where the second soul core is condensed can only be adjacent to the first soul core. Either the first soul core's lower danshan, the second soul core's middle danshan, and the third soul core's upper danshan. Or the first soul core's upper danshan, the second soul core's middle danshan, and the third soul core's lower danshan. Or simply the first soul core's middle danshan, and the second and third soul core's upper and lower dantians. The attributes of the soul core are not limited to its own soul power attributes, and condensing multiple soul cores with the same attributes cannot play the role of the yin-yang complementary soul core having multiple soul core characteristics at the same time. With the ice flame soul core with ice flame attributes, Mu Yang will naturally not condense the second yin-yang complementary soul core with the same ice flame attributes in the middle danshan again, but will prepare to condense the second soul core with blood and chi attributes. To be precise, the second soul core that Mu Yang wants to condense is the sun soul core formed by the powerful blood and chi power after practicing sun body refining and the fire attribute soul power split from the ice flame soul power. However, before condensing the sun soul core, Mu Yang still needs to drain as much soul power as possible from the ice flame soul core in his lower danshan to reduce the strong interference caused by the existing ice flame soul core when condensing the sun soul core. With a flash of ice blue light, the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial spirit appeared in front of him. After taking a purple jade black yellow ginseng, Mu Yang released his mental power, isolating the ice flame soul core in his lower danshan from the outside world. Then the first and second soul rings on his body flashed frequently. With the spirit true body, the purple jade black yellow ginseng brought by the soul skills below the seventh ring without cooling, he quickly consumed the soul power contained in the ice flame soul core and produced a large amount of red jade soul returning ginseng and orange jade blood replenishing ginseng. When condensing the sun soul core, taking the red jade soul returning ginseng can ensure that the mental power can be fully restored, and at the same time, it can quickly restore the ice flame soul power, and then split it into fire attribute soul power to supply the condensation of the sun soul core. And the orange jade blood replenishing ginseng can heal injuries, restore physical strength, and can supply a large amount of blood power required to condense the sun soul core. These two soul power ginsengs, plus several silver jade immortal ginsengs that can be permanently preserved in the soul guide storage bracelet, make Mu Yang have full confidence in condensing the yin and yang complementary sun soul core. Even if he fails the first time, he can use the soul bone skill, invincible golden body to save his life for 3 seconds, and then take the silver jade immortal ginseng during this 3-second life-saving time. At that time, even if the soul core explodes in his body, Mu Yang will not lose his life. It seems that Mu Yang is very reckless, but in terms of saving his life, he is a professional and will never joke with his own life. No matter whether it is the previous Earth or the Douluo universe, energy is conserved. The reason why the soul core can quickly and automatically restore soul power is that these restored soul powers are transformed by the soul core automatically absorbing the external heaven and earth energy. At this moment, Mu Yang used his mental power to isolate the ice flame soul core from the outside world, and the vastness contained in it became rootless water. With the large-scale production of red jade soul-returning ginseng and orange jade blood-replenishing ginseng, the soul power contained in the ice flame soul core began to be consumed rapidly. With a large amount of soul power being extracted, the ice flame soul core gradually became violent, but before the ice flame soul core caused any waves, it regained stability under Mu Yang's control. End of this chapter. 345 Chapter 344 Sun Soul Core, Part 2. 345. Not long after, the ice flame soul core contained in the ice flame soul core was almost gone, and the consumed soul power turned into a large pile of red jade soul-returning ginseng and orange jade blood-replenishing ginseng. Facing the sun, continuing to isolate the ice flame soul core from the outside world, Mu Yang's soul power turned, and the fire soul power was split out. Then, the body forging secret skill, sun body refining was used as the qi and blood in his body surged, the separated fire soul power combined with the qi and blood power to form a red gold energy that poured into the middle danshan in his chest. This golden red energy paused in the middle danshan for a moment before quietly rotating. The direction of the ice flame soul core was clockwise, and after a slight pause, this golden red energy turned into a needle-tip-sized golden red crystal, and the direction of rotation was counterclockwise, which was completely opposite to the ice flame soul core. It was only the initial stage at the moment, and the golden red crystal was not rotating very fast. Mu Yang was not in a hurry to quickly inject the fire soul power and qi and blood power, but slightly relaxed the mental power to isolate the ice flame soul core. Completely isolating the ice flame soul core from the outside world would indeed allow the sun soul core to condense smoothly. But once this was done, Mu Yang would definitely not have a good time. Because the ice flame soul core and the sun soul core, which has not yet taken shape, have completely opposite directions of operation, once the sun soul core takes shape, the conflict that will be formed will definitely not be something Mu Yang can bear at the moment. Therefore, the best and only way is to slightly relax the isolation of the ice flame soul core and let the ice flame soul core, which is in a weak state, adapt to the sun soul core, which has not yet taken shape, and turn from rejection to acceptance. It is precisely because of this that Mu Yang previously drained the soul power in the ice flame soul core, causing the ice flame soul core to fall into weakness, so that the ice flame soul core can better adapt to the sun soul core, which has not yet taken shape, under his control. Find the balance point between the two, and gradually relax the isolation of the ice flame soul core as the sun soul core takes shape, so that the ice flame soul core and the sun soul core, which have completely opposite directions of operation, can finally operate stably without external interference. Otherwise, if the two soul cores failed to maintain stability, what he condensed in the middle danshan was not the sun soul core that complemented the ice flame soul core, but a trigger bomb with great power that would explode if he relaxed a little. Time passed by, and Mu Yang was not in a hurry. Whenever the golden red solid soul power formed by the fire soul power combined with the blood power in the middle danshan grew stronger, Mu Yang would relax the restrictions on the ice flame soul core again, so that the two were always in a balanced state. It would definitely not work for ordinary soul masters to condense the second soul core that complemented the yin and yang in this way. First of all, the soul master's mental power needs to be strong enough to ensure that the first soul core can be effectively controlled all the time. Secondly, in the process of condensing the soul core, the soul master who is highly concentrated needs to consume a lot of mental power, not to mention such a fine control of the existing first soul core, which requires even more mental power. But Mu Yang was different. Long before he began to condense the second soul core, he had produced a large amount of red jade soul-restoring ginseng. Once his mental power was consumed, he could continuously restore his mental power by taking red jade soul-restoring ginseng. It was precisely because his mental power could be continuously replenished, and his own foundation was strong enough to withstand the long-term conflict between the ice flame soul core and the unformed sun soul core, that Mu Yang had the capital to dawdle. As time passed, the golden red solid soul power in the middle dantian continued to grow, and the speed of counterclockwise rotation became faster and faster, and the conflict Mu Yang endured was also constantly intensifying. Gradually, traces of bright red blood seeped out from the skin on Mu Yang's body. However, whenever the damage accumulated too much, Mu Yang's right leg would emit a blue-gold brilliance full of life. 100,000 years of blue-silver emperor soul bone skill, wildfires cannot burn it all, spring breeze blows and it grows again. As the blue-gold light full of life flashed by, Mu Yang's body would quickly recover as before, and there was no situation that his body was torn apart by the power formed by the two soul cores. It can be said that as long as the healing speed of the blue-silver emperor soul bone exceeds the speed of the tearing force formed by the two soul cores on his body, and Mu Yang himself can withstand the pain brought by this tearing force, then the condensation of the sun soul core will not fail. Even the healing ability of the blue-silver emperor soul bone is not Mu Yang's biggest trump card. His biggest trump card is the silver jade immortal ginseng with the effect of immortal body. With his current slow step, the degree of damage caused by the two soul cores being in a relatively stable state is definitely within the response range of the immortal body. The only thing to consider is whether the number of silver jade immortal ginseng is sufficient. After all, although the effect of silver jade immortal ginseng is good, it does not last very long. With enough soul power in the body, each can only last for half an hour at most. Half an hour? Yes, half an hour. The eighth soul skill, silver jade immortal ginseng, can only maintain immortality for a quarter of an hour. However, the silver jade immortal ginseng can be preserved forever because its soul skill is old enough. When it was made, Mu Yang made it under the blessing of his martial soul true body, purple jade mysterious yellow ginseng. One of the effects of purple jade mysterious yellow ginseng is that the effect of all soul power ginseng is increased by 100%. With the blessing of his martial soul true body, the duration of the immortal body effect of silver jade immortal ginseng is naturally increased from the original quarter of an hour to 2/4 of an hour, that is, half an hour. 2 hours passed in a flash, and the golden red solid soul power that rotated rapidly counterclockwise in the middle dantian had accumulated to the limit. What Mu Yang had to do next was to transform the solid soul power into the sun soul core, and ensure that the sun soul core could be in a balanced state with the ice flame soul core in the lower dantian. However, Mu Yang was not in a hurry to transform the golden red solid soul power into the sun soul core, but took out a silver jade immortal soul power. Take the dead ginseng. Perhaps because he was not in a hurry to achieve success and took it one step at a time, Mu Yang had not been able to use the silver jade immortal ginseng as a trump card in the entire condensation process. The spring breeze blows back to life of the blue-silver emperor soul bone alone solved the problem of physical damage caused by the tearing force. However, it has reached the final stage, and it is also the most dangerous stage in the condensation of the yin and yang complementary soul core. Mu Yang doesn't care whether it will be wasted. After all, there is only one life, so eat it first to cover the bottom. Anyway, even if it is wasted, he can afford it. It is true that the silver jade immortal ginseng is a very effective life-saving thing, but for Mu Yang himself, this thing is actually not too costly. Apart from the interval between the use of soul skills, it only consumes some soul power, and in order to pursue a longer duration of immortality, it is necessary to pay for a purple jade Xianhuang ginseng. End of this chapter. 346 Chapter 345 Yin-Yang Complementary Dual Soul Cores. 346. Collapse. The backup plan was ready. Mu Yang shouted secretly, and the golden red solid soul power formed in the middle dantian collapsed instantly and turned into a blood-red vortex. The moment it formed, the blood-red vortex was still for a while, and then began to rotate counterclockwise. The mental power probed into it. There was nothing else in the blood-red vortex, only endless blood red. Along with the rotation, strands of dark golden threads rippled in the blood-red vortex. After a while, dense dark golden threads intertwined, and a red-gold multifaceted diamond-shaped object the size of a duck egg, with dark golden lines all over the body, condensed in this counterclockwise rotating blood-red vortex. The Sun Soul Core is done. As soon as the Sun Soul Core was formed, the counterclockwise rotating Soul Core power in the middle Danshan suddenly surged, which was several times stronger than the clockwise rotating power of the weak Ice Flame Soul Core in the Danshan. Instantly, Mu Yang felt a strong tearing force acting on his body. Squeak! It seemed that there was a tearing sound. Under the action of this strong tearing force, Mu Yang, who was observing his body with his mental power, saw that his muscles were damaged in many places. Although there were no visible scars on the surface of his skin, bright red blood was oozing out along a large number of broken capillaries. After all, the level was raised too fast in a short period of time, and the level of soul power control had seriously declined. In addition, the recent improvement in mental power was far less than the improvement in soul power, and the advantage of mental control when condensing the soul core was greatly reduced. This made Mu Yang fail to control the balance of the two soul cores in the first time when the Sun Soul Core was formed and the soul core power surged, and there were signs of loss of control. Fortunately, this was just a sign, and he was not completely out of control. Regardless of the pain caused by the physical injury, Mu Yang immediately strengthened his mental control and isolated the Sun Soul Core in the middle Danshan from the outside world to a controllable level. At the same time, the immortal body given by the Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng took effect, and the soul power in the body was slightly consumed. With the arrival of a mysterious life force, all the injuries on Mu Yang's body were healed in an instant. If the blood that oozed out of the surface of the skin had not disappeared, it seemed that the damage he had suffered before was like an illusion. He concentrated on controlling the balance of the power of the two soul cores in his body. While gradually releasing the restrictions of the two soul cores, Mu Yang searched for the balance point between the two step by step. After more than half an hour, after the immortal body recovered again and again, Mu Yang finally found the only balance point after enduring the tearing force formed by the power of the two soul cores with different running directions. Suddenly, the storm stopped instantly, and all the pain disappeared at this moment, as if the dark clouds retreated and the bright sunshine returned to the earth. Looking inward at himself, Mu Yang smiled with relief at the Ice Flame Soul Core and the Sun Soul Core, which were running in completely different directions but running stably. The Yin-Yang complementary dual soul cores, completed. As soon as the Yin-Yang complementary dual soul cores were formed, under the power of the two soul cores, through the spiritual perspective, Mu Yang saw many soul vortices that seemed to be chaotic, constantly wandering, and even in different directions appeared all over his body. As the many large and small soul vortices rotated, a strong suction force was formed, and the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth swarmed in, condensing into a huge cloud of vitality above Mu Yang's head, and then all of it poured into his body in a funnel shape. At this moment, Mu Yang seemed to have turned into a black hole of vitality, greedily absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth gathered from the outside world. With a large amount of heaven and earth vitality pouring into his body, after being tempered and transformed by the Yin-Yang complementary dual soul cores, Mu Yang felt that the soul power in his body was recovering at an unprecedented speed. After a while, Mu Yang's soul power recovered to its peak, but the Yin-Yang complementary dual soul cores in his body did not stop devouring the external heaven and earth energy. The heaven and earth energy that swarmed in was all devoured by the two soul cores and began to turn into food for sublimating the Ice Flame soul power. With the constant collision, reorganization, baptism, and concentration of the two soul cores, Mu Yang felt that his Ice Flame soul power became stronger. It's not enough. Although it has become stronger, the Ice Flame soul power is a fusion of ice and fire. The level itself is not low. The tempering and sublimation of the Yin-Yang complementary dual soul cores cannot make the Ice Flame soul power undergo a real qualitative change. Perhaps, the final Taiyin soul core needs to be condensed? An ice blue flame with a faint golden halo ignited at the fingertips. After a careful experience, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. In Mu Yang's view, it is certainly a good thing that his soul power has the attributes of multiple soul cores at the same time, but there is a saying that everything is not as good as specialization. Therefore, in his idea, he plans to use the Ice Flame attribute of the Ice Flame Soul Core, the Blood and Fire attributes of the Sun Soul Core, and the Spirit and Ice attributes of the subsequent Taiyin Soul Core to see if the 5 attributes of Ice Flame, Blood, Fire, Spirit, and Ice can be fused and sublimated to form a more powerful attribute. If this idea is not true after the subsequent Taiyin Soul Core is condensed, then Mu Yang will replace the Sun Soul Core with a Soul Core of other attributes, such as a Space Soul Core. Anyway, after the previous trial deduction, Mu Yang got feedback that the Soul Core attribute can be changed twice, but he did not spend an unknown amount of time to deduce how to change it. As for the question of the fusion and sublimation of the ice flame soul core, the sun soul core, and the 5 attributes of the sun soul core, namely, ice flame, qi and blood, fire, spirit, and ice, Mu Yang was unable to verify whether it was feasible through deduction of his innate ability. It was not that his deduction of innate ability failed, but that he had not yet condensed the sun soul core and the Taiyan soul core at that time, and the basic information was seriously missing. In addition, perhaps because the level of the fusion and sublimation of the 5 attributes was very high, even if he only deduced whether it was feasible or not, he would need to spend an unknown but definitely not short time to deduce it. The deduction time was unknown, and even if he got the answer, Mu Yang would not change it in a short time, so he gave up the idea of breaking the casserole and asking the truth. Anyway, when the subsequent Taiyan soul core was condensed, everything would be clear. Even if it was not feasible at that time, he could deduce the secret method of changing the attributes of the soul core and change the attributes of the soul core already in the body. As for when the last Taiyan soul core would be condensed, NMMP, Mu Yang knew that it was impossible in a short time. He has spent so much effort to condense the sun soul core that complements the ice flame soul core. It is absolutely impossible to condense the Taiyan soul core that complements the sun soul core. If he cannot condense it now, he will not be able to do it when his soul power level enters the surge stage again. End of this chapter. 347 Chapter 346 Shocking Melon. 347. After all, the soul power surges, and the level of soul power control has to be lowered again. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps this is only possible after the soul power reaches the peak below level 100, settles for a long time, and he raises the level of soul power control again. Later generations of soul masters condense the third soul core in order to break through the bottleneck from level 98 peak Douluo to level 99 extreme Douluo, but Mu Yang is different. He is simply for the strength improvement brought by multiple soul cores. Bottleneck? Unless it is a bottleneck of level 100 or above, this thing will not exist for Mu Yang in the future. The huge amount of soul power gained by condensing soul rings by oneself or attaching super high-year soul rings through the ring condensation method is enough to break all laws with one force and forcibly break through all bottlenecks below the 99th level of the Peerless Realm. It's like Tang San in the original work. After hunting the deep-sea demon whale king, he relied on the huge amount of soul power gained by refining the deep-sea demon whale king's soul rings and soul bones to directly break through several bottlenecks and reach the Peerless Realm. Just then, 4 figures flew in the air from a distance and landed beside Mu Yang. They were Huo Lai and his 4 companions. Obviously, the big noise made by Mu Yang earlier attracted the attention of Huo Lai and his 4 companions. Xiao Yang, has the second soul core condensed? Huo Lai hurriedly asked, noticing that Mu Yang's body was covered with many soul power vortices. Well, the yin-yang complementary dual soul core. Mu Yang smiled and nodded. Tisk, it's true that the previous wave died on the beach. After getting a positive answer, Huo Lai couldn't help but sigh. People are really incomparable. Huo Lai, a 95th level titled Douluo, has not yet been able to condense a yin-yang complementary dual soul core, but Mu Yang, a junior, has taken the lead. However, he has seen many of Mu Yang's evil deeds in the past. It seems that there is nothing surprising about the yin-yang complementary dual soul core. Hearing this, Mu Yang suggested, why don't you try it? You have been practicing to the 95th level titled Douluo for several years. It shouldn't be too difficult to condense the second soul core. With the help of the second soul core, you will definitely be able to break through to the 96th level titled Douluo. Although Huo Lai's original cultivation talent was decent, it was not the top one in the entire continent. Even the titled Douluo like Shilong could not compare. You can question Shilong's strength, but you can't question his talent. After all, Shilong is a 9-ring titled Douluo with a purple 1000-year 5th soul ring. Shilong was able to achieve the title even though his soul ring configuration was lagging behind. This shows that he had an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Even if he didn't have full innate soul power, he at least had a soul power of level 9. If Jianrongxiu, who was level 20, was in the first tier, and full innate soul power was in the second tier, then Shilong would be in the third tier, and Huo Lai, who had level 8 innate soul power, would only be in the fourth tier. As for Yu Xiaogang, whose innate soul power was less than level 1. This master's talent level was in the double digits. The reason why Huo Lai, whose talent was in the fourth tier, was able to cultivate to the level 95 titled Douluo was not only due to his hard work, but also mainly because of the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd he had taken at the beginning, and the condensation of the first soul core, which enabled Huo Lai to cultivate to the level 95 titled Douluo at the age of more than 60. Well, although Huo Lai was more than 60 years old, compared with other soul masters in the mainland, he was a titled Douluo at level 95, Huo Lai is not really that old. He can even be said to be the youngest titled Douluo at level 95 on the continent. However, Huo Lai has already passed the stage of rapid strength improvement. After all, it is difficult to upgrade to a titled Douluo, and the efficacy of the immortal herbs is also limited, not to mention that the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is only half mature. After taking the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Huo Lai is at most comparable to an ordinary innate full soul power in terms of cultivation talent. And it is normal for an ordinary soul master with innate full soul power to be stuck at the bottleneck for several years at the stage of titled Douluo at level 95. Therefore, if Huo Lai does not rely on condensing soul cores to break through the bottleneck, he may have to be stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of level 95 for several years. Not very sure. After pondering for a moment, Huo Lai shook his head. Mu Yang said, it is difficult to form a dual soul core that complements yin and yang, but the difficulty of isotopic resonance is not that high. Your mental power is not bad, and you have the silver jade immortal ginseng as a backup. I think you can try to condense an isotopic resonance dual soul core. If it fails, there will be no big loss. If it succeeds, your strength will be greatly improved. Apart from the factor of the spiritual gold battle armor, Huo Lai, who is at the peak of level 95, is no less powerful than a level 96 titled Douluo like Qianjun Jiangmo with his various unique skills in the first soul core. If he can condense an isotopic resonance dual soul core, his soul power will break through the bottleneck and he will become a level 96 titled Douluo. With the advantage of the dual soul core, even without the blessing of the spiritual gold battle armor, his strength will definitely surpass a level 97 titled Douluo like Qinglu and Xiangxi. By then, excluding Bibi Dong, whose strength is uncertain, no one in the spirit hall can be Huo Lai's opponent unless Jiande Oliu and Jin Yu appear. Then I'll try. After hearing what Mu Yang said, Huo Lai was also somewhat tempted. Originally, Huo Lai was also thinking about condensing the second soul core of yin-yang complementation, but as time went by, Huo Lai couldn't help but feel that he was floating. He had to admit that he was just an ordinary genius. Although his own efforts also accounted for a small part of his current achievements, it was only a small part. More importantly, it was the direct or indirect help from Mu Yang. Since he was not made for this, instead of trying hard for the yin-yang complementary soul core, he might as well lower the requirements and condense the isotopic resonance dual soul core. Anyway, he couldn't see much hope for the yin-yang complementary dual soul core, but the isotopic resonance dual soul core was not too difficult, and even the isotopic resonance triple soul core in the future would not be without any chance. I think the effect of the isotopic resonance triple soul core should not be worse than that of the yin-yang complementary dual soul core, right? In the afternoon. After a late lunch, considering that the yin-yang complementary dual soul core was completed, Mu Yang, who felt that he had worked hard for a long time, was ready to lie down for half a day. After all, the road to becoming a god is long and difficult, and a combination of work and rest is the right thing to do. However, just when Mu Yang was about to lie down for half a day, a student hurried to his residence and asked for an invitation from the Dean Huo Lai. When he arrived at the main teaching building and opened the door of the top-floor conference room, Mu Yang saw that the senior management of the academy and all the titled combat forces including Shui Bing'er, Huo Wu and others were all present. After Mu Yang took his seat, Huo Lai looked around and said solemnly, "Just now, the academy received news that 2 days ago, all the kingdoms and principalities under the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo rebelled, suspected of colluding with the Spirit Hall and seeking independence." As soon as these words came out, except for Mu Yang who had expected it and raised his eyebrows slightly, everyone present looked at Huo Lai in shock. The major kingdoms and principalities colluded with the Spirit Hall to rebel? Wow, this is a shocking melon. End of this chapter. 348 Chapter 347 3 Good News. 348. After a discussion, the Holy Academy of Elements chose to wait and see about the suspected collusion between the kingdoms and principalities under the two empires and the Spirit Hall in rebellion. What else can we do if we don't wait and see? It's impossible to let the Holy Academy of Elements go to help the two empires deal with the Spirit Hall and suppress the rebellion, right? Impossible. Those kingdoms and principalities belong to the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo, not the Holy Academy of Elements. What's more, the relationship between the Holy Academy of Elements and the two empires is not very good, but it's not so close that the Academy has to bring its own dry food to the battle. It's needless to say that the Douluo Empire is located in the southern part of the continent and has nothing to do with the Holy Academy of Elements on weekdays. As for the Tiandu Empire, the Tiandu Empire used to be very enthusiastic about the Holy Academy of Elements. After all, there are many masters in the Holy Academy of Elements. Making friends with them can make up for the shortcomings of the Tiandu Empire in high-end combat power. However, since the news that Mu Yang killed Tang Hao with his martial soul fusion technique spread, the enthusiasm of the Tiandu Empire quickly cooled down. It was because the Snow Beng Emperor, who had been on the throne for less than 2 years, had not forgotten who rescued the culprit who plotted to usurp the country during the Tiandu Palace incident. Although the high-level officials of the Tiandu Empire did not personally witness the battle in which the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow killed Tang Hao, the description of the image of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow in this news proved that it was Mu Yang who launched the martial soul fusion technique, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, to rescue Jian Rongxiu in the Tiandu Palace. It can be said that since the identity of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was exposed, Snow Beng and the Tiandu Empire regarded Mu Yang as an enemy. That is, the power of the Elemental Holy Academy is not small, and Mu Yang's own strength is also strong, which the Tiandu Empire cannot afford to bite. Otherwise, Mu Yang, the accomplice of the conspiracy to usurp the country, would have ascended to the top of the Tiandu Empire long ago. Wanted list. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the rebellion of the kingdoms and principalities under the two empires quickly ended. However, the rebels of the kingdoms and principalities were not wiped out by the two empires, but the Wuhan Hall, the mastermind behind the scenes, had achieved its goal. Before the arrival of the anti-rebellion army of the two empires, the Wuhan Hall, which had already withdrawn from the two empires, sent out several Soul Master Corps composed of tens of thousands of Soul Masters. With the help of the rebels, they occupied all the kingdoms and principalities under the two empires at lightning speed. So far, the foundation of the hegemony of the Wuhan Hall has been established. After integrating the original private land of the Wuhan Hall with the territories of these kingdoms and principalities, the territory owned by the Wuhan Hall is no less than that of the Tiandu Empire and the Douluo Empire. And most importantly, when the nature of the Spirit Hall's power changes from a religious organization to an empire, the positions of the Spirit Masters from the two empires will change. They are no longer Tiandu people or Douluo people, but people of the Spirit Hall Empire. In the future, when the Spirit Empire sends troops to attack the two empires, the soldiers of the Spirit Master Corps will no longer have the psychological burden of attacking their own motherland. Just when the continent was in turmoil, the Element Saint Academy also welcomed 3 good news. The first good news is that Feng Xiaotian, one of the representatives of the younger generation of the Academy, broke through the 70th level of Quasi-Soul Saint, and then applied to the Academy for 4 10,000-year limb soul bones with a relatively low age. Through the ring condensation method, he condensed a 100,000-year 7th soul ring and officially advanced to the 7-ring soul saint. Later, after Mu Yang created a set of spiritual gold battle armor for Feng Xiaotian also had the strength of the 9-ring title level of Shilong and others. It is true that Feng Xiaotian does not have domain power, but he has a 100,000-year 7th soul ring that ordinary soul masters cannot reach, 410,000-year soul bones of not low age, and most of the titled Douluo in the current era of soul masters have relatively poor combat power. After the increase of the spirit gold battle armor, even if he does not have domain power, he can still exert the strength of the first 9 rings. So far, including Feng Xiaotian, the Element Holy Academy has 13 titled combat forces. Although Feng Xiaotian's titled combat power is not much stronger than the high-level 8-ring soul Douluo with a stronger martial soul, and belongs to the bottom level among the 9 rings, it is still a titled combat power after all, so don't take bean buns as dry food. The second good news is that the Dean Huo Lai successfully condensed the second soul core of isotopic resonance, and his soul power broke through the bottleneck and was promoted to the 96th level of titled Douluo. Although after the soul power level broke through the 96th level, the spirit gold battle armor was limited to only 3 words, and the increase effect on Huo Lai was reduced again, but it was more or less useful. With the combination of the isotopic resonance dual soul cores, various unique skills, spirit gold battle armor, and the spliced soul bones of the limbs, even though Huo Lai is only a level 96 titled Douluo, his actual combat power is still above that of a level 97 titled Douluo. Although it has not been verified in actual combat, Mu Yang estimates that Huo Li's strength is not much worse than that of an ordinary level 98 titled Douluo who does not have a 100,000 year soul ring and soul bones. The third good news is that 5 days ago, Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo of the Spirit Hall returned to the Elemental Holy Academy, and the two sides reached a soul bone transaction. Mu Yang used the two Haoshan sect inheritance soul bones that exploded from Tang Hao, and 2 of the many high-year soul bones obtained after the destruction of the Haoshan sect, to trade with the Spirit Hall for 4 ice-attributed limb soul bones including the extremely ice left arm bone. 90,000-year-old extremely ice left arm bone, 70,000-year-old ice blue right arm bone, 80,000-year-old frost left leg bone, and 70,000-year-old ice storm right leg bone. After refining these 4 high-year ice attribute soul bones, Shui Binger's soul power level jumped from level 75 Soul Saint to level 80 Quasi Soul Douluo. Which of these 3 good news is a huge benefit to the Elemental Holy Academy, and although the third good news seems not too important, it is actually much more important than the first 2. Because Shui Binger's level has reached level 80 Quasi Soul Douluo, and the 8th soul ring is added later, that is, the 8-ring Soul Douluo. With the Spirit Gold battle armor in hand, plus a solid foundation, it is enough to increase Shui Binger's strength to no less than that of an ordinary level 95 titled Douluo. When Mu Yang also achieves titled Douluo later, the two will activate the martial soul fusion skill under the increase of the Spirit Gold battle armor, and the upper limit of their strength will be enough to enter the God level. At present, there is no Soul Master in the mainland Soul Master world who has ascended to the God position, and the God level combat power is a symbol of invincibility. It can be said that no matter what the situation will be in the future, the Elemental Holy Academy with the God level combat power can sit back and watch the wind and clouds, and respond to all changes with the same attitude. In the afternoon, on the top of a secondary peak of the mountain where the Academy is located, facing the sun hanging high in the sky, Mu Yang and Shui Binger are practicing sun body refining. The strength of physical fitness determines the age of self-condensed soul rings and God-given soul rings. In order to obtain more soul power after self-condensation or adding soul rings, the two are ready to practice sun body refining to the critical point corresponding to their own soul power, and then condense and add soul rings to advance. End of this chapter. 349 Chapter 348 Self-Condensed Soul Ring. 349. After a long time, Mu Yang quit practicing, turned his head to look at Shui Binger not far away, and said, "Binger, I'm almost practicing to the critical point, how about you?" The soul power level soared before. After this period of practice, Mu Yang finally practiced sun body refining to the critical point corresponding to his own level 84 soul power. At this point, unless he can continue to improve his soul power level, or more accurately, continue to improve the quality of his soul power, and then improve the level based on his own soul power. The critical point corresponding to the soul power, otherwise the training benefits of sun body refining will be very low, and there is no need to continue to practice for the time being. Hearing this, Shui Binger, who temporarily withdrew from the practice, replied, "I'm almost there, but it's estimated that it will only be these 2 days." Similar to Mu Yang's situation, Shui Binger recently had a 100,000-year-old ice phoenix soul beast sacrificed, and in the middle there was a divine test reward, and then she refined 4 high-year ice attribute soul bones, which increased her soul power by 10 levels. The critical point of sun body refining has been greatly improved, and there is a huge room for improvement in physical fitness. Even if it is just to obtain more soul power after attaching the 8th soul ring bestowed by God, she must try her best to improve her physical fitness and attach a higher year God-given soul ring. That's good. Mu Yang nodded. Then, Mu Yang, whose physical fitness could not be improved quickly in a short period of time, was surrounded by an ice blue glow, and the ice flame holy shadow martial soul possessed him and began to condense the 3rd soul ring. As the ring condensation method was in operation, the surrounding heaven and earth energy quickly gathered. Following the bright red 1st and 2nd soul rings, a circle of dim white soul rings condensed from Mu Yang's body. Soon, the large amount of heaven and earth energy that gathered condensed into a huge cloud of energy in the air, and quickly sank into the ice flame holy shadow martial soul that appeared behind Mu Yang in a funnel shape. As a large amount of heaven and earth energy was absorbed by the ice flame holy shadow martial soul, the color of the white soul ring condensed on Mu Yang's body began to deepen rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the soul ring completed the transformation from 10 years of white, 100 years of yellow, 1,000 years of purple, and 10,000 years of black. The changes continued. In less than half an hour, the third soul ring condensed on Mu Yang's body turned into a bright red soul ring. The color changed from black to red, which meant that the age of the third soul ring condensed by Mu Yang himself had increased from black 10,000 years to red 100,000 years. However, Mu Yang did not stop. Even though he had several soul rings over 100,000 years old, 100,000 years was still not his limit, and it was far from it. Compared to the previous time when he added the 8th soul ring bestowed by God to advance, although he did not obtain the best soul bone again, his soul power level was increased by 4 levels, and he also condensed the second soul core of yin and yang complementation. There was a qualitative difference in the quality of soul power before and after. Through the unique bodybuilding skill of Sun Body Refining, his physical fitness was greatly improved. What's more, the 8th soul ring bestowed by God, which was more than 300,000 years old, greatly increased his burden on soul rings while also greatly improving his physical functions in all aspects. At present, the third soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, which was condensed by itself, could not be less than 300,000 years, right? This is not to say that Mu Yang's current limit is only 300,000 years. It is definitely more than that. The main thing is that he must leave a certain margin and cannot play extreme operations. After all, with the purification and compression of the complementary yin-yang dual soul cores, the soul power increase attached to a self-condensed soul ring is definitely not enough to raise his soul power level from level 84 soul Douluo to level 90 quasi-title Douluo. If he does not leave a margin and directly plays the extreme operation, then he will not be able to continue to condense high-year soul rings in the future. Even when his soul power is raised to level 90 quasi-title Douluo, because the burden of his existing soul rings is too heavy, he is also unable to attach the super high-year God-given 9th soul ring. From now until the subsequent breakthrough to level 90, there are only 4 ways to improve his physical fitness. 1 is the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul ring condensed by itself. After all, the soul ring can improve the various physical functions of the soul master. The second is the improvement of soul power level. The soul power quality naturally improves, driving the critical point of the practice of Sun Body Refining, and there is a certain space for rapid improvement of physical fitness. The third is the soul bone attached to the crystal scale armor. The age of the soul bone attached to the crystal scale armor can be improved as the soul master's level is improved. The crystal scale armor can improve Mu Yang's physical fitness like the torso and limb soul bones. After the age is improved, the effect of improving physical fitness will naturally become greater. The last one is to make up for the torso soul bone he currently lacks. However, the explosion rate of the torso soul bone is relatively low. There is no torso soul bone with a decent age in the academy. In addition, he has already set a target for the torso soul bone. Therefore, before being promoted to the 9-ring titled Douluo, he can only improve his physical fitness in the first 3 ways, and the improvement of these 3 ways is relatively limited. The improvement of physical fitness is limited, so Mu Yang naturally dare not play extreme operations, so as not to pit himself. Another hour passed, and after absorbing a large amount of heaven and earth energy, the golden lines attached to the third soul ring condensed on Mu Yang's body have reached as many as 3. Each golden line on the 100,000 year soul ring represents a year of 100,000 years. 3 golden lines represent at least 300,000 years. It's almost done, I can't add any more. Feeling his own physical condition, Mu Yang thought to himself. At this moment, Mu Yang has realized that he doesn't have much margin left in terms of his soul ring bearing capacity, and estimates that he can only have a margin of less than 200,000 years. However, after the Ice Flame Saint Shadow condensed the third soul ring of 300,000 years, his physical fitness will also be greatly improved, and the tolerance margin will increase again on the basis of less than 200,000 years. If nothing unexpected happens, if he condenses the 4th soul ring of 300,000 years in the future, his tolerance margin will most likely not be lower than it is now. With such a nesting doll-like condensed soul ring, he only needs to condense 2, at most 3, to raise his soul power level to level 90 and reach the advanced 9-ring tightly Douluo's standard. By then, he will still have at least 5 soul rings left. As long as the age of these 5 soul rings is not low, after all the soul rings are supplemented, the soul power level will go from 90th level quasi-title Douluo to 99th level peak, which is absolutely not a problem. The age of the self-condensed soul ring no longer continues to increase. Mu Yang concentrates and calms his mind, and begins to record the secret technique into the soul ring that has not yet been completely formed, transforming it into a soul ring skill. Not long after, the secret technique is recorded, and the self-condensed soul ring is complete. The next step is to refine the energy contained in the soul ring like the ordinary hunting soul beast additional soul ring advancement. For a while, along with the refining of the soul ring energy, the soul power aura emanating from Mu Yang's body began to increase steadily. End of this chapter. 350 Chapter 349 Ice Flame Arrow, Everfreeze Ray. 350. The sun sets and the moon rises. In a blink of an eye, it is already early morning. At this time, the soul power fluctuations emanating from Mu Yang gradually stabilized. Level 87 Soul Douluo. It seems that 300,000-year-old self-condensed soul rings are not enough. Feeling the greatly improved physical functions and the soaring soul power in his body, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Through the condensation ring method, he condensed the third soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, which was as old as 300,000 years, which made his soul power level rise from more than half of level 84 to level 87 Soul Douluo, and the level increase was about 2.5 levels. Compared with the previous God-given 8th soul ring of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul, which was of the same age but brought him a more than half increase in soul power of 3 levels, the level increase brought by this self-condensed soul ring has dropped a lot. Mu Yang knew why this was the case. It was nothing more than that the higher the soul power level, the more soul power accumulation was needed to upgrade the level. In addition, after condensing the yin-yang complementary dual soul core, the soul power quality was greatly improved again, and the accumulation required for each upgrade became more. According to this rate of increase, Mu Yang could foresee that unless he ignored the consequences and played the extreme challenge when condensing the fourth soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, even if he condensed another 300,000-year-old self-condensed soul ring, he would not be able to raise his soul power level to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo, and could only reach level 89 at most. Forget it, 3 is 3, anyway, there are 5 soul rings to follow, and the peak of level 99 is definitely no problem. Shaking his head, Mu Yang made a decision in his heart. Then, Mu Yang turned his sight to the third soul ring with 3 golden lines blooming from the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. Third soul skill, Ice Flame Arrow. The next moment, the third soul ring flashed, and as the surging soul power surged, 108 ice flame arrows emitting a biting cold air condensed in front of Mu Yang. Fall. With a change of mind, under the guidance of spiritual power, 108 ice flame arrows turned into ice blue streams across the night sky, and shot out at high speed towards the waist of a distant secondary peak. Boom 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 dash. The violent soul power fluctuations were heard, and the dense roars sounded in the silent night. Mu Yang saw that the waist of the distant secondary peak seemed to be washed by a rocket rain, and a large area collapsed directly. Then, the mountaintop that lost its support point tilted, and countless huge blocks and soil mixed with vegetation debris slid down the mountain stream. Not bad, not bad, compared with the secret version of the Ice Flame Arrow, the soul skill version of the Ice Flame Arrow is more than 10 times more powerful. Seeing the destructive power of the third soul skill, the Ice Flame Arrow, Mu Yang nodded secretly with satisfaction. After all, it is a strong attack soul skill with a history of up to 300,000 years, and the attack power is really not comparable to the original secret technique. Perhaps at present, because he has many 100,000-year soul bones, he has no shortage of powerful offensive means, and the third soul skill, Ice Flame Arrow, has not brought too much improvement to his personal strength limit. But when the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul is attached with the 7th soul ring and has a martial soul body, the situation will be very different. Most soul masters' martial soul bodies have the effect of no cooling for soul skills below the 7th ring, and Ice Flame Arrow is only the 3rd soul skill, which can enjoy the blessing of this effect. When the strong offensive soul skills with a year of up to 300,000 years are bombarded continuously, who can resist it? Tisk, why hasn't the sun come out yet? Glancing at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, Mu Yang, who longed for the sun, complained. The soul power level has been improved, and the critical point of sun body refining has been raised again. But without the sun body refining cannot be practiced, and if sun body refining cannot be practiced, he cannot continue to quickly improve his physical fitness. If his physical fitness cannot be quickly improved, how can he condense a high-year soul ring? If possible, Mu Yang hopes that he can bathe in the glory of the sun in the next period of time. It's a pity that my strength is not enough to fly to outer space. Mu Yang thought to himself with regret after smacking his lips. 2 days later, after practicing sun body refining to the critical point, Shui Bing'er added a God-given soul ring to advance to the 8th ring soul Douluo. Relying on sun body refining and the solid foundation laid by herself, plus the physical fitness improvement brought by 4 high-year limb soul bones, Shui Bing'er condensed the 8th God-given soul ring with a year of more than 200,000 years in one fell swoop, and the soul power level entered the 83rd level soul Douluo. Although it is inevitable that there is a suspicion of beauty in the eyes of lovers, in Mu Yang's opinion, Shui Bing'er's 8th God-given soul ring is more than 200,000 years old, at least 250,000 years old. However, due to the special nature of the God-given soul ring, the Ice Phoenix, the 8th soul ring of Wuhan, only gave Shui Bing'er a soul skill mainly based on control. The 8th soul skill, Ever-Freeze Ray, which charges for 1 second and releases an extremely fast ice attribute energy ray. Unless the difference in strength between the two sides is too large, the person hit will be forced into a frozen state for 3 seconds, and when the soul power quality of the person hit is weaker than Shui Bing'er when she released the Ever-Freeze Ray, then in the absence of other external interference, the person frozen will be permanently frozen until he is corroded by the cold and dies. If the soul power quality is higher than that of the opponent, the Ever-Freeze Ray will trigger the permanent freezing effect. This feature may seem useless at first glance, but it is not. Because the factor that triggers the Ever-Freeze effect is the soul power quality rather than the soul power level. Under normal circumstances, the soul power level of a soul master in battle cannot be enhanced by other factors, but the soul power quality can be. The meditation method she cultivated was extraordinary. The quality of the Ice Phoenix martial soul was the best among the top-level martial souls. In addition, with the soul core in her body, Shui Bing'er's soul power quality far exceeded that of soul masters of the same level. Even if she encountered an opponent who was several levels higher than her, she could still trigger the Ever-Freeze effect when using the Ever-Freeze Ray. If the soul power amplification of the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng and the Spirit Gold Battle Armor was added, among the many 9-ring titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world, there were definitely only a handful of those who could withstand a shot of the Ever-Freeze Ray from Shui Bing'er without falling into the Ever-Freeze state. And the Soul Master hit by the Ever-Freeze Ray was forcibly controlled for 3 seconds. If Shui Bing'er went all out, not to mention the weak chicken like Zhu Gui, I'm afraid that even the 98-level Golden Crocodile would be forcibly controlled for 3 seconds. As for Qian Daoliu, this guy is probably uncontrollable. Although the level difference between the two is only 1 level, the difference is actually very large. As an angel servant, Qian Daoliu, who achieved demigod status through the 8 trials of angels, may have some strength, but he is not comparable to ordinary 99-level extreme Douluo in later generations. However, as for Golden Crocodile, due to the advent of the Soul Core system, Golden Crocodile, a 98-level peak Douluo, may not even be able to defeat the 97-level Super Douluo with 2 Soul Cores in later generations. After all, in later generations, especially after the emergence of the Spirit Ascension platform, which high-level titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world does not have a 100,000-year soul ring. End of this chapter. 351 Chapter 350 Ring of Ice Flame Transformation. 351. Another month later, the situation on the mainland changed drastically. The Spirit Hall announced that it would establish the Spirit Empire with its original private land plus the newly occupied territories of all kingdoms and principalities that originally belonged to the 2 empires. Pope Bibidong became the first empress of the Wuhan Empire, and Qian Rongxiu, the only contemporary heir of the Wuhan Hall angel family, became the saint of the Wuhan Empire and the first heir to the throne of the Wuhan Empire. So far, the newly established Wuhan Empire has become the 3rd empire on the continent, lying between the 2 empires, completely cutting off the connection between the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. All the kingdoms and principalities under its command were occupied, and the 2 empires should have immediately sent troops to attack the Wuhan Empire. It's just that perhaps the predecessor of the Wuhan Empire, the Wuhan Hall, destroyed the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family one after another, showing too strong strength, which made the 2 empires cautious, and they may not be ready for a full-scale war, so they did not declare war on the newly established Wuhan Empire at the first time. But it is certain that there will be a war between the 2 empires and the Wuhan Empire, it is nothing more than a matter of time. After all, even if Tiandu and Xingluo did not unite to attack the Wuhan Empire, after Bibidong integrated the Wuhan Empire, she would start the war machine and complete the great cause of unifying the continent. At the same time, in view of the successive destruction of the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, which were ranked among the top 3 sects on the continent, the Wuhan Empire announced that it would enthronize the new 7 major sects based on the strength of the major sects on the continent. Note that it is enthronement rather than re-election. In the Wuhan Empire's external announcement, the newly enthroned 7 major sects cancelled the previous distinction between the top 3 sects and the bottom 4 sects, and the ranking from high to low is the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Holy Dragon sect, the Wind Sword sect, the Black Tiger sect, the Fire Leopard sect and the Sparrow Bee sect. There is no doubt that, except for the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the remaining 6 of the 7 major sects on the continent all look up to the Wuhan Empire. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, which used to be the second at most and the third at the bottom, has finally become the leader of the world's sects. In this regard, Ning Fengzi, the current leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, expressed strong resistance. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect announced that it was one of the large sects in the mainland Soul Master world, but it did not need the Wuhan Empire to confer it, and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect did not think that the Fire Leopard sect and the Sparrow Bee sect, which had not been included in the 7 major sects in the past, could be compared with them. Of course, regardless of the establishment of the Wuhan Empire or the Wuhan Empire's conferring of the 7 major sects, these have nothing to do with the Elemental Holy Academy. Just eat melons and watch for fun. That morning, on a mountaintop not far from the college campus, Mu Yang was condensing the 5th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. As expected, after practicing sun body refining for more than 10 days and reaching the critical point of soul power, Mu Yang, who did not dare to play extreme operations, condensed the 4th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul again. The age was also as high as 300,000 years. The soul power level was not directly upgraded to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo, but the 89th level soul Douluo. Mu Yang had no choice but to shift his focus to sun body refining again. After improving his physical fitness, he continued to condense the 5th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. The 4th soul skill of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, Ice Flame Ring. The original secret technique of the Ice Flame Ring was borrowed by Mu Yang from Shui Binger's Anti-Ice Ring and Huo Wu's Anti-Ice Ring. Fire Rejection Ring is a soul skill that combines attack and control. After activating the soul skill, a repulsive Ice Flame Ring with itself as the center can be formed instantly, which spreads outward at a high speed. While the Ice Flame Ring inflicts damage to opponents within the soul skill range, it can also deflect all opponents and all non-spiritual skills within the coverage range. In addition, the Ice Flame Ring is not limited to horizontal release, but can be released in any direction and at any angle, and the height and coverage of the Ice Flame Ring are not fixed. The smaller the height of the Ice Flame Ring, the smaller the soul skill coverage range, and the stronger the repulsion formed. Conversely, the greater the height, the larger the coverage range, and the weaker the repulsion formed. After most of the day, the sun was setting, and with the return of the 5th soul ring of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul, Mu Yang's soul power level reached the 90th level of quasi-title Douluo. To be precise, it is much higher than level 90, but it is limited to the fact that the 2 martial souls have not yet attached the 9th soul ring, and the extra soul power has not been revealed. Looking at the 1st and 2nd soul rings of 110,000 years, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings of 300,000 years that were blooming from the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, Mu Yang couldn't help but smile. After 12 years of cultivation since the awakening of his martial soul, he finally cultivated to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo. He only needed a 9th soul ring to become the title Douluo respected by tens of thousands of people on the continent. 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Transformation. Ang. The next moment, the 5th soul ring blooming around Mu Yang shone brightly, and the surging soul power surged, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, and a lifelike ice blue dragon that was 100 meters long suddenly rose into the air from behind him. Wow, full of momentum. Looking at the 100-meter dragon rising into the air behind him, Mu Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. Although the size of the Ice Flame Dragon cannot be directly equal to its strength, Mu Yang can see that the Ice Flame Dragon condensed by the 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Transformation, is several times stronger than the secret version of the Ice Flame Dragon. Sure enough, the 5th soul ring is as old as 300,000 years, which is not for show. The 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Transformation, derived from the secret technique of the Ice Flame Dragon, has the effect of simulating ice flame living creatures. Dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and all tangible creatures are fine. The simulated ice flame creatures have a relatively simple attack method, fixed attributes of ice flame, and can only exist one at a time, but their strength is extremely good. At present, Mu Yang does not have any amplification skills, but the 100-meter ice flame dragon condensed by the ice flame is definitely stronger than the 95 level titled Douluo of Ju and Gui. Next, it's about achieving the title. Muttering to himself, Mu Yang took out the god-given soul ring that was left from the soul guide storage bracelet. No, I'd better go to the far north first and collect the torso soul bones before coming back. Just as he was about to add the 9th soul ring bestowed by God to the ice and fire fairy Jade Ginseng to advance to the titled Douluo, Mu Yang suddenly remembered an important point and stopped his action, then put the soul ring back. Although he can still bear the 9th soul ring of not low age, because the sum of the soul rings of the 2 martial spirits is already very high, if he directly condenses the 9th soul ring now, the age may not be too low, but it is definitely not too high. Rather than adding the god-given soul ring of only 300,000 or 400,000 years. 352.